Welcome, everyone, to day two of the 2025 UniVersus World Championship. I'm Sam Tate. I'm joined by Barrett Bryant, and we've got an entire day, 6 rounds of Swiss, action-packed UniVersus. Barrett, I'm super excited. We saw 17 players qualify yesterday to make it to day two, to join in on the fun, but their job is not done yet. Only 16 players will remain after today, and I know it's going to be a grueling uphill battle for all of them.
Yeah, I mean, this is, in my opinion, just the beginning of the next hurdle, right? Like, you had the first tournament, of course, with, 114 players competing yesterday. Now it is down to the wire. All of the day tours that have now qualified with their 200 points. And like you said, 17 players coming in and joining them today. 6 rounds is not a lot of time, Sam. And immediately cutting into the top 16, progressing onto Sunday. I mean, it feels like today is going to fly by, and then tomorrow the tension will bring it all slowing down and building up to that final tension and before we crown our brand new world champion.
I am super, super excited. We had an awesome year of organized play throughout 2025, and really the players have been building up to this moment, to this weekend. This is where all the hard work, all the practicing, all the control checks, every block made, every momentum spent, it all comes down to this weekend only. And the stakes, they really couldn't be higher, because whoever wins this weekend, they're going to become immortalized in cardboard and become a playable character in UniVersus, which, in my opinion, that's the greatest prize in gaming.
You can't really ask for anything better than that. But we do want to real quickly go over those 17 players, or a breakdown for us on today, where Godzilla, who had a high representation immediately into this tournament, and honestly, I won't be surprised when we look at the breakdown for what today will be like if it looks something similar to this. Because obviously, a lot of these players and these characters that did have success, the biggest shock to me was the amount of Rodans that carried over based off of their success from day one. And only one Mikasa was successful in getting those 17 players to qualify now for this day two. But Godzilla, everywhere. It felt like even, the smaller representations here, Zeke Yeager, War Chief, had some success, right? Ryu's had some success. We're going to see a lot of these characters today as well. And I genuinely just have no clue what will end up winning this entire tournament. Of course, the people that have locked in their decks for day two, these are the characters when we go and look at the breakdown for today. Those are the characters that will become a world champion character, right? That will be the deck that those players use to achieve that victory. And based off of this breakdown from yesterday, I can only wait to see what we're going to have today.
Yeah, there are a couple surprises out there. I was walking around, players were getting paired up, and I was pretty surprised at a few of the character selections. However, a lot of it did look similar to this breakdown. So I'm super excited. I think the people want to get into the gameplay. I think that's what we're here for. But we got to take a quick look at the prizing structure that we've got for everyone who's made it into day two.
Yeah, so day two automatically gets you that new deck box that's also going to be coming in here, which, again, some players, this is their first day playing. So a lot of those players that had already qualified for day two are going to be picking up a lot of the swag that a lot of players picked up yesterday in the day one event. Those are these promos, the playmat, the nice little sling bag, and that
the
first...
sling bag is so cool, by
yeah,
the way.
it's very nice, as well as that initial deck box. But now for the players that have qualified for day two, no matter what, regardless if they don't progress on to the day three, they are going to go home with this new exclusive deck box. So, I mean, based off of how many players we have in this tournament, that's basically it. That's how many of these exist, in the hands of these players. Moving on, I'm excited to see what players are going to go home with these messenger bags because, man, I already have the one. They get the one bag, the sling bag. Yeah. Now they're going to have another bag. I'm going to run out of room in my suitcase to go home here, Sam. So if somebody goes home...
You just got to check the messenger bag.
Check the messenger bag.
Check your extra bags.
Yeah, so no matter what, the top 16 players that finish off of today are going to go home with all of these. if you make it to day 3, no matter what, you go home with these chromes, you go home with the Chemech Jamie, you go home with a new mat, and you go home with this messenger bag. And as we progress, top 8, top 4, you just level up the amount of chromes that you get, the amount of playmats you're going home with, and the chem etches, all the way up until the finalist prizing, where you take home this silver playmat theming, as well as another 4 chromes, and then a chem etch as well, all the way down to the champion. You take home even more chromes, a plaque commemorating your achievement, a new playmat, and of course, like you said, immortalizing yourself as a champion, playable card in Standard till the end of time. Obviously, Standard, you'll stay for as legal as, 2 years? Is that what it is? 3 years? But forever, you will be on a piece of cardboard. Forever.
Right. You will become a part of UniVersus lore itself. And today, we've got a breakdown of some really interesting characters. Like I said, you were going to have to expect it to be pretty similar. The main difference here is look at the jump up in Midoriya on the move.
Yeah.
Midoriya on the move was an absolute menace throughout all of 2025, a deck you always had to be prepared for, and yet day 1 it was considered an unpopular pick. I heard a lot of players trying to discuss their strategy for what deck to play day 1, day 2, and I'll tell you what, Barrett, if your deck's good enough to win day 2, why was it not good enough to win day 1? I don't understand the methodology there. I don't know what the meta shift was going to be from day 1 to day 2. I tell you this, a good UniVersus deck, it can win on a Monday, it can win on a Friday.
That is true, but I think a lot of people did see the success of yesterday, or maybe even the failures of some of these other characters, because if there's anything that did drop down, it's what, like we said, Mikasa, less representation percentage-wise when it comes to this event. It's not in that top 3 conversation. You're right. Midoriya has moved up, and I think a lot of that might come down to what people saw. Only one Mikasa deck allowed those 17 players to come into this tournament today. Maybe people are getting scared. Maybe people are not feeling as confident in the character. Meanwhile, we see another high representation of Ryu. We even see Peak Finger now joining the fray. Bridget Pumat Soul. And then I think even we got the showcase on stream yesterday. Characters like Zeke Yeager, either versions here, having success yesterday.
Yeah, the Peak Finger showing up here on this breakdown is probably the biggest surprise to me. I thought this character was a flash in the pan. I thought it had its moment, right? We had the overseas regionals where Peak won, and it was great, and then Peak disappeared forever, and I don't think it ever topped again after that. So to see the true loyalists, the true Peak UniVersus enthusiasts pick up this deck for day 2, that seems to be a big difference. Again, talking about the meta shift from what's a good day 1 deck versus a day 2 deck. All the Peak players were absent day 1, so it must be people who qualified directly for day 2 that believe in this deck.
Yeah, and I won't do any spoilers, obviously, but I know a couple of those players that are playing Peak today, and they are probably going to be some of the favorites maybe going into this event, if you know who they are, of course. But no spoilers. We already have our first round match that we want to be diving into, so we're going to talk about some of these players that we didn't get to highlight yesterday. Why is that? Well, they were already qualified, of course. That's right. For round 1 going in here, we're going to be showcasing your number 1 point achiever of 2025. So for everybody who doesn't know who that is and catching up, that's right, you guessed it. It's Calvin Harrigal, Wub, who's playing Pumat Sol that we saw on that representation of the pie chart. But, of course, if you look at his achievements over the regionals this year, coming in with 545 points, first in points in the U.S., winner of Louisville, 8th place in Denver, 5th place Toronto, 3rd place Atlanta, 15th Albuquerque. There's not a single number on here that is less than 15 when it comes to Wub has showcased and cemented himself in the year of 2025 of being the number 1 player when it comes to these regionals, and I'm excited to see what this Pumat deck can do for him.
And I'd like to point out the symbol diversity. While we did play Zeke Yeager Warchief back-to-back on the live symbol, I don't think we've seen a player breakdown that has this much symbol diversity amongst the decks, right? We had all symbol, evil symbol, chaos symbol, all very strong symbols throughout 2025. But now we're playing the air symbol, Pumat Sol on air, one of my favorite symbols one of my favorite characters. And you got to imagine this Pumat Soul deck, it's going to be looking for those massive mutant machines. It's going to be looking for those powerful Cape of No Return style assets to quick build. But across the table, we're going to have no slouch in Ryan Field, a very accomplished player, a previous regional winner, regional license exam winner back in the day. But we see a little bit of a homogenization on those symbols, right?
Yeah.
55th in Albuquerque, 34th in Toronto, 10th in Atlanta. Not quite the accolades that Calvin has. However, Ryan Field has a ton of legacy skill, and you can never count him out.
Absolutely. I mean, even one of our judges for the longest time as well, very, very well informed of the game. Of course, he came into this event with 161 points.
Yes.
So, again, having to fight his way through from day one to even qualify for today. So,
He was the singular Mikasa.
He was the one,
so
yeah.
This is the Mikasa tournament lifeline here in round one.
Yeah, absolutely. But again, had great points, made and showcased that he can play that deck. And I'm excited to see that what he's going to be doing, because he's going to be one of those Mikasas represented today. Here is that Pumat Soul list, of course.
Look at these are so many of my favorite cards, Brian. I love Hunter's Ally, Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken, the best attack in Standard for exactly one more weekend. Aerial Goblin Bolt, that card is so amazing as a block, as an attack. It does everything you want it to. I'm super excited for this one.
Yeah, and I think the big thing, too, is massive mutant machine, seeing more representation here at this event, even though we don't see equipment heist anymore. Well, obviously, Pumat Soul couldn't play that anyway, but being able to build down these assets very quickly just with the character itself, I think is going to have a lot of success here for Calvin. Obviously, strong enough for him to represent, and like a team hero, being able to build in these foundations as well.
So now Pumat Soul has the ability to build Team Hero 15 with Hunter's Ally, with his own ability, and that Team Hero 15 means we can build any foundation in our discard pile.
Yep.
The versatility that Pumat Soul gained from the KOF Challenger decks is insane.
Yeah, of course, on the other side, Mikasa, the last regional winning character before we headed into Worlds here in Buffalo, with Constantine taking it down. High representation yesterday, although the only one converting, as we said, from Ryan playing this deck. I can't imagine he made any changes based off of what we see here, but this is the tried and true that we've even seen yesterday. Some other characters trying to mimic this play style of a lot of attacks that leave the card pool, Mikasa giving a lot of damage to them as long as we can reveal these weapons over and over again, and taking advantage of drawing all these extra cards by using the foundations on our stage to do so.
And I want to highlight, you talking about drawing cards, blood evaluation. When's the last time you've seen blood evaluation listed on a deck list? This card has disappeared from the metagame when it used to be one of the premier card draw abilities for a 3D. If you spend a momentum, you ready a foundation. When you ready it, you get to draw an additional card. That's something we haven't seen. What we could also see is the alternative mode, the ability to flip a momentum face down. That means that Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken not going to be available in the momentum maybe. That means roaming cancel tokens going to disappear when they get flipped. So I love that addition. I don't know if it's going to be super relevant in this upcoming matchup, but it does have targets with that face-up Vast Hybrid in momentum.
That's right, and I'm excited to see how it goes. And here we have our round one for day two at World Championship in Dallas, Texas. Only 16 players advancing at the end of today, and so there's the fist bump. It looks like Calvin winning the die roll, going to be going first here with Pumat. I honestly can't tell you. Sam, I have no idea who's going to win this. I want to believe in our, leading point champion Calvin here, but at the same time, Mikasa is the character I think to be playing around right now in the format. We talked about it a little bit yesterday. High representation from players, strong belief, last regional winning character, and again, the ban list basically didn't hurt this character at all after that event.
Correct. Yeah, and we already see one of the, I think, deviations. I've seen it's been included, but I don't see it every time in Mikasa deck. The fighting for control.
Yeah.
Fighting for control -2 to a rival check when they attempt to play an attack. Really, really strong, able to kind of choke out the early game and maybe steal a turn, right? Mikasa really only needs one turn to pop off, and she can do it as early as turn 2 with all the card pool clearing, all the card draw available to this deck. And so that fighting for control is something we don't see in every Mikasa deck, and it tells me that Ryan has tested this deck. He has played this deck a lot, and he has figured out where he needs the small, fine-tuned adjustments to really take advantage of the fast-paced nature of Mikasa.
Yeah, and even, going second, build 5 there from the side of Ryan. Meanwhile, on Calvin's side, it was a build 4, and then we took our second turn here as Calvin to build another 3 foundations. So double build, showing a lot of the control. Don't need to really go that quickly here in the game yet. And now I think Ryan making the decision of, do I put on the pressure first, even though going second? We saw a little bit of the success yesterday of usually the person who sets the pace on the attacks has a big edge in our game, and I think in general. But the fact that Calvin choosing not to attack regardless of what he had means we didn't get to any sort of accessibility of what our character can do. But Ryan on the same side, showing the control, building 3 more foundations. This is, maybe not what I thought we were going to be seeing when a character like Mikasa wants to get to that enhanced step to start drawing even more cards.
Yeah, as a 5-hander, Mikasa's potency definitely comes from the enhance abilities to draw additional cards to overcome the 5-hand size deficit. And I think Calvin is absolutely stoked at the pace of this game. Being able to build 3 times, being able to hold 3 cards in hand. We've got a little bit of card draw on the stage. We're going to need a momentum to really activate that fearsome transformation and get true advantage out of it. But this is kind of where Pumat wants to be. Get to the late game, have the resources to spend. Pumat Soul has 2 really cool abilities. The first one is after an attack, or after you play an attack card, you can discard a card and you get a couple different effects. You can draw 2 cards, you can give your attack some powerful keywords, or you can make your rival commit 2 foundations, and that's going to work on block. That's going to work at the same timing that you play the attack card. So as a block, as an attack, either one works. But our first attack here is going to be from Ryan Field with the focused gravity beam. Powerful 3, stun 1, 1 low for 4, enhance, remove 1 card from your hand, remove this attack after it resolves.
Yeah. And, on top of that, immediately first enhance, we're just going to start blowing up some foundations, get the respond with the pushing the limit to draw an extra card, as well as the draw 2 that Mikasa will be giving us. So a ton of options already in Ryan's hand. And again, this is maybe why I thought we were going to maybe see an attack get played earlier. Reveals a weapon with Mikasa's other ability, give damage equal to the block modifier of it. So we're going to get 3 damage on top of this. So yes, it's very, very slow, but very punishing if you don't interact with it.
Yeah, and, a lot of the newer players out there might be asking, why would I want to remove my own cards from the game? And that's because of the progressive difficulty. The way that this deck works compared to other UniVersus decks is you draw so many cards, but the only way that you can play them is if you keep removing the cards from your card pool. So whereas another deck or another attack would have had to play this focused gravity beam on a 5 instead of a 4 with that additional risk, now, because our cards always leave the card pool, we're going to play them on printed difficulty, and we're only going to commit 1 foundation instead of 2, which is perfectly fine for this Mikasa deck because we're going to sacrifice that foundation. We're going to draw 2 cards, and when Smiling Death is sacrificed, when it's destroyed and sent to the discard pile, you get to flip a rival foundation. So once again, a higher level of control than you might be used to from most of the Mikasa decks.
Yeah, and as we see here on the second focused gravity beam, we're going to go ahead and press its enhance, and the card that we remove from our hand is one of these Koenma's tasks. This is on your prediction of high impact cards, and this is exactly why the strength of Mikasa being able to play these cards and get them in the remove from game pile, regardless of your opponent playing action cards or not, which means as soon as one hits the discard pile, any extra Koenma's tasks that Ryan draws will be able to press the form ability on it, which can be absolutely devastating for your opponent and game winning on your own side, being able to search out extra cards.
Yeah, and it looks like, did we just use the once per turn on Pumat Soul to build in a mute machine on the rival's turn?
Yeah, absolutely. So that's a mute machine coming down because of the once per turn by removing a foundation from your stage, and you're just able to straight build down an asset, so the difficulty doesn't matter at all.
We put stun under that, but I think that's the remove pile. Because we just enhanced Team Hero 15 to build what I believe is a Shobujin's Message altar.
Yes. So that basically tells me that we're going to probably be planning on blocking this card and then giving Breaker 2 to it.
Yeah, which with the board state that Mikasa's in, it's not going to be that punishing, right?
Yeah.
Mikasa doesn't mind committing a few foundations to play cards, and when this Gravity Beam leaves the card pool, once again, that no progressive means that our checks are going to be pretty pretty okay. However, we see timely counterattack as a block. When's the last time you saw a breaker 5 move, Barrett?
Printed? Probably never.
Not printed.
But yeah, so we're gonna be blocking with the timely counterattack. When you play it, you get to give it the extra breaker 2, and everything just kind of adds together, right? Breaker, there's even a -1 as well, right, for the -6.
Oh, I think we missed the timing on Shobujin's, because it looks like he moved the die for the rival check, implying that we played the breaker on timely counterattack. The problem is that breaker says after you block with this card,
Right.
and Shobujin says after you play this card. So while there might not be necessarily a specific interaction that interrupts the two,
After you play a block.
the truth is that you have to activate all of your after you play a block, which is, playing the card, and then you activate all of your on block responses. So once you have done the breaker, you've actually passed over the Shobujin's message timing, is I believe what's going on.
And then also, in the same idea, I'm
That's
pulling
the
up
same
Pumat
timing,
again.
Yeah, for Pumat,
After
is
you
when
play an
the
attack card. Okay.
So once you announce the breaker, it is, technically,
Past that,
strictly
yeah.
speaking, too late to activate Pumat Soul or Shobujin's, which is rough because I'm pretty sure Calvin's plan here was to use the rival commits to foundations mode, which is my favorite mode of Pumat Soul,
and then breaker.
and then breaker 5.
Yeah.
Which would actually be a substantial way to try and slow down this Mikasa deck, maybe the only way.
Yeah.
Or it could be very important here if Calvin wants to discard 1 card and draw 2 cards. That might be the only way he can keep up with the amount of volume that Mikasa is going to put out, because if you have 1 card in hand versus Mikasa, that's not very strong. There's a lot of attacks that are probably about to come his way, especially if we did not get the Breaker 2 to activate this, or the Pumat Soul to help hinder the rival's turn.
Yeah, I think in the full transparency of it, it's I think for this. So one of this minus check, I think, came from an inspiring song.
Okay.
So regardless, at the end of this, it's still going to be -4, which is a lot. But I think the biggest thing, like you were saying, is if that last card in Calvin's hand isn't another attack card, we just won't be able to use Pumat at all, right?
Right, and if it's not the right block zone or potentially a massive mutant machine, we won't get to use the Shobujins at all either.
Yeah.
And it's much better to stack your breakers than it is to spread them out.
Yeah, because it can end the turn. You might
Right.
as well do a giant check hack. But I also, on the other side of that, it means weaving in a foundation becomes a lot more of a real play around, right?
That's true too, especially since I don't think these Mikasa decks, you can correct me if I'm wrong on the deck list, they used to play 4 Forcing Surrender because of Equipment Heist.
Yeah.
Now I believe Ryan was only playing 2, which we don't have in our stage. So Forcing Surrender is a great way to play around Breaker, because you play a non-attack card, a low difficulty card, and Forcing Surrender can discard a non-attack card from your card pool. But because we're no longer playing 4 copies of it to, snipe our rival's Equipment Heist, we're not building it as consistently early on in the game. So it looks like we're only going to get the Breaker 3. We're only going to get the -1 from Inspiring Song. And this super awesome Pumat Soul combo, unfortunately, it's the highest level of play, Bear. This is the World Championship. You got to mind your P's and Q's.
There's no Q's in Pumat Soul, but there are 2 P's. All right, but it was still a half block, so we're going to end up taking that and going down to 17. So -4 to Ryan's next check to play a card. And it can end the turn. So, yeah, just weaving in this 0 diff right here. Checking a -1 on it. So we're going to have to commit 2 or 1 card. Yeah, it goes to 0. Yeah. So I have to commit at least the 1. But yeah, there's a world where if that was an extra breaker too, even weaving that 1 foundation, we would have to commit 2 more foundations, as well as we would have hopefully gotten that Pumat ability, which would have been almost every card in Ryan's stage. And then on top of that, now we're playing a dual needle lunge on a 6 because we have that extra card in our card pool.
Yeah, we could have, we could have taken out essentially half of Mikasa's stage if we had sequenced those abilities correctly. And speaking casually, right, Barrett? How many times have you played with someone and you're just like, well, I have 5 responses.
Yeah.
And just announce them all regardless of the order, right?
Yeah, for sure.
You get comfortable, in play testing, just going, well, the intention obviously is I'm going to be Pumat and all the breakers together. And unfortunately, when it comes to the World Championship, you got to make sure that you're playing not just technically correct, right, but literally correct.
That's true.
Now we've got the dual needle lunge, pay the 3 life, goes to momentum, clears the card pool, dust attack, one of my favorites from Guilty Gear. If this attack deals 5 or more damage, it doesn't count towards progressive. That's kind of like clearing the card pool. It's the same idea.
Yeah.
But this one's a tension attack. So now we have a roaming cancel token, which if you block the attack, we can clear it anyways, which is one of my favorite combos to come out of Guilty Gear. But we're already seeing the price of not sequencing our breakers correctly because this attack would not have passed.
Yeah, even, again, going back to that dual needle lunge, which was on a 6 as well. But getting the block here, so we did have another attack here from Calvin. So now with that block, and then
now we can't pay the cost.
We don't have a discard a card for the Pumat ability. So instead, just another breaker 2 here for the side of Ryan, but we did use that Roman cancel on the block after it resolves to get it there. So down to 6 for Calvin, also with an aerial goblin bolt in the card pool, which does have a very powerful response that we can use there to stop an powerful blitz ability or enhance.
Yeah, so Calvin may have still stabilized here. Maybe even more important than the breaker 2 is the fact that now we can cancel and enhance, because there is a world, right, where Ryan plays something like a focused gravity beam now that Calvin has no cards in hand. And the focused gravity beam, even if you have to commit Mikasa, can clear the card pool and you could play another card after it. But Aerial Goblin Bolt now will cancel those abilities that help cards leave the card pool and prevent Ryan from committing all the way out to try and win the game.
Ryan thinking hard, yeah.
I think Ryan's trying to figure out, through the breaker 2, can I still defeat Calvin on this turn, because this is an incredibly potent deck. Yeah, there's the focus gravity beam, check a 5, commit a foundation. We're still going to get to draw with Mikasa. We're still going to get the damage pump from Mikasa, and Calvin has no cards in hand, so he has to cancel the Mikasa enhance.
Yeah, for the damage, stopping that there. Still going to get the remove, so it's going to come down to the last attack that can be played from Ryan. But it's going to come down, I think, just whether or not there's a 3 on top of Ryan's deck or whether it's a 5. Trey size on a 6. Checks a 4. It does fail, which means...
Missed by 1.
Yeah, going down total for 2 on Calvin. And if I remember correctly, Ryan should be at 32 because we did use a dual needle lunge.
Yep.
Yeah, so there we go. We have it corrected. But
absolutely, by the skin of his teeth, Calvin Harrigal survives, and this is why the Mikasas don't like fighting for control. You want to be checking 5s and 6s as much as possible. You don't want those nasty order symbol checks in your deck, and it's exactly this reason, because Mikasa is so blazing fast on the aggro. As long as you can pass your checks, you can beat anyone, and now Calvin probably only has realistically this turn to make something happen.
Yeah, you definitely can't give more and more turns to Mikasa, or basically everything we just talked about on like the amount of offense that can occur for Mikasa. It can happen on turn 3, turn 4, turn 5. They can keep going. Now, granted, there are 3 focus gravity beams now gone from the entirety of the game. Right. So, like, how many more attacks does Ryan play that can, leave the card pool? We do still have things like Anchor Toss. We still have more dual needle lunges, but
we also have cards like Weapon at the Ready, which can put the dual needle lunge or the Tray Size on top of our deck, and Mikasa can draw it. So as long as Ryan draws 1 attack next turn, he can draw 3 attacks via the Echo on Tray Size. So Calvin is already essentially staring down the barrel of very, very lethal in stage from Ryan. But we've got the massive mutant machine here on the Hunter's Ally. Hunter's Ally was able to build the
Dottie.
The Dottie, which is an ally card. Now we've got the Team Hero 15, one of my favorite cards from KOF. It's going to allow Calvin to potentially get some extra damage pump when cards leave our stage, which we've got Nejire Chan of the Big 3, a huge throwback to the air symbol, one of the only ways the air symbol can reliably pump damage, and that's going to turn on that Team Hero 15 damage pump. That's going to allow Calvin to get back in this game with only, 2 or 3 attacks, pristine sword play.
Wow.
Absolutely what you want to see here.
I mean, very quickly, Calvin's deck is showing, yeah, I mean, I survived with the skin of his teeth, and we not only have the Dottie, which can ready an asset, but we played the pristine sword play, which can ready an asset that hasn't been readied. But Dottie's text doesn't say that hasn't been readied this turn.
Correct.
So this one right away is going to be able to get +10/+10 from the same massive mutant machine, and then you can even sacrifice the massive mutant machine for another +7 damage. Very quickly, this is going to be lethal.
Well, you can't move machine twice on the same.
Oh, that's right. Sorry, we got to press the enhance. Yes, but one more attack.
But +5/+5, and then sacrifice for 4 damage. That's still pretty deadly.
Yes. We can sacrifice the Dottie. We are going to go for the block. Of course, it's not going to go through. Gets these extra views for Ryan. Taking it down. One more attack will spell it. Pristine Swordplate again on a 4/5/6, which would even ready the Dottie as well. And then 5/5.
And then you can Dottie. And then we can. That's why we didn't sacrifice the Dottie. I was a little shocked that we didn't. But between Team Hero 15, between Nedgeridge, Calvin's got plenty of damage pump. And my goodness, we thought. Well, I don't know about you, but I thought Calvin absolutely punted the game away by accidentally missequencing his breaker effects, and yet by the skin of his teeth, by the cancel on Aerial Goblin Bolt, we steal one more turn and draw what has to be the best punish hand in the deck.
I don't disagree with you, man. I thought, again, even with the judge call coming in, the missequencing, not getting a breaker 6 or -6 to their check.
Let's talk about the mental, right?
Yeah.
When you make a mistake like that at the highest level, how easy is it to tilt, Barrett?
I mean, I don't think a lot of these players are going to be tilting. I do know where you're coming from, but this is the World Championship. Again, Calvin being in multiple regionals this year, doing an incredible job across all the events that he's participated in. Ryan Field's been playing this game for longer than I have, and is incredibly experienced in tournaments in general. So yes, I would say for the normal average player, 100%. But these are not your average players. These are the world best players of UniVersus here in this tournament. So Calvin showing, yeah, it happened. The mistake occurred. We barely survive because that's what the deck was still designed to do. And then, boom, shows up exactly when his deck needs to and gets that game win barely.
Absolutely. An amazing first game of the day.
Yeah.
For a game one of this stream, absolutely amazing. I hope it can only get better from here, but that is going to be a tough game to beat because it was fast, it was snappy, it had drama, it had judge calls, it had a backswing, it had players living and dying by a single control check. What more can you ask for from UniVersus action?
For anything, I'm just gonna, I'm gonna hope that the players give us a great match. Of course,
I'll ask for some life gain. That's the only thing we were missing.
That's true. That's
the
true.
only mechanic I don't think we didn't see.
No, we had Nedgeridge chance. There was the ability for life
that's
gain.
True. If it got blocked,
but
there was
the abilities, the attacks were too fast with massive mutant machine really coming in clutch there for Calvin with only one of them. And when we come and we think about what the massive mutant machine decks were doing before with things like equipment heist, it was about getting multiples of them. Right. But we saw Calvin tailoring and creating this deck that it's just, no, you can do a lot with a little. And by a little, I mean a single copy of massive mutant machine with cards that can ready it, like Pristine Swordplay and Dottie the Automaton. So,
and don't forget, we built the mutant machine during the rivals turn.
Yeah.
We did not hold the deflect. There was a moment where if we Mikasa, I was going to say maybe we should have held the deflect 3 because Mikasa's committed. We're at 2 health. If we play a 4 damage move, you can deflect and go down to 1. But that was not the case, right?
Yeah. Definitely was not the case, as is not the case of our footage. So we're coming back to us.
Someone kicked a cord.
Oh, okay.
Somebody kicked a cord, but you get our pretty faces with our long hair.
That is true.
I mean, all I can say is, again, what more can you ask for? We've had, already in one game, we've had aggressive turn 2s. We've had amazing combos, really. The Pristine Swordplay combo kill.
Yeah.
That's... Again, is there a better backswing you could have drawn than Hunter's Ally to build the Dottie and then double Pristine Swordplay to make the Mutant Machine and the Dottie work together beautifully? I mean, what character is surviving that turn?
None. I don't think anyone is.
Even Rodan, you'd have to have barrier shield, and even the breaker probably doesn't do it. I mean, I don't even think we used the second ability on Pumet, so I don't think we even had to discard a card to
No, I don't think it happened
draw
once.
extra cards. Yeah, we just had it. So absolutely amazing stuff. I love seeing Team Hero 15 get used. I feel like that card isn't talked about enough. Is that not the most insane asset in Standard besides maybe Mutant Machine?
I think it was talked a lot more when Equipment Heist was still there, because
Possibly,
if you told me Equipment Heist said build any foundation from your discard pile,
yeah.
I think people they were already on that technology, and especially characters like Hawks who were really good at enabling things like an Equipment Heist. Now with it gone, like you said, things like Hunter's Ally are one of the better avenues to build it in. Of course, Pumat, the character itself, is, hey, if I have him in my hand, I can just get one in every single turn.
Right.
But if your character just said, hey, build whatever foundation you want from your discard pile once per turn, that's incredibly powerful, because your discard pile, typically in our game, cards get checked, cards get there in the discard pile, and then you can't really access them as much as you can. But Team Hero is a green card, an asset that says turn me into essentially the best foundation you can think of.
Oh, we're gonna replay.
Yeah, the instant replay. If I had a Telestrator, we could do some
I've
circling.
always wanted one of those.
Yeah.
Actually, I've actually always wanted a Telestrator for these. I looked up how to do it for my own.
Yeah.
But it at least the method I looked up, they wanted it to use either the mouse, which has its own complications with streaming, tablet, and I was like, I'm not buying a tablet just to
something with a touchscreen.
Yeah, some with a touchscreen, exactly. So maybe that's an upgrade we make in the future.
But yeah, here it is. We've now officially got our Game 2 gameplay coming in here. Again, Ryan being able to go first, and there is that fighting for control to be the first foundation for Ryan. Forcing surrender, which I think will, like you said, be a lot more impactful for what Ryan now knows is part of the defensive tactics of Calvin. Lots of breaker, making all these cards harder to play. Now the forcing surrender means that if Ryan wants to do that sort of weaving of foundations, now we might
Which he had to do twice.
Yes, he did it twice. Now it actually means that you might not fail that turn, and Calvin will die.
Right, yeah. And we see the Inspiring Song come out first. We've got Cardboard Crusaders.
Yeah.
One of our champ cards. So excited for champ cards to be back in the fold at the World Championship. It just feels kind of right. It's a little UVS tradition that the champ cards do really well at major tournaments. They're designed by people who are pretty good at the game, so it makes sense. And Cardboard Crusaders, absolutely one of my favorites, because it seals the first attack played and says it can't leave the card pool.
Correct.
Which is absolutely what you want to be doing against this Mikasa deck. So we'll see if Calvin feels threatened by this dual Needle Lunge, because this is exactly the kind of thing I think Cardboard Crusaders is kind of built to counter, but Calvin's going to let it go through.
Yeah, checking a 3 on it, that's sure Calvin feels a little bit better. Also, a Fortitude of the Armored Titan.
Oh my goodness.
Also
this card got a lot of talk when it was first revealed, but I don't think I've ever seen it in competitive play a single time.
Yeah, I think that actually might be true. I actually think
I'm sure people played it. I just haven't seen it. This one says all your rivals' attacks get +1 difficulty for the rest of the turn. So like a blanket breaker effect is incredibly strong, but being a 5 difficulty action that you can't really do anything with on offense is definitely something that people have struggled to play around. And that makes sense now why we didn't have to use our Cardboard Crusaders, is we felt pretty confident in the rest of our defense. So gonna force a build out here from Ryan, which can't be what he wanted out of this turn.
No, only the 1 attack. Of course, it did connect for 8 damage, so that is a lot to go for.
However, we did get a really solid 4 build after that in our 5-hander while still holding 3 cards, and of course we can draw way more. So maybe Ryan didn't have that many attacks in the first place.
Yeah, and getting those kind of defensive tools out like the Fortitude this early on is pretty nice. I believe this is only in Calvin's sideboard as well, so he did bring them in. I think also the Cardboard Crusaders is also in the sideboard. So Calvin coming back here now for his turn 2. Going to try and figure out if we want to accelerate the stage, but instead, Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken coming out, checking a Mondo. So there, and we get to commit and freeze any one of these foundations. Do you think you might end up picking the Weapon at the Ready?
Weapon at the Ready is the first one I thought about. However, forcing surrender might be the correct call. we've got both of our 2 forcing surrenders in play already. So complete reversal, as I was talking about, you're not building it as consistently early. Well, Ryan Field found them and built them turn 1 and turn 2. So weapon at the ready is definitely the level 1, the surface level call, because weapon at the ready says I will draw an attack.
Yep.
Or potentially I will check a 5 when I need to, depending on if he has, tech foundations to stack. So that one is definitely the overt call, but forcing surrender might actually be the key for Ryan to play around all the breaker effects.
Yeah, we even saw a weapon clash enhance come through just to get an extra foundation for Ryan defensively. That, again,
very popular. Mikasa essentially flip to draw 2, if you want to think of it that way, which I don't think any other card can do unless you're at 0 cards in hand.
Yeah. I also think that always cool is going to be a big deal for Ryan. Less so on like building more foundations, but more so for, we saw Calvin basically just win the game with 3 attacks because it was about making them massive because of the mutant machine. And now things like always cool at least will slow that down. But Masho's coming in here for the build after the Vast Hybrid did get blocked. So another Team Hero 15, not checking the best on these. Checks another 3 on this Shobujins coming down. Really valuing them on a 4. Checks. So we're going to build a couple of these foundations and then another asset. Only 3 ready resources, though, at least foundation-wise for Calvin. As he passes back, I think with only, 2 cards in hand?
Yeah, but with Pumat Soul, we might have the ability to replenish those 2 after we block with an attack card. I want to talk a bit about Clasp. Was it Clasp membership?
Yeah,
I think is the. It's a weird 2 words I don't think I've ever said together outside of this card game. When you partial block an attack, you can flip it to gain 2 health. So this deck has a weird amount of life gain on the air symbol here between Nejire Chan saying you can destroy a foundation, block, and gain a life, and class membership which says you can gain 2 when you partial. And that might change the math just enough in Calvin's favor to survive this turn 3 aggression from Ryan here. Ryan opening up with the dual needle lunge. This time, we are going to get the Cardboard Crusaders out of him. That's going to seal the attack. Say it can't leave the card pool for any reason, and that's going to shut down everything that's good about dual needle lunge.
Yeah, I was preemptively losing the 3 over here for Ryan, and I gave it back to him because you're right. Why would you even press the enhance when now that card obviously is sealed and then also can't actually leave anyway? Mm-hmm. So
and now we've got Inspiring Song. I have to imagine we're going to do the -1 mode again. Yep, rival check -1. And we got the Shobujin's Prime. So I expect to see an attack block. It gets Breaker 2. Correctly sequenced this time. Pumat Soul correctly sequenced this time. Then activate the breakers. And Ryan might be left with just, oh, wait, no, we just took it. Never mind.
Take it to the face, taking the 5.
And yet, the build out from Ryan says it was absolutely the correct call.
Yeah, we just didn't draw more attacks. I mean, that seems to be now like this 2 turns in a row now where that has occurred. The attack still does connect, so it does go to the momentum. Face down
because it was sealed. Pretty interesting, yep.
And then the first attack, or second attack now for Calvin here, going with the Hunter's Ally. We saw that be the beginning of how he won game 1, but we don't have a massive mutant machine yet in our stage, so as it's played, we're going to discard that 1 card for the Pumat Soul effect.
What ally card are we going to get? It's Dottie, but Dottie doesn't have a friend.
No friends yet.
Dottie by itself, not super impressive. Pumat Soul still has the ability to build in an asset from hand. And we haven't used the once per turn response after you play the attack card either. So
I thought we did. I just don't know what we did.
Maybe we didn't mark it. Because they've been pretty good about marking the once per turn with the little judge cards.
I think for me, I thought I saw him discard a card. So I just don't know what mode we picked. I would assume it's just we drew cards because Ryan didn't commit anything. And
yeah, there wouldn't be a reason to give EX and he didn't commit. Can we count the cards in hand if he still has 6?
Shocking entrance coming through.
Well, here's a great way to get that asset into your hand where you need it.
Yeah.
This is a card that flew under the radar until basically the end of its lifespan here in 2025. Pumat Soul giving it a new lease on life. Some Mimic players utilize this card. I was never a huge fan of it in Mimic. How did you feel?
How did I forget? What?
How did you feel about Shocking Entrance? Did you ever play it?
I didn't like it in Mimic List.
I didn't like it
I
either.
wasn't a big fan. It's even like,
I don't need the assets in my hand. I need them in my stage.
Exactly.
Right?
And so like I was a bigger fan of like the dangerous gambits that people were playing later on in Mimic's lifespan as well.
Like
we say that like he's not legal, but he is legal.
And he did still do well after the errata, but adding the asset to my hand to build later, I'm trying to win the game now.
But there it is, just like you said, discards a card from our hand, picks up any asset from our discard pile. We grab the massive Mute Machine,
and
because
now Dottie's got a partner in crime.
Yeah, which means even this, seemingly non-lethal 2 low for 5 can very quickly become a 7th low for 11 now because we already gave it another damage. And Dottie can ready that massive Mute Machine if another attack wants to be played here from the side of Calvin. But the difference, I think, so far, at least in this game, now that we're pressing this, is these attacks are blockable because Ryan has enough foundations ready in his stage, and a 0 low block is going to help with that as well. On a 7, checks a 5, just commits 2 foundations. We'll lose the 1 because of the ability of the Syndicate target, but full block even with a massive Mute Machine in hands.
Yeah, Shocking Entrance, one of the reasons not the biggest fan of it is if it's not the only card in your card pool, it's very slow.
Yeah.
2 low for 5, even with the 5 speed on it, made it so that Mikasa could block this with relative ease, committing very few cards. +1 to our check, though. We're going to drop the Pristine Swordplay. We're going to check a 6 anyways. Little bit of waste of the +1, but it's still proper play, right, to get those check bonuses out when you know that you're going to be playing a difficulty over 5. And now, this is why we didn't ready with Dottie earlier, because the Pristine Swordplay has to ready the Mutant Machine first, then Dottie can commit to ready the Mutant Machine. And if we have a 4th attack, we're going to be able to, and I think you're right, I think we did do the discard and draw too, because we're not doing it here yet. And I think we have the correct number of cards that we drew earlier. But Pristine Swordplay going to ready the Mutant Machine, going to potentially get +16 damage here. We haven't seen the Mutant Machine sacrifice yet.
Yeah.
So depending on whether or not there's another attack, here comes the Dottie, so there should be another attack. And if it's another Pristine Swordplay, that one can swing for 16 damage. Sorry, not +16, but 16 total.
Yeah, which, again, is showing how we can get to this, this higher life total that Mikasa does have, of course. But Ryan, again, having played better defense this game, being able to block these moves. So even this one, this is a 9 mid.
Still blockable with the stage that we have, though, correct?
Yeah, so on a 10 minimum, depending on what this block is. Bonus task.
On a 12?
Yeah. Needs a 5. There it is.
Commit everything, though.
Yeah, including the character.
Which, I mean, going into it, you had to know that was the math, right?
Yep.
You had to know that was check a 5, commit everything was the gambit you were going for.
Taking a look in the discard pile before we make the decision. I can only imagine, depending on how many. Hey, there it is.
A little late, but yeah.
If we see however many Pristine Sword plays we see in the discard pile, makes whether or not we need to block this one or not. But I mean, you have the correct block math.
I think the biggest question here is, do we need Always Cool for the next attack?
That's fair.
And realistically, we could have sacrificed Always Cool on this attack to lock it at 4 damage, and I don't think we need to block it. However, losing the 1 resource means we're not blocking anything with Massive Mute Machine stats on it ever again. So a very difficult decision here for Ryan. Potentially, Barrett, in retrospect, hindsight's 2020, should we have used Forcing Surrender? Give us -1 difficulty to our block. We could commit everything but Always Cool. And then we would have the Always Cool response ready to go for the next attack, and there is no next attack.
Yeah, so, I think Ryan really kind of going to beat himself up about that decision later on if it really ends up being the decider. But builds a couple more passes, and Ryan is going to have another opportunity with a pretty good stage size to finish off this 15 life total that Calvin has. We just review another Coenmas?
Yeah, we blocked with one, then we reviewed one. In which, if we have a weapon at the ready in our stage, one of the cool ways you can activate Coenmas is remove 3 from discard for cost on weapon at the ready. And we saw a Focus Gravity Beam, you could remove 1 from hand. So there's a lot of sneaky ways to activate the form on Coenma's task, which, for all intents and purposes, is usually a game-winning form, especially for decks like this. I've played quite a few games with Coenma's Task in the past where I could search for as many attacks as I want, but it didn't matter because I didn't have the board state necessary to play them all. Mikasa, this deck's built to play them all.
Yes, exactly. Finds so many cards in hand. It has ways of getting rid of and removing them from hand or getting in the discard pile. And that's exactly where you want them to be because the extra ones that you draw means you can plus the form. But Anchor Toss going to be the first attack here on the side of Ryan. And then here is another Fortitude of the Armored Titan to give +1 difficulty to all of Ryan's moves. And this one loses its keywords. Not that it needs ranged or weapon, I suppose.
Yeah. The keyword's not doing a lot here, but the +1 difficulty to everything hopefully will.
+3 damage on these, which is why I think a lot of the players have been leaning towards this Anchor Toss in this kind of deck because they're never for 2 typically,
Right.
And they still leave the card pool as long as there's not any sort of interaction from the opponent, which is exactly again the style of what this deck is trying to do. But we're just going to take the 5 here for Calvin, going down to 10.
And I think one of the biggest difference makers on this turn is potentially the Dark Ward.
Yeah.
Calvin has utilized that breaker defense primarily to slow down the opponent, but Dark Ward cancels breaker because it's played from the card pool.
Yeah, so this Anchor Toss was on a 5. We checked a 3, so that's why we had to commit the extra 2 foundations. And then we keep showing off this dual needle lunge that we know is coming. Another Anchor Toss for 5 damage. I can't imagine this is one you block, but you know that a dual needle lunge will be coming your way. So you have to have a high block for that if you take this one. Instead, we're just going to go for the full block with this Hunter's Ally in Calvin's hand. Showing off that top cut Hunter's Ally all the way back from Denver of this past year. And then there is the Pumat Soul effect, discarding the card from hand to then draw 2. Dark Ward did get used there. Did we have a Shobujins?
We did, yeah. We had the Shobujins, yeah.
Cancels that breaker, like you said. And then here is a Gravity Beam on a 5 as well. Checks a 3. Very quickly. I mean, this one, again, I always forget, but it has powerful 3 on it. And you know, later on in the game, it matters because you have the momentum. So it's already at 7.
Yep, going to remove the card from hand so it'll leave the card pool after it resolves. Stun 1 coming down. Powerful for +6 damage. That's going to make this a must-block scenario. And Calvin doesn't have it. So we're going to get a game 3 off the back of a 1 low for 13.
Wow.
I mean, sometimes the squeaky wheel gets the grease. You know, you had like you said, you got the powerful late in the game. You know, got to spend the resource, and it worked out. I mean, realistically, Ryan had another Anchor Toss in hand, you know, and that turn was probably far from being over. But the powerful really locked it up.
Well, Pumat's going to go first in this game 3. What do we think? What do we think is going to be the result?
I think I think this matchup is almost completely determined by how Mikasa's turn 2 goes. Because in game 1, Mikasa didn't get out of the starting blocks very quickly. And even with Calvin, you know, sort of having that mishap with the sequencing, the amount of effects stacked together were still enough to help him buy that turn. Even though we didn't get to do the one big breaker that we wanted, having the 2 breakers spread out while not as potent was still enough. But in this game, Ryan got on top of him a little bit earlier. Still wasn't like the insane turn 2. Still got attack sealed. Still went to turn 4. Still late game for Mikasa. But it wasn't the pressureless gameplay that we saw in game 1. So that little bit of pressure forcing Calvin to still use resources early, I think kind of, you know, set off the kilter a little bit. Like the turn that Calvin had, the pristine sword play.
Yep.
If it was double sword play instead of shocking entrance, we probably still can't win because we didn't have the mutant machine already built like we did game 1. But we needed one more attack to even threaten lethal in that game. So the more time that Calvin has to get set up, the more time he can sculpt without getting pressured, the better. One of the biggest things about Pumat Sol is to use his abilities defensively, you have to block with attacks.
Yep.
If you're blocking with attacks, you're not playing them on your own turn.
Yeah, and even this build 4 here from Calvin are, not necessarily like the best enablers of like what this deck is trying to do. They're great defensive pieces, right? Speed, and then we have the gaining of the lights that we didn't really.
Symbol is trying. Okay,
I'm not.
This is what air symbol players have been dealing with for years, Barrett.
That's
Bryant.
true. Meanwhile, on the other side of the board, immediately from the first build turn, we have a board which we already know is great for Ryan in this matchup. Weapon Clash for extra foundations, extra card draw on the pushing the limits, and then there's that weapon at the ready, which now means every single turn from here on out, Calvin has to be worried about an attack being stacked on top of Ryan's deck, which is just extra gas in the tank.
Yeah, this is a pretty powerful one early, though. Got the Hunter's Ally, going to discard an ally card to draw 2 cards. I would assume that we're immediately going to build the Team Hero 15, if only because all of the foundation options that are allies can also be built by Team Hero 15, and you can choose to do that at your leisure later on if we want. So if we need that Shobugens defensively, Team Hero 15 can build it later.
Yep.
But if we get an ally card that we would rather have offensively later in this turn potentially, or on a future turn, we can save it for that. So the versatility, again, that Team Hero 15 has added to characters like Pumat Sol is pretty insane.
Yep, there's that weapon at the ready already happening. As we remove those 3 cards, there's now a dual needle lunge on top of the deck. And Ryan said, I'm not even going to blow up my stage after we use that weapon class because I just know you're not going to kill me here as we just take the 5. So it's just going to be an extra card in hand for the next turn.
And that's such a heads-up play by Ryan because he's utilizing the resource on the rival's turn, right? He's now going to have weapon at the ready on his own turn as well to potentially get another attack. And dual needle lunge can create this sort of soft loop with weapon at the ready. We don't have a way to ready weapon at the ready to do it over and over, but dual needle lunge can spend itself from momentum with EX2, right? So you play the second copy, you spend the first one, and then you stack it back on top, draw it with Mikasa. Luckily, though, Calvin built Macho Concealment, which is probably, if I had to guess, going to be aimed at, well, it's the only enhance in the stage, actually, that Macho can cancel. So that's a huge build from Calvin. Even though Ryan did play that really well, he's probably not going to get to activate his full sequence of effects because Macho Concealment can cancel any enhance ability played on a foundation.
Ryan getting a clarification, just asking about Pumat. And then I can only imagine probably that dual needle lunge being the first attack we play. Yep, there it is on a 5. Checks the Judge promo fashion icon.
Yes. I think it's the Judge promo, yeah. One of the rarest of all the promos from MHA era, the Chibi series that I don't think I've ever seen that in person actually either.
I have one.
Yeah.
It's at home, but yeah.
The only Judge promo I have, I think, is the Selkie. Was that a Judge promo? Or am I tripping?
I don't know.
I think there was 2 versions of the Selkie. I remember people wanted like $400 for it at one point, just like the Midnight.
Jeez.
And it did not work out. People were selling Midnights for $400 because it was a mechanically unique promo. And then when Selkie dropped, people wanted the same amount, and they were like, that's not a beautiful anime woman.
Does get the block in, though, for Calvin. Full block on that dual needle lunge, but here's dual needle lunge number 2. Checks a 3. And very quickly, we are cutting our own life away, going down to 24 for Ryan. And like you said, still staring across that Monster's Concealment, so we can't just start pressing the buttons on this weapon at the ready. Team Hero coming in defensive.
Yeah, we've seen it used defensively pretty much every time so far, and it's been to build in this powerful Shobugen's Breaker 2 effect. But we can get any foundation we want. We've seen it for Inspiring Song, too, for -1 to a check, which, whether or not that was what deterred Ryan Field from attacking more, or if he just didn't draw more attacks, it certainly worked out in Calvin's favor for that for a moment. So I believe this is Fight for Truth.
Yeah, the Pearl version of it.
Yeah, Fight for Truth is interesting. I don't think it's going to do anything in the immediacy. However, at the end of this turn, we're going to be able to mill 3 cards, add 1 to our hand. That's going to increase the consistency of what is effectively a Pumat Soul combo deck. So Calvin hedging his bet the same way he did with the massive Mutant Machine in game 1, building resources to activate for a later aggressive turn.
Yep. And then we actually saw and then we see the Fortitude coming in as well.
On a 6, though, checks a 3. I mean, we probably weren't doing a whole lot of blocking after this anyhow. Trying to prey on the small stage of Ryan Field. 3 resources ready, but that's probably enough for the average Mikasa deck. As long as we keep drawing 4 diffs and we keep checking 5s,
Yep.
and they keep leaving the card pool, that Fortitude of the Armored Titan is not going to matter much at all.
And this one's scary, right? Because, again, it has a powerful 3, and Calvin has basically said, yeah, I guess I'm not blocking again with 2 cards in our card pool and only 1 ready foundation.
I mean, if there was an attack the block, it's the 1 speed
The 1
move.
low, yeah.
But now we see the stun happening, and Masho Concealment is the only foundation ready. Another stun 1 move means that Ryan can use Weapon at the Ready to stack a Dual Needle Lunge, but Dual Needle Lunge is a 5 diff, and it's 6 now.
We did have a low block. Checks a 4, which is just enough to commit that last foundation to get the full block on it, but we didn't even press the powerful on it from Ryan, which means another one could just show, yep, there's another copy. 4-5, checks a 3, has to commit 2 for it.
Oh, Weapon at the Reagan committed, so we're not looking for the Dual Needle Lunge play. Is Lethal Rending sacrifice face downs only, or can you sacrifice any foundation? Because Lethal Rending is the Constantine +4 block mod sauce, but we saw the Blitz actually win the regional for him because he sacrificed 3 ready foundations to pump the damage up to 9. And so
there's
you
the powerful.
Yeah, you can sacrifice all 3 of these face-ups. Lethal Rending potentially representing 12 damage here. We see a grip of orange from Ryan Field. I'm not liking Calvin's chances here, Barrett.
No, this is already for 14 damage. We'd have to have another low block, but we're completely tapped out and 3 cards in the card pool. So there it is, going down to 5. Any attack can basically get the job done. It doesn't even have to be with the Blitz ability off the Lethal Rending. But there it is on a 4-5.
Even if we check the 3 here, there's the fist bump, effectively the handshake. And Ryan Field is going to take down round 1 of day 2 in the UniVersus World Championship.
Defeating the first place point winner. And so there it is. Mikasa already starting strong. And if you ask me, a stronger start than yesterday.
Right,
based off of the final results. But Ryan coming in off of the heat. We talked about it yesterday. Winning and making your way from day 1 of the tournament is a real buff for these kind of events because you already have warmed up. And Ryan has already played 7 rounds with this deck.
Yeah, but let's talk about the match itself. Game 1, a barn burner. What was it? I think it was only 3 turns total. Well, no, because they built a bunch.
Yeah.
But it was still a barn burner, even though it started off kind of slow, right? It was build, 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 and then everything kind of culminated at once, and it was all focused around that. Again, it's a misplay, but it worked out for Calvin in the end. But the misplay around the breakers is really the story of that game 1, and yet the thing that mattered the most is just that Calvin had enough. If he didn't have that Goblin Bolt, he doesn't survive that turn.
Correct. And then game 2, a little bit more one-sided, I would say. A lot of
Definitely
aggression.
a Mikasa game.
Yeah, Mikasa game. A lot of regression coming from Ryan, just not really able to get the full kind of defense. I think Ryan finding those key pieces, though, that would help. We saw the double forcing surrender, having already a game plan, but things like Dark Ward really going a long way for that deck and the breaker sort of defense that Calvin was going for, all the way then down to that game 3 that we just witnessed, which, again, it's just Calvin never really being able to go and do that sort of offensive get pressure and the same result, and then that being the reverse sweep coming from Ryan there, getting the last 2 wins on those last 2 games.
Yeah, game 3 really showing, I think, the reason to play Mikasa right now in this format is just the amount of overwhelming number of attacks that came through. And granted, Calvin, things might have been different if he checked a little better on the Fortitude of the Armored Titan, but I really don't think it would have mattered. We saw how many cards, how many attacks Ryan Fields still had left.
Yep.
We saw him cash out in a huge way with the momentum. The lethal rending, was just the icing on top.
Absolutely. But congratulations to Ryan. But it's still obviously anyone's tournament. They have 5 more rounds to get through. Having a loss right off the bat isn't that big of a deal if you just continue to play well. And Ryan, of course, probably feeling really good going into this round 1 win. But we've got more to go through. We've got Godzilla Reign of Kaiju to remember, having super pre-releases happening all weekend here. Of course, with the actual pre-release happening next Friday on the 6th of March and the actual official release on the 13th of March as well. I think they want us to talk about our picks again. Now, we did pull a Focus Prism Beam and a Divine Defender yesterday, but I'm still looking for a Mechanical Monster. Meanwhile, I don't think we opened any of your picks.
No, I picked some high rarity stuff. I got all ultra rares and secret rares, but I mean, look at how beautiful Sacred Guardian is, man. That's a wonderful card.
Mothra's just a great looking character. But we're going to go ahead and open another one of these packs, and we have new camera technology for you all. We've got a
real pack opening
the
angle.
Actual, where am I? Okay.
To your left, yeah.
Yes, okay. So let me do the 3 for everybody.
Yeah.
Yes, we got a real pack opening. So, of course, I will do my absolute best, as I am also not very good at these. But we've got our Combined Perfect Form, Laser Cannon, Valiant Hero. These cards are just absolutely beautiful as well, just really showcasing a lot of the comic book art style from Godzilla products across the years and the ages. Tangled Grass, it's just, I don't know, man. Ooh, Low Guard.
Very thematic.
Repelling Fire.
Oh, another 4-check attack. There's more than one.
Oh, there we go. We got Hedora. I think this is actually the first Hedora we've opened all weekend. And then let's find out what our higher rarity card is.
Whoa.
Silk Rain, another one. Actually, I actually really like this card. Another Mothra piece, kind of really helping that character out. It says if it deals damage, you can just build it face down committed. So it's just like another one of those cards that we saw success on, like what Mikasa does. Cards that leave the card pool.
And it's a card that creates its own dilemma, because if it deals damage, you get a benefit. If it's blocked, you get a benefit.
Absolutely.
So this is honestly probably a limited bomb.
Yeah, absolutely. But that's going to be it for that pack opening. We've got more that we're going to be doing, of course, throughout the day. But that is going to wrap up round 1 for us here, Sam. Don't go anywhere, as we have more exciting action happening for day 2 at Worlds here in Dallas, Texas. We'll be back with round 2. Welcome back, UniVersus and viewers across the world. I'm Bear Bryant, joined for the first time today by Christopher Bromley, my wonderful co-caster for this round. Round 2, that is, for day 2 of the World Championships here in Dallas, Texas. And that was a barn burner of a match that we had for our last round, but the tournament must continue, and we have more rounds to go through. I know you weren't here for the first round, but these are, of course, the caster picks that we have for going into this event. And Tam even gave us the option if we wanted to change our cards. But what was it that you said earlier today in the sense of you should stick with what you believe to be the biggest cards of the weekend?
You called your shot.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
You called your shot. You got to stick with it. Yeah, I think that, we're one round deep into the main event, right?
Yes.
So we'll see if these cards come up. I'm pretty sure we're going to see Barrier Shields.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm fairly certain we're going to see Genkai's Guidance.
Haven't yet.
Oh, you haven't yet?
Yet.
In your first round?
Yes.
Oh.
But we did see Vast Hybrid Command Kraken.
Oh, he's right. Were any of mine on screen?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, I think we're playing with a Bridget this game, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, spoilers.
Oh.
But yes, we do actually have Calvin Tahan, who is 1-0 so far into this tournament, who had 357 points coming into the event. And
right.
Yes, he won the Toronto Regional, playing Godzilla for the majority of the year, did play Amajiki and Buffalo at the end, and is playing Nejire Hado, the second one,
This
for
is
this
the
event.
attack looping one?
Yeah, picks up 4-diff, right?
Yeah.
Is that what from the discard pile? Versus their opponent, who, yes, of course, as you kind of alluded to, is a
sorry.
Bridget. No, it's
I didn't
okay.
allude, I just said it.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, there was no alluding to anything. I just said it was Bridget. Oh, okay.
Never mind,
Well,
we're fixing it.
I just like looking at Calvin's face. That's honestly the real problem. Wow, now we're looking at my pretty face.
That's true, that's
which
true.
is okay, too. Barrett,
Yes.
what do you know about this character?
Nejire?
Yeah, well, I know about Bridget. They know about Bridget, right? Do they know about Nejire Hado 2?
Probably not.
Yeah. I mean, Nejire Hado 1 is a character that I played a lot.
Yes.
And I played the second one in a pre-release, and I thought it was cool, but the 6-hand size was a mitigating factor for it. So, tell me about the deck.
Yeah, so, I mean, the whole point is that I believe it does care about a keyword, right? It cares about ranged.
Yes.
So the idea is, in the similar
Charge,
sense,
I think,
charge or something, yeah. In the same idea, does use your life total and reduces it to pick up attacks from your discard pile.
Right.
But the first Nejire did it a lot more with stat manipulation, right?
Right.
So different kind of character, different play style. But on the other side, that is the Bridget, with Gavin Kale being the representative of that deck. Played multiple different decks and multiple different symbols across all these events. Of course, 9th place in Atlanta, 4th place in Louisville with that Porco deck, and of course in Buffalo, even played Innsmouth.
I like that guy.
Well, and it's funny, too, because Innsmouth sports the same, or at least 2 of the same symbols that Bridget does use, and some of the technology that people are putting in Bridget decks are the same things that Innsmouth are doing, right? So I'm excited to see how this one's going to go. Here's the deck list, of course, for Calvin, so you can kind of already see exactly what kind of attacks.
A lot of assets in the 6-hander.
Yeah, lots of...
So Calvin Tan to play 3 copies of Cape of No Return.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good one, right? It completely nullifies an attack. Even Cardboard Crusaders we're seeing here. We saw that in the last matchup today.
Yeah.
But we are even seeing another copy of Shocking Entrance, which we saw in the other deck earlier. But yeah, lots of 4 difficulty attacks, which makes sense because that's exactly what Nejire is looking to pick up.
This is a cool... we got card advantage with our Mothra attack. Oh, Electric Moth.
Yep.
We've got readied shots, right? Which... I love Ready Shot. Picks up Genkai's Guidance. Picks up some of these really cool spam foundations, right? Picking up Desperate Plea with it is one of the cool targets if you're not grabbing Genkai's, right? Stun Edge, I think is the name of this card. I'm not familiar with this one. We'll find out in the game. But Violent Anima Shot was one of my picks, and we got 4 of that. 3 Genkai's, and of course, the Premier Chaos move in Walk the Dog.
We're even playing Extra Cheese, which is crazy to me because, I think a lot of people, when they first read that card, again, a very unassuming comment from Ninja Turtles, but if it hits the discard pile from your hand or deck during an enhanced step, you get to build it committed. So there is something going on here, you can pitch it from an Electric Moth, and it builds.
Build it back in.
So you can do all these sort of, even if you pitch it from Shocking Entrance, you can build it, of course. So it is one of those kind of things where I'm excited to see what we're going to do with those extra foundations, or if it's just meant to be a little bit of acceleration, you know. But on the other side, of course, the Bridget deck I'm more excited to look at because there's a lot of things you can do with this character, and this to me is very much, I'm going to play these 5 difficulty attacks because I'm going to play City Rampage. And I like this because action cards that stay in the card pool with Bridget are really nice because you can flip them over for stats, and then it counts as a face down in your card pool for you to shove into your momentum if an attack lands. So I think some of these, like the acid screen, are very powerful in this character, but this is the first time I've ever really seen somebody really push the City Rampage version of Bridget instead of the kind of more utility-based, you know, invisible infiltrations, using like fillet flings to like reuse a lot of resources.
It's for sure a very aggressive version of Bridget, right? There's none of the foundation destruction looping going on with fillet flings or anything like that. It's just, you know, pretty simple. Hey, here's my acid screens. Here's my overload sort of style of attacks, and we're gonna see if he can break through the impressive bulk that that Nejire 2 has. And on the flip side, right? I think that Nejire is not doing anything. You know, there's cute stuff, right? We've got a little bit of cheese we can do. We can reduce the cost of the walk the dogs to be able to pick them up because they are ranged moves with difficulty 4. If your opponent has 4 foundations committed, but apart from that, it's just pretty simple. Like, hey, I'm gonna play attacks, get more attacks, and then play more after that, right?
Yeah. I would love to even like have a conversation with Calvin after this event, regardless of what the result ends up being for him and if he converts to day 2 here. But this is a character that, I mean, I'm going to put it bluntly. Yeah. I don't think I've seen anybody play at a competitive level event.
No, this is the first time for
Toronto winning regional player choosing to pick this as his choice for the World Championship. But a build 5 coming in here for the side of Gavin, including like a History's Greatest Monster, is going to help us play a lot of these 5 difficulty cards that we already know is basically what this deck is built around.
Well, so right before rotation, typically games will have very good quality of like your normal cards, right? So the fact that Nejire has no, you know, stat manipulation at all means that the attacks are going to be doing all of the heavy lifting for us, right? And so you can see that with the moves that we're able to grab, right? And you can do it on your opponent's turn as well.
Yes.
This is functionally like an 8-hander, right? If you want to think of it that way, right? We're going to do it on both turns, reduce our health total. I look at them as kind of like a 19 health character because they're going to be reducing, but they get to absorb those first few shots.
Yeah.
Which is pretty cool into a lot of the format because you want to be able to hold your blocks for the big, you know, powerful moves. But yeah, good builds out of both of our players here, right? History's Greatest Monster, one of my favorite 3-diffs in the format for these sort of high difficulty attacking decks. Opening with an Ice Sword Execution, which is pretty good when you see an opponent with 2 Desperate Pleas on the board. Nejire herself is just a copy of Desperate Plea as well.
Yeah, true. Yeah, so, and it's a commit cost on Nejire to do that.
Yes, but she can only build foundations. Desperate Plea can build anything.
Yep.
But there's some cool synergy there. Calvin is intending to block, which I think is quite cool. That's not something that, you know, the Godzilla players are doing, but they played Amajiki for a long time before that, right?
True.
So the sort of more defensive playstyle is not something foreign to him.
Yeah, and, you know, we even have a little bit of back and forth here, of course. Not having an extra card already in the card pool for Bridget means we can't flip it. We can't give this attack +2 speed. But, of course, like you said, naming that Desperate Plea means that we've basically Sun 2'd right away. And even blocking now with this foundation on the side here for Calvin.
We both draw one, I think.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, from the...
It's a Brad Boimler card.
Yeah, Beta Shift.
Beta Shift.
And, you know, so even though we did lose those Desperate Pleas, we are still accelerating our foundations and our stage on our opponent's turn, which is exactly what I think Calvin wanted to do here.
Yeah, I mean, going second with a board like Calvin's is pretty nice, in my humble opinion.
Yeah. Smashing Stomp, though, coming in here as the second attack. And, you know, the thing about Gavin, even though you didn't connect with that first move, you don't feel super bad about it because now Bridget gets to really become online, right?
Yes.
We can flip over that Ice Sword Execution, and if any attack lands later on in this turn, you can start moving those face downs in your card pool into your momentum immediately.
Yeah, this one feels great to hit. Right?
Yeah.
Right? It just feels great to play, even if you had to commit some foundations, right? Just because Bridget gets to flip over the move that didn't hit, that wasn't going to go to momentum for speed, right? If this hits, it deals damage. It makes your next one +1 to the check to play the attack +1, which means your opponent is going to have to think, hey, do I block this one or try to block the follow-up? And so regardless of how the rest of this turn goes, right, this is like, hey, if I hit, I get to like draw a card, maybe build, and if they full commit to block, then you can play another move more safely.
Yeah, absolutely. And so that's the thing is, it's really going to ask the question here of Calvin used that speed hate earlier on. Do we have the low block? We do. It's that violent animus shot, which also has the breaker on it, getting the block. And now with
negating the +1 from
feels really good, as well as keeping those cards clogged into the pool from Gavin.
Wow. Yeah, okay. All right, so because, well, I think it wasn't a 7, but maybe we had a floating +2 to our check.
4, 5.
It was 6 speed. Right?
Yeah, because yes.
So acid screen being played here on a 6 functionally because it ignores face down cards in the card pool. Going to be tapping completely out, but it's going to hit, and it's I think a printed 4 high 7.
Yeah, and it draws a card as well because we have a face down in our card pool. So
this does mean that building out from here is going to be very, very rough.
Yes, completely tapped out and still going to have 2 cards in our card pool afterwards. But we'll get at least 2 momentum this turn.
Yeah.
But that first initial hit, I think, Calvin feels very comfortable taking at least like 1 turn early on in the game because, like you said, the cost of Nezare is reducing your total health.
Yes.
So if you've already taken the damage, you're allowed to hit.
7 is perfectly fine.
Yeah, that's 2 uses of this once per turn ability that doesn't actually directly influence your current life in the game.
Yeah, I think the only thing that didn't go Calvin's way is that he didn't check any 4 difficulty attacks until this block. He checked too well.
Yep,
too well. And he couldn't. I mean, it's fine because we were at full health at that point. But now on the following turn, on turn 3+, we're gonna start seeing Calvin picking up the violent animus shot that he discarded because that is arranged, right? He's gonna be able to pick up anything, right? The world's kind of his oyster from here on. We did get to add one of those face downs to our momentum. So even though the attacks didn't hit, we were able to change it into a momentum. And that lets us build a little more aggressively than I thought they would.
Yeah, 3 foundations afterwards. Checking at 3, though, on that last one means Bridget will get committed. So, and which is meaningful because Bridget's main defense is like chain blocking.
Yes.
Because you need that first face-up card in your card pool to start giving minus speed to your opponent's moves. So that won't be the way of how we're going to defend here from Gavin, and we're just going to have to use our stage and the cards in our hand.
So kind of crucial here is 2 surprising skills were built into this deck that has a not negligible amount of stun.
Yeah.
Right? With Walk the Dogs, with Stun Shift. Imagine, did you know that Stun Edge has stun on it?
Yes, it does, and tension.
And tension, yeah, it's a tension move with stun 1 on it, right? I like that our players are playing the kind of like simple tension moves, right? They're just good enough. Oh man, we're just gonna be building though.
Yeah, not finding any pieces that we want to attack with, and again, that once per turn from Nezare isn't enhanced. So if we didn't have any attacks,
you can't get the ball rolling.
But we'll at least have a block if Gavin decides to respond and play more attacks on their own turn.
Yeah, but if Gavin attacks, right, you gotta. If it isn't an Ice Sword execution, you might give your opponent more resources than than you want them to, right?
Those Desperate Pleas are now ready to go.
Yep. We do have a momentum for an Ice Sword, though,
yep.
right? So we might be hitting like a moment of rest. But speaking of high attacks that you could grab, this Ochako Foundation, this is the UR, quote-unquote, from
that deck,
the starter deck, I think picks up a high attack from the card pool.
I think actually this one has the student ability of unflipping cards in your stage, right?
Okay. No, this is the unflip. Whoa! So we can unflip Desperate Please if they were ready.
But there it is. Yeah, City Rampage coming in here now with that Ice Sword execution. So nope, no Desperate Please once again.
Yeah, but I mean, there's still this face down foundation that could be unflipped. I don't remember what it was.
I think it was a Fast Friendship.
Oh, that's where we got the -3 speed from. On the
earlier on, on that first block of the turn.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if I were going to be attacking as Gavin, this is the line that I would want, right? Specifically, right? If you using the moment of rest to reset the speed, really valuing being able to block this one before Gavin committed to freezing anything. So, yeah, I think I would have waited until the freeze happened.
Because now we can pick the moment of normalcy.
Yeah.
There it is. Yep. Plus the 5 damage as well that it will get. It also, again, it came in with the 1/1, so it's going to have the damage, obviously the speed. But there is a team hero coming in as the block. Checks a 3, though. So you're going to have to commit quite a few of these resources as it's still a 5 high.
Not going to be able to build it down because it's not a foundation. Second Ice Sword execution. Uh-oh, Jenkins. All right, so here's the thing. Nejire can pick up a Violent Animus Shop. You can pick up a moth, something moth. Electric moth. You can pick up an electric moth. We have very, very low block modifier, high attacks in our discard pile that we can tutor up right now. Unfortunately, we don't have speed reduction because the only foundations we have are Beta Shift and
something weapon.
Zero div, something weapon. Yeah, this is not speed.
Banshee Sword Shriek.
What's this one do?
It gives stats to weapons when they're played.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we have some ranged weapons, I guess.
Yeah, +2 or minus 2 damage.
+2 or minus 1
+2
damage.
or minus 1,
yeah,
yes.
Yeah. I mean, it's a zero div.
Yeah.
But these aren't speed hate, right? So
no.
So Bridget's going to give this one 2 speed. And that might put it out of range. So do you think that Calvin is going to be
I don't think we're blocking anymore this turn.
I think you could block, right?
Bridget's just so fast, right? We're at 8 high.
Not blocking this one, maybe. And it's still possible.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
But we could be blocking later this turn.
I think the fear, right, is that if you can't block the first one, as long as the base stats of the attacks are good and high, and all these are 5 diffs, right, because that's just what the deck is doing, you're always going to have a face-up in your card pool from the last attack that you played. So this is going to move a card from the card pool into the momentum, and now we still have this face-up Ice Sword Execution for the next attack. So as long as more attacks keep coming, they're always getting +2 speed over and over and over again.
Man, Heat Ray?
Yeah, so
we're just playing Heat Ray.
Yeah, 7 low base. It's going to get the 2 speed, and then when it connects, you can selectively flip more pieces. Wow. I'm already really liking this because it's not just what Bridget can do and move all these pieces around and generate momentum, but it's also a lot of board interaction, right? Ice Sword Execution, tapping things down. This Heat Ray connecting and punishing when it does land, right?
Well, so Bridget's twice per turn is on the momentum that can leave the card pool, right? Flipping cards for speed is not game.
Over as long as you have one.
Yeah. So I guess it's a question of whether or not we want to flip the Ice Sword Execution because this is already 7 speed, right? If you value the momentum,
connect, it already gets the extra its own of difficulty card or 5 difficulties in your discard pile. There's the 2 speed.
I'm Bear Bryant here at UVS Worlds 2025, and what advice would you give to a new player?
Keep playing, keep practicing.
Just keep playing the game, play as much as you can. You'll learn something in every single game you play.
Don't get discouraged if you're losing. Losing is a lesson. It's very easy to get in your own head, especially at these big events, and you're playing like me and not well, and you think it's gonna go. The last game was bad. This one's gonna go bad. Every game's a new game. So learn from your mistakes and don't let it get to your head.
Best piece of advice for new players, definitely don't get discouraged. Try to engage with your locals. Players in this game are very helpful, especially for new blood, so definitely reach out to your locals.
Find a locals or at least someone online that you can look at cards with and kind of get to know the card pool a little bit.
I think studying the card pool is the most important thing. Knowing what exists out there so you're not blindsided in the middle of a match.
Man, UniVersus in the year of 2025 was an absolute roller coaster. There was decks that were winning events that I don't think anybody saw coming. I think there were characters that were huge outliers and players who also won events that hadn't won any before. So it just, in the entire year was just a turbulent roller coaster of incredible events, incredible play. Everybody, we're back.
Whoa!
We just caught back up exactly where we were, which
Yeah.
is the heat ray connected, knocking Calvin down to 3, but we didn't have any more tags, so I thought it would be the end of this game, but that is not the case, as now Gavin Kale is building a couple more cards.
Yeah, the heat ray flipped our internet feed.
Yeah.
When it hit Calvin. So, fortunately for us,
I was like, what did you say? And I said, oh, our internet feed.
yeah, it flipped our internet provider. But it's okay. We've resuscitated it with the power of
Broadband.
broadband. Well, I was gonna say a character, but
Oh.
Mothra, Divine Moth.
No, which one has like an electric beam, though, like to repair it?
Mothra. Well, Ghidorah does like electric things. But yeah, in the old ones, they literally had like electric effects from Mothra.
Yeah, she's like Electric Moth, which is in this deck. Is that the noise that Mothra makes?
I'm attempting it.
Oh, okay.
I can't do it, man.
Scree!
Scree! Aww.
Anyway, it's looking a little dire here.
I mean,
for
Nedry
Calvin.
lived.
Yeah, we did live, right?
You know, imagine all of the health reductions you do now.
We can do them all. We can actually afford all of them. 31 total health. I mean, you can go all the way down to 1 max health,
Yeah.
right?
Well, so we're so developed into this board state, though, that ready shots are certainly going to be able to pick up Genkai's trainings, I think.
Guidance.
Guidance, that one. Oh, we can't. Those don't exist, actually.
Oh,
instead, we pick up
extra cheese.
Extra cheese.
That's what I was saying, which means we're going to find a way to get it back into our discard pile to build it.
Yeah. Cheesy. Dangerous.
Stun 1 on the ready shot. This one is really good for helping gain life back, but we don't have any momentum.
Yeah, it would be cool if we did, though.
Yeah, we haven't landed any moves.
I don't think I've ever read that response before.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's pretty nice.
I'm just there for the blitz.
Hey, look, here's your Electric Moth.
I love the art on this one. It's so...
The alt art is great.
It just makes me think of those, like, coloring books from the 90s with the dolphins on the cover.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then, so there it is. That's what we saw. We pitched the extra cheese, which allows us to build it committed, while also then still drawing... how many foundations are we against? Enough. So 3.
Yeah.
No, 10. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Nope. Draw 2.
Draw 2. Womp womp. But we can discard the extra cheese, build the card, right?
Yeah, we did.
Oh, we already did it? Okay. Well, you know, I'm handsome, so...
That you are.
Smart. Actually, off camera, I was playing Tim Friedley, UVS designer.
Yes.
In a gunslinging match just for fun, and he was playing this Jet Jaguar deck, and I just didn't understand it. I was like, I don't know how this guy kills anybody, but he played Electric Moth as his third move.
Yes.
And Jet Jaguar commits himself. If it's specifically the third time,
only the third.
Yeah. So he untapped, and then on the next move, I think he played like a blackout, and
yeah,
and I was like, isn't your character committed? And he pointed at Electric Moth. And
Giant
then,
enhance.
Yeah, and then I was like, oh, that's cool. Do you have to commit him now? And then he was like, no. And I said, oh.
Yeah, that's how you get to get around it, right? Yeah.
Cute. Yeah. It was cute.
Okay.
It was yeah.
All right.
For the people at home who are like, Jet Jaguar!
I mean, that's exactly what Sam wants to be doing. Sam said he's like, I'm interested in Jet Jaguar, but I specifically want to abuse the fact that I can get my character ready past the third one.
Sure.
So that you don't ever have to worry about that downside again, right? And I go, well, yeah, that's exactly it, right? It's Electric Moth does it.
It does do that. On 2 of his symbols, right?
Yes. Good. Or no, just good.
Yeah, just good. He has Chaos, Good, Void.
Yes.
Okay.
We did finally land with a move. That Electric Moth did connect, going down to 17 as we pass back to Gavin. But with only 3 life to play with, Calvin is going to have to play perfect defense here, or it will end up being the end of this game 1.
If there's another Ice Sword execution, I think it may be all she wrote. But
yeah, that's fair. Oh, hey, look, there it is. I guess we can go ahead and cut the feed, because I guess Bromley says that's all she wrote.
No, we won't cut the feed until Heat Ray hits.
Yes, that's because it will flip our internet.
Yeah, flip our brains.
This one, so we have 3 momentum. which means we can easily pay for the freeze here. We can double up again. We are going to name once again Desperate Plea, just not ever going to be able to get used this game.
Yeah, that's messed up, man.
Yeah, it's kind of, yeah.
It's okay. We're an 8-hander.
We are an 8-hander.
Did Calvin pick up on his turn?
Yes.
Okay.
The die next to
Is
Nezare.
how many times he's done it?
How many times he's permanently reduced his health.
Man, yeah, they got to be careful, okay? You've only got 26 max health here, okay?
Yeah, it's true. Compared to the 21 of Bridget.
Yeah. Boy, howdy. This is an aggressive hand. Holy moly.
I feel like most City Rampage deck. And remember, we had that military airship that we built down last turn after that heat ray connected.
You know what's funny about the airship?
What? It's kind of a non-bow.
No, what does non-bow mean?
A non-combo.
Is that what it means?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
It has anti-synergy. So again, Bridget, if her moves keep landing, your face downs in your card pool will go to your momentum anyway. Whereas the military airship wants to have another card to pick up, right? So if the deck is doing its thing, the military airship won't pick up a move.
Yeah, but it can pick it up even if it was face down.
Correct.
So
correct.
it's like a combo non-bow.
Yeah.
Non-bow combo.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, anyway, it was a
half-
because
a
of
half
History's
non-bow.
Greatest Monster,
Yes,
which is one of the best cards in the new Godzilla set.
it is.
I'm showing it to the camera that's not looking at us.
We'll do it later
Yeah.
when we open a pack.
Yeah.
But that is game one, going to Gavin Kale on the Bridget after that last attack did connect. As we go to the sideboarding, what does Calvin have to do here to beat against this Bridget onslaught aggressive deck?
Do better.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I think if he does better, he will do better.
I think most players will.
Well, they should listen to that, okay? It's like my coach used to tell me, try not to get hit so much, you know? If you don't get hit so much, you may do better in the game.
My coach just always told me whenever I would complain that it hurts when I breathe, they would go, well, what do you
Stop.
think you should do? Stop doing.
That's funny.
And then I stopped.
Fair. My coach that was telling me to stop getting hit, by the way, was my baseball coach.
Wait, that's hit by the ball?
I would get hit by the ball a lot.
Oh.
Yeah.
You know you're supposed to.
I was not good at hitting, so I'd crowd the box. But if I got on base, I had the record in my league for stealing home.
What?
Yeah, I stole home 4 times.
How old were you?
I was like 14 at this time.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay. I think that's still pretty
It
good.
was fun.
For stealing home
Yeah, I
at that
stole
age?
home.
Like, I was like, oh, you're playing like 6-year-old little league or something.
No. This was like I wanted to play baseball, but I just couldn't hit.
Yeah.
I just didn't have the
That
coordination.
is a
for
skill
it.
that you need to do.
Yeah. Well, I was a good fielder.
That's okay.
I was a good fielder.
Yeah, but if you're on the field, guess what you have to eventually do?
Hit the ball.
Well, yeah, you're in the batter lineup.
Yeah. I was not a pinch hitter for sure. Not.
Ah, that's
Anyway, so Gavin up a game, which means Calvin's going to go first. But I don't know, man. I don't know what we can do specifically to stimmy this matchup, even from the sideboard, right?
I like cheerleaders,
Okay.
but we struggled to get momentum at the early points of that game for Calvin.
That's because he just didn't have moves. Right? He like built.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he bled 27 life on the way there.
But cheerleader is good. Bridget really wants an enhanced up.
Okay, yeah, that's true. 4 filled with that in the sideboard.
I don't know how much that. I mean, okay, it's very good against Ice Sword execution.
Yeah, yes. And that's what killed us, really, was just we never had a board. We got stunned two'd because we had the gall to build double Desperate Plea.
The gall, yeah.
I do think that if we had waited to use the moment of normalcy until after the Ice Sword had frozen one of the moments of rest, that third turn might have gone differently. I think we
That's
had so
fair.
many moves,
Yeah.
it didn't really matter. But I do think that could have been a big difference. Man,
Whoa.
no.
Thrice try.
Oh, no.
Oh, never mind.
It's
Oh.
still so sad, though,
Oh,
because those are
yikes.
our only foundations. And even if you had all 3 of them, right,
Yikes.
our opponent expressed to us that they have Ice Sword executions that can target them, right?
That is, yeah. So having multiple copies of a foundation is very rough. And then not only that, only a build 2 going first because we were just very much flooded with 2 difficulty.
Pretty rough, yeah. But I think the follow-up turn is going to have a Cape of No Return. It's going to have ostensibly more foundations in it. So I think that we will have some breathing room. We will have some breathing room. Of all the cards to get committed, Nice Try is one of the ones that feels not as bad.
Yeah.
Because you likely used it on your previous turn to
Correct. It
Pass
still
checks
has a use on your turn
Yes.
when you commit them to pass checks and having them back.
Does this one rotate?
It does.
It does, even though it's a promo.
Yes, the promo didn't extend its legality.
Okay.
But it is a set 5 Undaunted Raid card from Mirio Togata.
Yeah. Funny that twice is on it.
That's just the promo one.
Twice try.
Twice try. Thrice try. We tried.
Yeah, but we only did it twice.
Yeah. Build 4 versus the build 2.
Well, and Gavin's gripping a City Rampage already. I saw
That's good. That's very good when it comes to the turn 2 aggression, especially if Calvin cannot get. Hey, you called that. What is going on, man? You and Sam are just actually calling exactly what happens.
Well, I had this thing where I used my eyes.
Oh, it was in his hand.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's in his hand.
oh, my bad. I didn't know.
Yeah. Oh man.
Build
Not what
3.
you want to see though. Build 2 foundation. It's like we went first.
It is like we went first, but
Except
the curve is crazy if we went first.
yeah. Oh, I've seen stranger things.
Wow, Bast Bast Hybrid, the Heat Ray, City Rampage.
Yikes. It could go very poorly.
This
right?
could go very poorly.
It could also go very, very well. If you check a 5 there.
On a 6,
Boy, howdy.
checks a 7.
This one can hit assets too, right?
It does commit an asset, and you can press that button first.
That's so sad.
We love Vast Hyper Chimera Kraken. Bear Bryant stocks going up for my picks of the weekend.
I just don't like it.
I know. Well, it's
it
rotating.
insists upon itself.
It's rotating, so.
So you don't have to see it anymore, Christopher Bromley.
That's true. Unless you want to play them in Hero 2.
I am a hero too.
We all are. There it is. Yeah, commit and freeze.
Of all the cards to freeze, the one that readies itself on your next turn
is a little, yeah.
Yeah.
But.
Yeah, whatever. This says I don't have an Ice Sword execution.
That is true.
Yeah.
Yeah. But then the -2 speed came through on the other side for Calvin. He wants to block this with a military airship.
Off
Checks
block. No, it's
3.
It's a full block, right?
Military does have a high block, yes. But we did check that 3 on it, which means we're completely tapped out except for Nejire.
Yeah.
And very quickly, this could go very poorly.
Yeah, we could actually take 31 right here.
Yeah, I think, yeah. Luckily, the heat rays won't be too massive, as this is only turn 2, and the amount of 5 difficulty cards in the discard pile are not very high.
Right.
Asset screen here on a 5/6 because of that face down and ignoring, and then we get +2 to our check still, so we checked a 7 on it. This will draw a card. This is all but likely to hit, which means we are going to be able to clear that face down out of the card pool as well and start generating some momentum.
Yeah, I mean, losing the 1/1 for turn is a little annoying, but for the added benefit of, hey, this is out of my card pool, is, definitely a no-brainer.
That's like yes, City Rampage gives you +2 to your checks, but it does count in the card pool, whereas this deck can actually move it away while still maintaining that +2 to the checks. Yeah, as long as you're not really looking for those extra stats, it does feel very good.
It's interesting that we're just playing every single, huge statted move.
Yep.
Because
5 diffs.
Yeah. Yeah. I am so not a believer in the world of 5 diff. 5 diffs feels so it feels like when I'm playing Mikasa, right?
Yep.
Every time somebody points at doing the lunge or another 5
And you're like, ew, yuck.
it's disgusting. If I draw that mid-turn, it's really bad. But for characters like this that can run City Rampage, right? You're functionally making them into 4 diffs, right?
Yes.
For the turn. And then if you can get rid of it from the card pool, even better, right? Functionally, this Heat Ray is a 4 diff because you've got the +2 to the check, and the City Rampage eventually went to momentum,
Yeah, exactly.
So we only had to commit 1 to play this as our 3rd attack for turn. It will assuredly hit, and we will be flipping 2 cards, including you could flip the Nice Try, right? Which means that it will stay committed.
Yes, it will maintain the state even if it gets flipped over.
Yeah, this is
Monster Aggression also coming in.
rough. I think we're gonna. I mean, as Calvin, you got to use your enhance, right? Pick up an attack.
Yeah, it's a free pickup. Whether you're gonna use it on the next turn, if we have a next turn. But the question is that we keep just checking very well here for Gavin. So if we just continue to check well, throwing a block away, impossible to block that.
Said we don't want any of these 4 diffs, actually.
We need to build. I think that's exactly where he's at. He's trying to get rid of these attacks because the only way I think he feel like he can survive is if we find foundations.
Sure.
because of this sort of onslaught that Gavin is putting up. All right, so that's our second move for the turn on Bridget, so we won't be able to clear any more cards out of the card pool.
Yeah, but we assuredly have more.
Smashing Stomp.
Smashing Stomp going to be on a 7, checks a 7.
Will give us another check plus going forward, and all but probably likely landing. It also has EX, so we can even guarantee that it lands.
Yeah.
Well, there's momentum we've generated.
Yeah. It's wow. What an aggressive hand we had there.
This does 6 damage. That would knock Calvin down to 9, and the Heat Ray that is in hand.
Well, so if we destroy a foundation,
9, it's just lethal.
it'll go to 7 damage, which means that the follow-up, because I know we have another acid screen in hand. I peeped
we do? Oh, okay.
I peeped it,
well,
yeah.
that's the easier one to play.
Oh, no, it's a Heat Ray.
Yeah,
Never
it's
mind.
the Heat Ray.
Okay,
So,
no, the Heat Ray would be big enough.
Yes, and we don't have to destroy a foundation
do not.
here.
Yeah.
Because we need to be able to pass it.
It would be on a 9 with +2 if you check a 3. You could tap completely out to get there.
And it's already 7 low, right?
Yeah.
But if you tap completely out, I guess we'll miss the 1 damage.
Well, the last one got 2 damage already. From itself. I think.
And we just put another 5 diff. You're 100% correct. Yes,
I think it would be lethal on its own.
And if we check a 3, it will be another 5 diff.
Yeah, I think that this is
just the line.
Yeah,
it's
we're
just lethal.
Going through the motions here, but I think it is going to be a lethal line. Oh, and it's +1 to the check, so you can keep up the monster aggression.
Oh, yep, there it is.
Even if you check a 3.
And there it is. It's going to connect. Can't move any more cards, but we do draw a card on the deal, going down to 9. And as we know,
acid screen.
We did draw an acid screen.
Yeah,
Heat Raid,
playing Heat
6,
Raid
7, 8,
anyway.
9, +3 to our check. Checks is 6. And just like you said, we're able to commit 3 of our foundation or 3 of our cards.
Yeah.
Don't need Bridget at this point. It's already so fast.
Insult to injury. That's another attack in the art for its enhance.
Yes.
Yeah, man. Rough.
For 6, we're just looking for +2, which
1,
do we know that the other
2,
one got?
3,
4,
5.
6.
I saw 5.
I think it's 6.
You think it's 6?
Boom,
oh,
+3.
yeah. You're right.
I counted 1.
His eyes worked better than mine in this instance. One
Blowing
more
1.
for 1-1.
And there it is. Shows the hand, even with the low blocks on the violent animus shots. That is going to be game 2, and the match going to Gavin Kale on Bridget, defeating Calvin Tahan. But still, only 1-1, of course, going into the rest of this tournament.
Yeah. It's not all she wrote for Calvin.
No, absolutely
for sure.
not.
Yeah, and with an opposite deck, I mean, this. I know it feels like Calvin didn't get to do very much, right?
Yeah.
But this is a situation where if Calvin did get to build out, right, he had so many tricks and tools available. It just so happens that Gavin's playing like a lot of random stuff that was really like throwing wrenches in his bicycle chains.
Yeah, exactly. The water symbol, surprisingly, even though it didn't have a lot of representation across the competitive year, has a lot of good tools, as we saw already, right? I think what I really liked about the City Rampage deck, at least specifically from Gavin's deck, is we're not, like, you don't see the Godzillas on water, but the actual 5 difficulty moves that you can play to synergize with the City Rampage on water are very high impact, and they love touching your opponent's stage, which I do think is a very powerful strategy to be going into this tournament with, because of being able to commit to key defensive foundations, being able to flip them permanently, right?
Yeah.
We talked about yesterday, you know, out of all the avenues that you can touch your opponent's stage, seal, commit, destroy, flip, etc.
Destroy and flip are the most powerful.
Yes, and so, you know, being able to play a Heat Ray and generate momentum and clear your card pool a little efficiently, the same success on why characters like Mikasa are having right now, Bridget gets that done, but plays on a different axis.
Yeah.
And I just think it's very powerful and very successful, even for a character that only has 2 symbols for like support across the tune.
Right. Yeah. Interesting that the Guilty Gear characters didn't get the health boost that the Attack on Titan characters did. Right.
Yeah. I mean, she's a 721 with repeatable speed manipulation and momentum generation.
So the momentum generation is it feels like, right, it's compensation for having to flip your moves.
Yes,
right?
yeah.
And you get the added benefit of, like, you know, hey, some of these things are leaving the card pool.
Yeah.
Weird shenanigans, very strange synergies that you get there. But she feels like a pre-Attack on Titan character in that way. And so that's interesting that sort of pulled back from that mentality. But yeah, 2 quick ones for us over here.
2-0 for Gavin, going to be moving at 2-0 at this tournament. But, of course, we do still have these super pre-releases that are happening for Godzilla here at Worlds. And I think that means they want us to open another pack here as well.
Oh, no. What a horrifying thought.
Of course, remember, you can. Here's the picks for us. Mine were already here on the previous one. Bromley.
I haven't pulled an unmatched power all weekend. Okay?
Bromley, these cards aren't in the set.
You mean I can't pull a Golden Death from Godzilla Reign of Kaiju?
No, you cannot. All right, we have the new fun hand cam technology for everybody. Let me move some cards around and do this again.
Oh, whoa. And we got the bokeh?
I got to find it. Hold on, guys. Sorry.
Nice job, Brian. Brian really out here with the... What kind of lens is that?
All right. Brace for impact.
Oh, it's
absorbing pollution. Oh, I missed a card. I'm sorry, everybody. Protector of life.
Yo, I like that one.
I like this one. Ruthless Guardian. I'll let you know if I pull a Golden Death for you, Bromley.
Thanks, dude. Appreciate you.
Benevolent Kaiju. Kaiju Brawl.
Okay, all right,
Countermeasure. I actually like that one, too. Artificial Power. Godzilla. Shin Godzilla. And then we have, for our foil, Godzilla versus Gigan. I actually really like this one because it's the same idea of like just a foundation that tenacious. You can add it back to the top of your deck of just like guaranteeing a check.
Hand.
Yeah, exactly. And even then, when you remove it with Gigan, you can generate a power token in your stage. So it's like compensates and gets those stats a little bit better.
Pretty tight.
Do you want me to do yours as well, or are you gonna?
I'm gonna reach over Barrett.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
All right. See, over here we've got
Otherworldly Power.
History's Greatest Monster. Behind that one, we have History's Greatest Monster. Built for battle.
Oh, I like that one. Yeah.
A good one, Div. Yeah, Bite and Claw. Yeah, you know, if you got the power tokens, sacrifice a power token, do it. You know, I wish more things generated power tokens.
Yeah, that's fair.
Than use the power tokens.
Oh, here we go. Gigan.
Whoa.
And wait, that's an uncommon. You didn't do the thing.
I didn't.
All right, okay, uncommon, and Malicious Assault, another one of the 4 checks in the set. There it is, another ultra rare added to the collection.
Yeah, I had an extra card though.
Oh yeah, History's Greatest Monster, number 3. Wow, what an absolutely loaded pack with triple Godzilla, History's Greatest Monster. All right, well, I have this other thing that we're going to talk about, but not yet, I suppose. That's going to be it for round 2 from us here at the caster desk, but we have 4 more rounds before your top 16 are decided moving into day 3 of the World Championship. So don't go anywhere. Bromley and Sam will be back with round 3 very soon.
Yeah, high 3.
Brian here at UVS Worlds 2025, and what advice would you give to a new player?
Keep playing, keep practicing.
Just keep playing the game, play as much as you can. You'll learn something in every single game you play.
Don't get discouraged if you're losing. Losing is a lesson. You know, it's very easy to get in your own head, especially at these big events, and you're playing like me and not well, and you think it's gonna go. The last game was bad. This one's gonna go bad. Every game's a new game. So you know, learn from your mistakes and don't let it get to your head.
Best piece of advice for new players: definitely don't get discouraged. Try to engage with your locals. You know, players in this game are very helpful, especially for new blood. So definitely reach out to your locals.
Find a locals or at least someone online that you can like look at cards with and kind of get to know the card pool a little bit.
I think studying the card pool is the most important thing. Knowing what exists out there so you're not blindsided in the middle of a match.
Man, UniVersus in the year of 2025 was an absolute roller coaster. There was decks that were winning events that I don't think anybody saw coming. I think there were characters that were huge outliers and players who also won events that hadn't won any before. So it just, in the entire year was just a turbulent roller coaster of incredible events, incredible players, and incredible gameplay.
UVS in 2025 was a riot. I mean, I think that this is the first year we've seen in a while since character cards started showing up in the cosmos, you could say. And I thought it was very neat to see Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle characters, Attack on Titan characters, and Mitchell Cimino in top cuts, right? Nick Reagan. So it's kind of like the best of 8 million worlds in 2025, including our own.
2025 was definitely a big year for UniVersus.
I love the diversity of releases for 2025. The return of fighting games for 2025 was a huge deal for me personally. And I loved a lot of the new locations we tried out for going to regionals, despite maybe some geographical concerns.
The biggest standout character and event, really, that shook me this entire year was with the premiere of backups coming into the fray of all the competitiveness. Louisville, where Wub, Calvin Harrigal, takes down the entire event with Zeke Yeager Warchief, and then his opponent, Caden, also playing the same character on a different symbol and a different playstyle. Impeccable performance from that character.
Standout products, definitely. I mean, for me, it's got to be the Fighting Game Challenger Series, and Guilty Gear finally making its way to the fighting game card game was a huge deal for me.
I'm excited to see new characters, right? Characters that haven't been seen at events just yet. Not just characters, but also people, right? Day one of Worlds is basically an LCQ. We get to watch the whole thing, right? And so we get to see people from all over the country, all over the world, clashing against each other to get their spot on day 2 and potentially day 3. And I think people have been brewing. We haven't had an event in a couple months, like a real event in a couple months, which means that since the ban list came out, since new products have come out, there's going to be a lot of new spicy technology that people are going to be busting out. So I can't wait to see what people have been brewing.
I'm Barrett Bryant, and I look forward to commentating this entire event this weekend, so tune into the action, and thanks for watching.
I'm Chris Bramley. I'm here to bring you some UVS gameplay, and look pretty doing it. See you very soon.
I hope to see you on the battlefield in 2026.
Hi, everybody. I'm Barrett Bryant here at the 2025 UVS Worlds, and my first question for you is, what character, aside from the one you're playing, is going to win the whole event?
I think Mikasa 4 is probably the best one to win, just because really consistent aggro deck.
I think it's Rodan has a pretty good shot right now.
Rodan.
That Mikasa list is pretty broken. It might get there easy.
Probably something like Deku or Rodan. Rodan's a really strong character. He's just always got good answers, and he's really hard to kill.
Well, Barrett, I'm not actually playing, I'm actually judging, but wildcard answer, I'm thinking Jiro 2.
What's up, everybody, and welcome to UniVersus Worlds 2025. My name's Tam, and with Godzilla Reign of Kaiju right around the corner, I thought it would be a great opportunity to take a couple of content creators and tell you the absolute best ways to pre-release.
Hey, I'm Mitchell from the Trading Post. I am second place, I think, in points. I'm on a character card. I play UniVersus. Here to play in the World Championships this year.
I am Christopher Smith, or Chris Smith. I go by Brody1 on Twitch and YouTube. You can find me on either platform.
My name is Paul Butler. I'm the founder of Coping with Cardboard, which is a YouTube channel on YouTube that makes fun stream content and easily accessible content for everybody.
My name is Brody. My channel is Broden Kanan. I do a lot of UniVersus and other TCG content.
So the character that I'm most excited for from the new Godzilla set, I think, honestly, would have to be the Mechagodzilla Kiryu.
The new Mechagodzilla.
The new Kiryu.
The way that he plays with cards from his removed from game pile, and I love this whole idea of having a second hand you get to play with. It's such a unique thing we haven't seen in UniVersus before.
That's a hard question. I actually have 3 of them, but I'm going with my number 1. It's definitely Mothra, Divine Moth, I think it's her name. Just the fact that she is just a defensive character makes me excited to play that character because I love playing defense in our game.
For Godzilla specifically, you're going to want to look for any amount of synergies that you got between characters that you pulled and like your rares on up. But definitely making sure that you have like a good spam foundation base between 1s and 0s is pretty good.
I think like if you can at least, build enough attacks, have enough foundations and slam them together and just have fun and play with the character and just read new cards and have fun with your friends. I think that's the number 1 thing is that.
My favorite thing about pre-release is using the new cards in the set in a format that you are not able to do normally. Like in Standard, you're able to explore with a bunch of different cards, combining them and doing a lot of cool things that you normally would not be able to do.
My favorite thing is getting to rip new cards and getting to see art that I've only seen online and really getting to appreciate it in person. The art designers of this game do such a good job, and I think the new Reign of Kaiju set has some of the best art that UniVersus has ever seen.
I like the team up aspect of it, where you can table talk and it's like you versus the one boss, and you can be like, well, do you have this enhanced? Can you do this enhanced? Or it's kind of like, hey man, I need just a little bit of this. Can you help me out so we can, progress our game state? And it's more of like a team game, which is basically what PvE is. It's just a team on the boss, and that's very cool.
I think PvE opens up a lot of new experiences for UniVersus. You get to build a deck that can be tailored for this new experience, so you can do a lot of cool things like focusing on helping out the players you're playing with and taking down the tailored PvE boss, and then you can also bring a new cooperative experience to the game, which is really fun.
Hey everybody!
Godzilla Reign of Kaiju pre-releases start on March 6th.
And go buy the Reign of Kaiju set at your local game store on March 13th.
Please go out and support your local game store, meet new people, and just enjoy the card game.
Get out there, ask your LGS that carries any UVS Games products about pre-releases. Encourage your friends to come and show up and have a great time slinging big attacks and powering everything up.
I'm Bear Bryant here at UVS Worlds 2025, and what advice would you give to a new player?
Keep playing, keep practicing.
Just keep playing the game, play as much as you can. You'll learn something in every single game you play.
Don't get discouraged if you're losing. Losing is a lesson. It's very easy to get in your own head, especially at these big events, and you're playing like me and not well, and you think it's gonna go. The last game was bad. This one's gonna go bad. Every game's a new game. So learn from your mistakes and don't let it get to your head.
Best piece of advice for new players, definitely don't get discouraged. Try to engage with your locals. Players in this game are very helpful, especially for new blood, so definitely reach out to your locals.
Find a locals or at least someone online that you can look at cards with and kind of get to know the card pool a little bit.
I think I'm Bear Bryant here at UVS Worlds 2025, and what advice would you give to... I'm Bear Bryant here at... Hi everybody, I'm Bear Bryant here at the 2025 UVS Worlds, and my first question for you is, what character, aside from the one you're playing, is going to win the whole event?
I think Mikasa 4 is probably the best one to win, just because really consistent aggro deck.
I think Rodan has a pretty good shot right now.
Rodan.
That Mikasa list is pretty broken. It might get there easy.
Probably something like Deku or Rodan. Rodan's a really strong character. He's just always got good answers, and he's really hard to kill.
Well, Barrett, I'm not actually playing, I'm actually judging, but wildcard answer, I'm thinking Jiro 2.
I'm Bear Bryant here at the 2025 UVS Worlds, and I want to know, if you could have any card reprinted back into Standard, what would it be?
Shigaraki 1.
See, I really want retro reprints, so I want them to reprint Team Psycho Soldier, but I don't want it in Standard. A card I'd love to see in Standard again. Friend of Animals from Heroes Clash. I really love that card. I love sticking allies into your momentum just for fun, and it works really well with Black Abyss. I think it's just a super fun card.
Easy, stun grenade.
Transform, but without the slam requirement.
Probably Recipro Turbo from MHA Set 1.
1.3 million just because it would be funny.
What's up, everybody, and welcome to UniVersus Worlds 2025. My name's Tam, and with Godzilla Reign of Kaiju right around the corner, I thought it would be a great opportunity to take a couple of content creators and tell you the absolute best ways to pre-release.
Hey, I'm Mitchell from the Trading Post. I am second place, I think, in points. I'm on a character card. I play UniVersus. Here to play in the World Championships this year.
I am Christopher Smith, or Chris Smith. I go by Brody1 on Twitch and YouTube. You can find me on either platform.
My name is Paul Butler. I'm the founder of Coping with Cardboard, which is a YouTube channel on YouTube that makes fun stream content and easily accessible content for everybody.
My name is Brody. My channel is Broden Kanan. I do a lot of UniVersus and other TCG content.
So the character that I'm most excited for from the new Godzilla set, I think, honestly, would have to be the Mechagodzilla Kiryu.
The new Mechagodzilla.
The new Kiryu.
The way that he plays with cards from his removed from game pile. And I love this whole idea of having a second hand you get to play with. It's such a unique thing we haven't seen in UniVersus before.
That's a hard question. I actually have 3 of them, but I'm going with my number 1. It's definitely Mothra, Divine Moth, I think it's her name. Just the fact that she is just a defensive character makes me excited to play that character because I love playing defense in our game.
For Godzilla specifically, you're going to want to look for any amount of synergies that you got between characters that you pulled and like your rares on up. But definitely making sure that you have like a good spam foundation base between 1s and 0s is pretty good.
I think like if you can at least, build enough attacks, have enough foundations and slam them together and just have fun and play with the character and just read new cards and have fun with your friends. I think that's the number 1 thing is that.
My favorite thing about pre-release is using the new cards in the set in a format that you are not able to do normally. Like in Standard, you're able to explore with a bunch of different cards, combining them and doing a lot of cool things that you normally would not be able to do.
My favorite thing is getting to rip new cards and getting to see art that I've only seen online and really getting to appreciate it in person. The art designers of this game do such a good job, and I think the new Reign of Kaiju set has some of the best art that UniVersus has ever seen.
I like the team up aspect of it, where you can table talk and it's like you versus the one boss. And you can be like, well, do you have this enhanced? Can you do this enhanced? Or it's kind of like, hey man, I need just a little bit of this. Can you help me out so we can, progress our game state? And it's more of like a team game, which is basically what PvE is. It's just a team on the boss, and that's very cool.
I think PvE opens up a lot of new experiences for UniVersus. You get to build a deck that can be tailored for this new experience. So you can do a lot of cool things like focusing on helping out the players you're playing with and taking down the tailored PvE boss. And then you can also bring a new cooperative experience to the game, which is really fun.
Hey everybody!
Godzilla Reign of Kaiju pre-releases start on March 6th.
And go buy the Reign of Kaiju set at your local game store on March 13th.
Please go out and support your local game store, meet new people, and just enjoy the card game.
Get out there, ask your LGS that carries any UVS Games products about pre-releases. Encourage your friends to come and show up and have a great time slinging big attacks and powering everything up.
Man, UniVersus in the year of 2025 was an absolute roller coaster. There was decks that were winning events that I don't think anybody saw coming. I think there were characters that were huge outliers and players who also won events that hadn't won any before. So it just, in the entire year was just a turbulent roller coaster of incredible events, incredible players, and incredible gameplay.
UVS in 2025 was a riot. I mean, I think that this is the first year we've seen in a while since character cards started showing up in the cosmos, you could say. And I thought it was very neat to see Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle characters, Attack on Titan characters, and Mitchell Cimino in top cuts, right? Nick Reagan. So it's kind of like the best of 8 million worlds in 2025, including our own.
2025 was definitely a big year for UniVersus. I love the diversity of releases for 2025. The return of fighting games for 2025 was a huge deal for me personally. And I loved a lot of the new locations we tried out for going to regionals, despite maybe some geographical concerns.
The biggest standout character and event really that shook me this entire year was with the premiere of backups coming into the fray of all the competitiveness, Louisville, where Wub, Calvin Harrigal, takes down the entire event with Zeke Yeager Warchief, and then his opponent, Caden, also playing the same character on a different symbol and a different playstyle. Impeccable performance from that character.
Standout products, definitely. I mean, for me, it's got to be the Fighting Game Challenger Series, and Guilty Gear finally making its way to the fighting game card game was a huge deal for me.
You gotta tell me
I'm excited to see new characters, right? Characters that haven't been seen at events just yet. Not just characters, but also people, right? Day one of Worlds is basically an LCQ. We get to watch the whole thing, right? And so we get to see people from all over the country, all over the world, clashing against each other to get their spot on day 2 and potentially day 3. And I think people have been brewing. We haven't had an event in a couple months, like a real event in a couple months, which means that since the ban list came out, since new products have come out, there's going to be a lot of new spicy technology that people are going to be busting out. So I can't wait to see what people have been brewing.
I'm Barrett Bryant, and I look forward to commentating this entire event this weekend. So tune into the action, and thanks for watching.
I'm Chris Bramley. I'm here to bring you some UVS gameplay and look pretty doing it. See you very soon.
I hope to see you on the battlefield in 2026.
Hello, everybody. It's me, Chris Bromley, and I'm here with my favorite 6'12" person, Sam Tate. Sam, you're coming off of a hot round of not casting. It was me. How was your lunch? How was your lunch, man?
It was delicious. We had some Raisin Canes. It was fantastic.
It was really yummy,
I
actually.
am refueled. I am ready to go, and we got a very interesting match coming up.
True.
Two characters that I think have made tons and tons of waves as far as competitive control decks go.
Sure.
And it's pretty rare, I feel, that in UniVersus we get a control versus control deck on stream. Like, truly control, not just decks that are good at blocking, not just decks that are good at surviving, but decks that truly want to deny your game plan. They want to prevent you from playing the game. So it's going to come down to who can prevent the other person from preventing the other person from playing the game. So now we've got control inception for our next matchup.
Very different styles of control here, right? We got Andrew Porrat playing Izuku Midoriya after winning back-to-back regionals earlier this year, right?
Yeah, he won the first two regionals and then said, I'm taking a vacation. I don't need to play anymore. I've done my job.
At that point, you just made Worlds, right, day two, so you didn't need to anymore.
And look at the character history, right? Played Rodan, control character, void symbol. Played Ghidorah, evil symbol, maybe the actual best control symbol in UniVersus history.
Right.
And now Midoriya on my favorite symbol, the air symbol, which despite recent designs in the last few years, is historically a very powerful control symbol. So Midoriya kind of bringing back into the fold the way that the air symbol can deny the opponent their ability to play enhances with skipping the enhance step and denying things with Masho concealment to just straight up cancel abilities.
And speed control is another way to control the game too, right?
Exactly.
If you have enough cards to block with, damage doesn't matter, right, a lot of the time.
Maybe the most common way. One of the things that got me into UniVersus from other card games was in other card games you have to draw very specific ways to counter the opponent's cards and deny them. But in UniVersus,
if you have the right zones,
every card cancels out the damage of an attack if you block with it.
And on the other side of the table, we got Justin Birch playing Mark Tyner, which is a classic evil control character, right? Justin,
evil control.
Justin is somebody who is not a stranger to top cuts or top tables. He played Smiling Titan last year. I think he played Smiling Titan as well, right? That was the second place against Kevin Broberg.
Yep.
This is
a smiler from the beginning.
He was a smiler from the beginning. Played Hanji Zoe twice in Louisville and in Toronto, and then is now playing Mark Tyner. Justin is somebody who can, it doesn't. I've never been able to tell exactly what he's going to be showing up with. I anticipate very aggressive decks, but Justin's just a good player who can play just about anything. And I know he loves the big moves.
Right. Going from Smiling and Hanji Zoe, you would kind of get the feel that he likes those slim, compact 60-card decks that have weighted options. And what I mean by that is when I played Hanji Zoe, I felt like every card I played had immense impact. I wasn't drawing a ton of cards. I wasn't trying to play long strings. I wasn't even trying to build a huge stage. I would build my 3 cards, but those 3 cards would be things like 9 Titans Throughout the Ages, cards like Driven by Retribution, like these really powerful one-time activation cards. And so I think Mark Tyner fits sort of that same role, right? Where you're trying to get a few really key pieces out, but you're not a Mikasa who's drawing a million cards. You're not a repeated 100% style deck where you're readying half your stage so you can flood the card pool. And Midoriya, same idea, right? We've got the 4 Phantom threat, and everything else is supporting that Phantom
protection for the combo. Yeah, this is a control deck that is trying to one-turn you, right? We're building up to a point of,
inevitability.
Some decks try to do this with throws, right? But those are not combos. This is a true combo.
Those
We're trying
to slow, grindy decks. This is a flashpoint, one-hit KO, knockout punch deck.
Yeah, and so Midoriya is a kind of a contentious character, I think. People don't like just, feeling like they didn't get to participate in the game, which can happen sometimes if you're playing a deck that relies on a single, point of interaction. But that's what this Midoriya deck does. It tries to mitigate your ability to play your enhances with its, character response. And And with the amount of interaction with the board that it can play, you know, it's just a lot of pressure it can exert. And then it can feel like no matter how many resets or how many action interactions you have or whatever, that they just had too many. And we'll see if that's the way it goes, because on the other hand, this Mark Tyner deck is filled to the brim with resets, filled to the brim with interaction, right? Runaways, filled with doubts. We have
Dr. E.G. Gaki
Team
is a
Dr.
4-0.
4X. No, is it 4? Really? Yes. Wow, it's actually a Fetus Deletus, right? League of Villains. Okay, we've got multiple speed and damage resets, and multiple ways to interact with our opponent's board in response. So pretty key here is the game that we're going to play where we cancel each other's cancels, right? Somebody's going to declare an interaction, and somebody in response is going to go, well, actually, and then they'll go, well, actually, and then he'll go, oh, actually. And so that's what we were going to...
The winner will be the first one who says, actually.
True. Well, but that deck, I didn't get to say, the attack lineup is very, very different, right?
Yes.
It's very much going to be a churny sort of attacking pattern where we're not going to play, you know, for one very big explosive turn, but, you know, maybe get an Attack Titans Haymaker out and start looping those turn after turn, right? Maybe get Colossal Confrontation to get specific board pieces out, right? And so I could see it going a couple of different ways for Justin on Mark Tyner, but only one way for Andrew Porat, right? Well, two. Either we get the combo off or we don't.
Right, and so similar to those decks that we talked about before, the Hanji Zoe, the Smiling Titan, they play those high difficulty, usually for control check attacks, and that seems to be Justin's style. He likes to kind of bide his time. Mark Tyner is not really the quickest character, you know, and those 4 check attacks allow you to play really high difficulty, powerful stage pieces. So we see things like more 3 difficulties than other decks, more 2 difficulties than other decks, and no real reliance on spam 0 difficulty foundations. So expect the quality of each card on Mark Tyner's stage to be higher quality.
Right.
But Midoriya can utilize even face down cards really effectively by committing them for -3 speed, or once we transform, every card in our stage, whether it's blank or not, becomes a powerful offensive threat, provided we actually get to utilize our phantom threat.
So one of the cool things about Mark Tyner specifically is the fact that you get to use some of these unique cards better than anybody else. You can have 2 female Titan attacks. Sorry, the female Titans in your board. You can have 2 copies of Seeking Relief in your board, right? You're allowed to have 2 Attack Titans sitting in your stage and loop them turn after turn.
So if you have 2 Smiling Titans in your stage and you form with both of them, can you not attack?
It's only foundations? Am I stupid, Tam Cardwell? He says yes. That's crazy. And correct.
He's double thumbs upping that.
I got so excited.
Now him and Rebby are high-fiving.
Okay, well, let's look at Mark Tyner.
Yeah, no, so it's a common mistake. The ability to have multiple uniques in your stage is only applicable to foundations. I made this mistake in testing myself.
It's the way I thought it worked.
I felt like a god. I had 2 airships out the first time I played.
Oh my god, yeah,
well,
fair.
it's such a silly ability.
Yeah.
At its core, the ability to ignore the unique rule is a silly ability that changes the way the game is. But what makes it extra confusing is the response. You can commit 1 unique card. So you can commit the female Titan in your stage.
Those are allowed to give +2.
Minus or buff your check, which is why I believe we are still playing the shifts. But the ability to have duplicates is limited only to the foundations, which is why it's that much more insane that he has 4 Team Dr. Ichigaki in the deck.
Well, yeah, what I actually meant was that you could get 2 copies of Seeking Relief in your stage, okay? So don't get too excited, okay? You guys at home, you just didn't understand what I was saying. When I talked about the Attack Titan attacks, I was talking about what some other people might think you could do, but not me, because I'm very smart and handsome. Anyway, here's another build turn.
We've got the Jaw Titan in the stage, so we've got the one shifted unique backup now, so we'll be able to check bonus with a backup, which I think is one of the actual strengths of Mark Tyner that not a lot of people talk about. Everyone's so focused on getting their own checks hacked, right? Getting your turn ended by check penalties, but being able to turn backups into +2 to a check is even stronger than Hanji Zoe's ability.
Yeah, we kind of have a natural growth of the types of these attacks that we can stand to play, right? On our first turn, we can play our 6, maybe 7 difficulty ones. On our second and third turns of attacking, we can start playing these 8, 9 difficulty attacks, just because we'll have more and more of these unique backups that can be used to pass checks, like we just saw there.
Yep.
Yeah, and Female Titan Attacks is one of these ones that I picked up during set 1 of Attack on Titan for like $2. And then now they're, $30, $40 right a piece. I felt very good about my buy there.
Stonks,
yeah, it felt good because it draws a card. It's like, it doesn't feel great, right, as a cantrip, but it does ready the backups, and then the other side of it can pick up, I think, Titan or kick attacks.
Puncher kick.
Puncher kick? Okay, straight up puncher kick.
Yeah.
No, the beast. We can just put it up there.
Read it on the
I was trying to test my memory. It is just puncher kick, but this was pretty.
So,
You go ahead.
what I was going to say is what's funny about this, so we saw the blitz to ready the backup, so basically a free 7 check pretty tight. Replaces itself, so basically a free attack. This card is an absolute value machine, and maybe ironically or unironically, however you want to listen to Alanis Morissette, I used to love the Female Titan in Midoriya, because it adds Phantom Threat from the discard pile to your hand, and Midoriya loves to play these kind of generic value pokes, and you don't really care if it deals damage. It is a little expensive, so you typically would only see like one of it. I think Mitchell Chimino ran one of it when he had a top cut with Midoriya, but I've always really enjoyed things like Urameshi Perseverance and Female Titan and Midoriya, so it'll be interesting to see, Porat doesn't have access to that. How consistently can he find the Phantom Threat?
Wow, going to be attacking with another Jaw Titan attacks. Boy, that life gain going to be very relevant here. I think we used. Did we? I guess we drew the card and readied the backup, so we have not used Midoriya's response, and we're still on front side of Deku, I believe. Right? We're still on the move here. I don't think we flipped. We flipped over to the other side onto Quirks Unleashed. Which one is it, Sam?
I don't know. I'm getting different answers from production. I'm blaming them.
Yeah, this is the alt art, right? That's the I think it's the front side because the opposite side has him in like angry tendril mode. But that means that we were able to.
Yeah, you can tell because his face isn't covered. Once he transforms, he covers his face.
He covers his face, yeah.
That is the difference, yeah.
I think you're right. But I think it's because we built so heavily last turn, we didn't want to also, or maybe we couldn't also commit 3 foundations on top of that.
Well, I think it's also one of those things where I don't know how powerful skipping 1 enhanced step against the Mark Tyner deck is, right? Because with these high difficulty attacks, because of the value of shifting, generally speaking, the blitz abilities on especially the original Attack on Titan shift attacks,
they're not super
are
relevant.
Just not that strong. Readying the backup and drawing a card is really good, but at the end of the day, is that really what you want to spend your whole character ability on when you already are confident that you can block it with just -3 speed, And then Jaw Titan attacks is not a relevant blitz until later in the game. Attack Titan attacks is a very irrelevant blitz until later in the game, and the Smiling Titan attacks is maybe the most irrelevant of all these abilities. So the only thing I think you're really worried about skipping the enhanced step on is Colossal Confrontation, which I'm not the biggest believer in that card. I love that card, but there's so many ways to answer that anyways.
Yeah.
There's so many ways that we flash with Cheerleader, we seal it with Filled Without. It's
not reliable in this specific case, yeah.
Now, we will need momentum to utilize the 2 cheerleaders that we have in our stage now that we have transformed and you can't see Midoriya's face anymore.
Right.
But so maybe the discarding momentum as we see the Smiling Titan hit the board could come into play. But for an early game sort of threat, I don't think the blitz abilities on these cards is the issue. The issue is just that they're 2 cards in 1.
Yeah, I mean, as we start to get more and more of these unique backups on our board, right? it means that Mark Tyner's response is just always going to be live, and we won't have to commit anything like significant to make the ability do its thing, right? Well, we're getting to the point where foundations don't really, particularly matter for that specific, sequence. But
looks like we had a quick question to the judge. I'm really curious what it was. It was handled pretty quickly, but I'm always afraid, when I first started playing UniVersus, whenever I would call a judge, I don't know why, but like there was something in the culture with all the judges at every event. I would come up, and before I even tell them what the issue is, they'd say, "Hi, do you have an issue? I can't coach." And it was always like the weirdest thing. Have you ever experienced that?
I can't
Like
coach.
a judge saying, "Hi, I can answer a question, but I can't coach."
Never.
No, I've never had that. I mean, I get why, judges can't like teach you how to play your deck or, but apparently there used to be a really common thing where people would call a judge. They'd show the judge their hand and go, "Is it better to do this or this?" or something like that. And seeing Justin like show the hand to the judge just reminded me of that. But
right.
Yeah, it was very funny. Like every time, especially Shane Duckworth used to judge, a lot of the PTCs back in the day. And I would alwabe like, "Hey, can I ask you a question?" He's like, "Yeah, but I can't coach you." And it was, I don't know. I've only experienced that in UniVersus.
That's very funny.
Yeah.
Shane was really fun to watch judging.
Yeah. The way he would pick up the card, like by the very corner of it.
Yeah. My favorite judge is Tim Friedlieb.
Okay.
Because Tim Friedlieb can like recite the rule book, but Ryan Pham, one of the funniest moments I've ever seen a judge was I think it was 2019 Worlds. I wasn't around, and I was playing something. I think I was playing Gil at this time.
Ooh, you would be.
It was before.
You would.
It was before that point. Before we had all of the Jetta stuff.
I was gonna say, if it makes you feel better,
before
I never thought
Hakusho.
Gil was a big deal.
I thought
everyone was a baby.
It was a fun. I was playing the TK Mastery and a bunch of 6-checks.
That sounds cool.
It was fun.
For those at home, Tiki Mastery is not like TIKI Mastery.
No, it's telekinetic mastery. Yeah.
Yeah. When you said that, I thought of like Tiki Idols, and I was like, that's a cool card.
I was playing against this guy, and his friend was behind me, like double checking things I was doing with like Manji ninjutsus and things like that.
Yes.
And I called the judge, and it's the only time I've seen Ryan Pham like angry.
Yeah.
He was like, "You need to step back, man."
Yeah.
I think he was like, he was answering the not Manji. It's the mechanical ninja.
The OG mechanical.
Yeah, original mechanical ninja that when you block with it, it comes down.
Yeah.
And his friend was like, "That's not how this works." And Ryan Pham was like, "Hey, man, step back."
Yeah.
And he did this in like a deeper voice, and Ryan Pham did not have a deep voice.
No.
Right? It was very funny to hear the judge voice come on.
Yeah. I like any judge that is willing to just be authoritative.
Yeah, you have to be sometimes.
Yeah, I really, I do it too because I'm not a good judge. I'm not a great judge. I try to be on top of the rules as best I can, but like the conflict resolution skills, I'm not the best at it.
Soft skills are like really hard to teach, right?
Yes.
And so for judges in general, that's most of your job is to.
It's not really knowing the rules.
Yeah,
it's conflict resolution.
it's to facilitate gameplay, right?
Yes.
And make sure everything, that if there was a mistake,
we're all playing the same game.
Yeah. And so that's the thing is that it's really tough to get somebody who cares a lot about the rules, who is also not going to be a huge jerk about it too.
Wait,
What?
we've got a. Oh, he's blocking with it. Never mind. Sorry, I thought we had an
Blocking with the Phantom Threat.
Yeah, you got to block Colossal Confrontation, man.
I mean, I'm looking at the board. What exactly can't we play through here? With a board this big? I guess we might not have answers for actions in hand.
I was gonna say, so it's open deck list, so he knows Justin has 4 filled without.
Yeah.
And he can't play through a filled without.
Yeah, and there's a not now I'm gaming on board.
If we had one momentum, we could play through a filled without theoretically.
Theoretically.
Because you could cheerleader to flash the Phantom Threat. No, because it's sealed. It doesn't get flashed.
It is just sealed.
You know what's funny is Midoriya doesn't give attacks flash. A lot of people, we use the flash moniker, flash nomenclature. But Midoriya just says skip the enhanced step.
Yes.
So if he didn't reduce speed, of course, obviously, if you didn't reduce, you could like skip your own enhanced
you
step.
could do that, yeah.
So like if your opponent has no cards in hand, they need like a damage reduction ability, like Invincible Body.
Right.
Maybe you skip your own enhanced step and send a 0 mid for 30 to win.
That's how this one's ending for sure, Sam.
I mean, I don't think that's that would be cool.
It's going to come down to the Invincible Body, right?
One of my favorite things about casting is just speculating on like what's the most unique way a game could end. And we get them sometimes. We do get some really unique ones, but speaking of unique ones, double King of Illyria here means you really don't want to enter the enhanced step and get your stuff bounced back.
Yeah.
Especially since substitute member is really good against these high printed speed moves. One of the things I love about substitute members for a long time now, for a couple of years, we've been relying on reset speed to printed. But ever since the Titan attacks that have printed 7+ speed,
They're less
those
good,
cards-
yeah.
Yeah, those cards haven't been as good. So substitute member, you know, kind of a callback to encouraging training partner.
Which
if
was a
you're all done.
callback to the Red Horizon set to 4.
Oh, Solomon's teachings.
Solomon's teachings.
Yeah, set to 3.
No, that's set to 4. It's set to 4.
It's a 2/4.
Is it 2/4? Well,
It's a
it
2
committed.
difficulty 4
It
and
committed to
commits
set to 3. Encouraging trainer partner flipped set to 4. So
yeah.
functionally the same. Yeah.
Yeah, and substitute members
Yeah.
now flipped to 3, so it's like they had a baby.
Yeah, they had it. Yeah, definitely one of the.
And I don't think any of those cards share any symbols across all 3 of them.
Not even the best genus card that does a similar thing where it resets it to a speed in the
your
card
rivals,
pool.
Yeah. Well, that one has good, right?
That's
Best
good. Yeah, it's
genes?
good. Yeah, it does have good.
Yeah. So, but yeah, that one requires your rival to have an attack in the card pool. And
I
speaking
think
of,
we're blocking with another attack.
yeah, this is block the attack Titan attack. So damage being dealt, half damage here.
I just wonder what we're worried about block. I mean, because I think that the way you. Okay, so Goblin Bolt can cancel enhance
and any
ability.
blitz.
Yeah. So you could use this on defense, right? But like I think that some of the best lines that Midoriya has are like opening with 2 Goblin Bolts into a Phantom threat, and so getting rid of any of these has got to feel bad.
Yeah, but if you look at Justin's board, you know, the goal, the end goal of Phantom Threat is to be a flash attack.
Right.
Right? If it is a flash attack, none of these cards in the stage matter.
Sure.
And so the thing that he has to effectively solve here is Team Dr. Ishigaki, which Goblin Bolt doesn't interact with, and Filled with Doubt from the hand, which Aerial Goblin Bolt doesn't interact with. So
Right.
until we get, I guess it's Stopping for Breakfast, is the air symbol way to cancel actions.
Which we checked on turn 1. There's only one on the board in the main board.
Yeah, or Tattered Costume, if that was on the deck list. I know we took a look, but I don't have it directly in front
I
of me.
think Tattered Costume is in the deck. Yeah, at a 1x.
So those are the cards we're really looking for now, because knowing that Justin Birch has 4 Filled with Doubt in the deck, and, you know, looking through the discard pile and not seeing, you know, 4 copies of it, and especially how small the deck is here, you'd have to assume he's clutching multiples of them. And so you're going to have to beat multiple Filled with Doubt to be able to effectively end the game with the 1-hit KO.
Yeah, the big I guess problem with the air symbol is that it has a lot less answers for action responses.
I mean, it's got 2 good ones.
It has good ones, right?
It has better ones than a lot of symbols, I think.
Good. It just has Koenmas though, right? Which is blanket. That's gone, right?
But that's a hand trap, which has a lot of value in the format.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, I will say Tattered Costume is great because it draws a card
Mm-hmm.
and it cancels other things, not just actions. Stopping for Breakfast is one of the weaker ones because it's a 3-diff, remove, and it doesn't do anything else, which is why you pretty much only ever see it as a one-of.
Right.
I don't think I've ever seen decks play more than 1 Stopping for Breakfast. I've seen a couple decks play 2 Tattered Costume, but as a unique that's also pretty narrow in scope, you don't see too many multiple copies.
There's always the question of like how many answers for answers do you need to be mainboarding, right?
Right, because your deck still has to have a game plan that you do on its own.
Yeah, against people who aren't, prepared for what you're doing, right? How many resets can somebody play? Oh, right, I've missed the damage. My bad. We're at 19. But yeah, with no momentum on board, there's no way to, fuel these cheerleaders.
And yeah, with the primary defense being sealing things, cheerleader is not the best answer in the world. We also have Not Now I'm Gaming.
Right.
Which is actually an answer to Midoriya committing his entire stage. So
I remember you were talking about it's this critical role card that lets you seal opponent cards on the beginning of the turn.
it's a death card.
Is it death?
Tranquility.
Is it tranquility?
Something of tranquility. Yeah, you both pick a card in each
Yeah.
other's stage. It's a 1/4.
Yeah.
I'm blanking on the name of it, but it's something of tranquility, I believe. Yeah.
Okay, then not a card that we were talking about for Midoriya then.
No, I don't think it was for Midoriya.
Boy, howdy. Okay, so we played a fast hybrid Chimera Kraken. We commit and sealed something. Okay, there it is. Condescending explanation.
Yeah, as far as sealing goes, you're pretty much looking at aerial goblin bolt.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Sorry, Goblin will seal something. Freezing. The condescending explanation.
Commits the Ichigaki. All right. Now all we have to do is beat the Not Now I'm Gaming. And enter the and get enough responses on Phantom Threat that it is a flash attack.
Right.
Which we can form 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times, and we're not doing that, so the game is going to continue.
But the freeze does last a full turn cycle, right?
Right. I don't know if Condescending is the card I'd want to freeze here.
Yeah, because
I think Not Now I'm Gaming is much better into the Phantom Threat
right.
idea,
That one's response speed.
But Andrew Port's a back-to-back regional champion, and I'm not, so...
Yeah, well, I think at this point in the game, you start thinking about like just forcing your opponent to press buttons, and so even if you're not doing it on a Phantom Threat, you just form for like +12/+12 or something, and
yeah. Oh, so yeah, at some point, make him remove these cards. A lot of these cards are removed for cost.
Yes.
So not only are you going to make him have to draw another one, which granted, Mark Tyner plays more uniques.
Sure, than most people do. Yeah.
Most decks, if I beat, if you use your condescending explanation, I don't have to deal with it again. But
yeah,
that's not always the case with Mark Tyner. But as the decks get thinner here, the more cards you make the rival remove from their stage, even if they have a sacrifice outlet like Warped Pleasure, which is something that can, let both players sacrifice cards back into their discard pile so that they can cycle more times. If you make them remove things for cost, the closer you're going to be to winning via mill, which I would be really curious to see. I don't think we've been activating that on Justin's side. The once per turn.
I think it's just we've developed the board state so far that we're just not doing the debuild thing.
So Porat would be sacrificing face downs.
Yeah.
And Justin would be sacrificing face up
ups.
cards.
Yeah.
And every card in Justin's stage except Warp Pleasure and Imprisoned is something that theoretically answers a one-shot move.
Yeah, and at this point, I would wonder if you're going to be using the King of Illyrias just to prevent your opponent from being able to dig, right? Or get to the cycle sooner, right? Give yourself some time. 2 imprisoned.
At some point,
that's where I'm at right now.
Yeah. At some point, the correct mode of play is going to be to add King of Illyria to your hand so you don't draw during your draw step. And then you build King of Illyria, so you only check one card. Because think about it.
Yeah.
If you normally play one and pass, right?
Yeah.
You play one, you check one, and then you draw one.
Yeah.
So that's 2 cards out of your deck, the check and the draw on your next turn.
Right.
If you King of Illyria to go back to 6 cards,
then you're not drawing.
Then you're not drawing one, and you get this is the ridiculous game that we're at. Is when and this is normal for draw 1 per turn games.
Right.
I've seen decks in other games where you draw 1 per turn, where the entire goal is to mill your opponent 1 time, and then make sure nothing happens for the rest of the game, and then you are 1 card ahead and you will win 1 turn ahead of them. I'm not saying those are fun games. I don't play those games, but I've seen it, and that similar idea can come into play here. So at some point, the King of Illyria could be the goal to not milling before the rival.
Yeah, I mean, do you think that's what Justin's gonna be going for?
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
I have a bird's eye view of this game, and I have no stress or anxiety or emotional investment. Because what I'm doing is I'm looking. So this is the difference in commentary.
Yeah.
People sit at home and they like to critique, as we all do. But I think what people don't understand is when you are sitting here watching the gameplay like this, you can look at the stage and you find something to focus on.
Yeah.
Whereas when you are playing the game,
you look at the whole
thing. You can't focus
thing.
on one thing.
Yeah.
You have cards in hand that you have information for, and you're thinking about how does this interact with this and this and this and this and this.
Yeah.
I'm here sitting going, okay, how do I stop myself from checking cards? I get to look through the stage and focus on one interaction, whereas Justin has to worry about things Andrew's going to do, things Andrew's going to stop him from doing, and it's much, much harder to kind of find those niche interactions when you've never in your life probably had to make the play where you play one pass, then add a card back to your hand for the sole purpose of not drawing a card.
Right.
I've never done that in my entire time of playing UniVersus. I've never done that.
Yeah.
So I have drawn above my hand size so that I won't review or draw,
Sure.
and then play one pass and kept drawing cards and
Sure.
staying ahead of my hand size. But I've never done it specifically to prevent from drawing to mill.
Yeah,
Even
in games where I played a deck that has the capacity for the quote unquote plan B for the mill.
Yes.
Most of the time I am trying to lull my opponent into a sense of security.
Correct. Yeah.
So that I can just backswing them, right? Where they're like, I can just play my whole hand here. We've developed to this board state, and then you kind of lazily backhand them after their turn. So I think very few times have I actually milled somebody out.
Yeah.
Because it takes so long, right?
Well, and usually you get to the point where you can tell who's going to mill out, and that person makes a desperate attempt to
and
win
then
the game.
and then you just kill them.
Decided because they're defenseless now. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. They see there's an eventuality, and they say, okay, well, here I have to try for it. Yeah, I have milled myself out once against Keenan Meadows.
I've definitely milled myself out quite a few times.
Yeah.
Maybe not in competitive.
Yeah.
But I've definitely played a lot of games where I just drew too many cards.
Oh no,
drawing cards is fun.
I had been cultivating a hand into Kuwabara, and my deck was relying on Ailerophobia to kill.
Wait, who are you playing against?
I was playing against Keenan.
Oh, Keenan. I thought.
Yeah,
okay.
Keenan. Yeah, Keenan Meadows.
I thought you said Tim Keefe at first. For
No,
some reason.
no,
In my
not
head,
Tim
I
Keefe.
heard
Tim Keefe never touched that character.
I was like,
there's
when you said
no
Kuwabara,
way.
I was like, there's no
Yeah,
way.
No,
In my
it's
head,
Keenan.
yeah.
Keenan, and I looked at my 7 attacks in hand, and I was like, I can do 15 damage to this 22 health Kuwabara, and so I just milled myself using my profane sanctuaries or something. Anyway,
I've never lost a game to Kuwabara.
You haven't played enough games into it.
True, I do pick characters. I think I've only ever played against one person playing it actually. So, and I've always gotten insanely lucky in that matchup. So,
fair.
While I absolutely detest playing against a character, and it's capable of some of the most disgusting things, especially pre-errata, I have always been incredibly fortunate that my games are very one-sided in my favor. So,
so my funniest thing was leading up to that event. My friend Goose asked me, what do I do into Kuwabara with my deck? And I said, I don't know, man, draw? Because there's no way you could kill me, right? It wasn't happening.
Was he playing a multiple strategies?
The Kuwabara? No, my deck was just, it killed with Ailerophobia, which is a 2 damage base move, right?
And he was playing Kuwabara.
He was playing Kuwabara, yeah. So Goose, so I said in rounds, right, I just
take an early lunge.
Yeah. We're gonna draw. You're never gonna kill me, right? And it was true. Keenan couldn't kill me. I was at 20 health the whole time.
Right.
But and I was like, I guess I can sideboard Hellgate Executioners. Was my answer. And
I like that card, but that is not a good.
It's not. No, I did in our second game. I windmill slammed 2 of them into I think it was an 18 damage throw or something like that. And then Keenan was like, okay, man, I'll reset it. And he took 18 damage. Because it was 6/6 and then the 6 damage from the throw itself.
Yeah. Man, Hellgate Execute. They should. That's a card that you could reprint and it wouldn't be very good, but somebody would love it.
It's a good card, man.
It's not a good card.
It's a good card. It has
very okay.
It was niche. It was but there's a lot of things in that are just response speed, right? I think response hate in general is pretty cool.
The one caveat that makes it playable is that it does punish character abilities, which that's
well, without that's the thing I like about the card is that it doesn't say you can't play that response.
Right.
It says, hey. And I think those are some of the cooler interactions in the game. It's when we get to when we get to say, hey, you get your thing, but or and this happens, and those are the more fun conversational.
Like too, yes.
They definitely feel worse than just, hey, you can't draw.
Yeah.
Oh no, you're not doing that. Yeah. Oh no, actually your enhance doesn't work. But hey, you did that. That's fine. But also, you had to think hard about it.
Yeah.
I like those. I would prefer more of those sorts of things, but
I definitely enjoy punishment effects rather than strict cancels.
Yeah.
And I also like the you get something, I get something effects.
Yes.
Because that really gives you, instead of just making the game who draws the outs, a lot of times it's okay, well, we get to a board state where I'm gonna cancel this and then you cancel, or even if it's not cancel, freeze, commit, whatever. I'm gonna answer that, then you're gonna answer this, and it's you can you know, if you play chess a lot, right, you can just kind of go, well, I have checkmate in 4 moves, and we both know it because I can force you to make the only play available.
Right.
And those games are cool and satisfying every now and then.
Sure.
But the most enjoyable ones are the ones where your opponent goes, I want to draw a card, but if I Botons, you'll draw a card.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's worth it.
Yeah.
And then you get so much information from your opponent even thinking about it. Like if your opponent is going, should I Botons? You go, oh, they need another attack. That's information. And the game becomes more dynamic. And I think that's really cool.
I agree. I think it's more fun, right?
It's more interesting.
Not necessarily, you know, like a more competitive or whatever, right?
Right. No, they're almost strictly less competitive, and that's probably why they're more fun.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Where it becomes kind of like a will you do this? Will I do that? And it can be fun to have a cancel war. Okay.
I enjoy them.
Yeah, I think
it's a once in a while.
Yeah. It shouldn't be every single game for sure, but yeah, in this situation specifically, right? Like having to play through this many puzzle pieces on the board can be exciting, right? To look at. Unfortunately, it's like it can also be kind of, you know, demoralizing, right? If you're sitting on one copy of Mutant Machine, right, into Moment of Normalcy, Midoriya response. What, the build pass? We're just build passing now, yeah.
He put it in the discard pile, though.
Because he already has to.
Oh, no, it's the
Yeetus
Deletus, but it's an asset. He can't have to.
He cannot have to, yeah.
He already has a Yeetus Deletus, and he built a Yeetus Deletus, and then it just went straight to the discard pile.
We're doing deck counts now? Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
We're counting the cards left in deck with 30 minutes left in the round.
Oh, no. Well, I mean, so the thing is, based on this board state, right, Andrew, I don't think, has enough things to be able to chew through this board, right, easily, right? You're going to need multiple layers of interaction. And then Justin doesn't have enough stat manipulation to get through the amount of foundations on the board. So when your opponent has 20 foundations...
Tell me if I'm being mean.
Okay.
And I'm not trying to be mean. This has nothing to do with... There's nothing personal. There's nothing to do with the player. But...
You're a bully.
The Mark Tyner deck, it's doing nothing, right? Like, the Midoriya deck's also not really doing anything. But the Midoriya deck has, like, played attacks to try and get momentum and utilize the abilities on the attack. But the Mark Tyner deck is actually at the build pass because my deck does nothing stage.
I disagree, man.
Yeah?
I mean, over the course of this game, Justin has been more proactive with attacks. There's evidence on the board, right?
Is he playing attacks or is he building backups?
They're attacks, man. They accrue value. Just because they didn't all connect, right? We've actually done damage to the Midoriya.
Well, that's why I was asking. I wasn't sure because I felt like being the Vast Hybrid deck and the Fajin Flurry has been more proactive than just
so I think the only reason I disagree with you is because Midoriya's attacks do not do anything unless you're dying this turn. So because it's a combo,
give us the momentum for Cheerleader. The Vast Hybrid theoretically could set us up for the next.
But
turn.
it's all setting up for the combo, right?
That's true.
There's no like progressive
but what is Mark
board.
Tyner setting up for? He's setting up for nothing.
He's setting up for.
He's literally not even adding to his stage.
Yeah, he's literally adding to the stage.
No, he played a card that went directly to the discard pile and then ended.
Well, the attacks do go to the stage though,
because they're backups. He's just playing backups the long way. He's playing the long version.
The original way.
He's playing
the base
backups the long way.
I don't know, man. I think I like it that way.
I see the Mark Tyner deck. It's got all these cool cards in its stage, but like, have we ever activated any of them? We activated like one Invincible Body.
So
We've been sitting on Ichigai. The Illyrias, the King of Illyrias, aren't even being used to slow down the milling process. Like, there's things.
Well, because you would also be slowing down your opponents, right?
I guess, sure. But your opponent might not be on the same wavelength as you of, like, I'm not going to draw a card.
Well, okay, I'm just saying I saw Andrew Pored on Ghidorah sit there and draw pass at a regional and win because of it. So, you know, maybe it's time for him to taste his own medicine.
That's fair, you know. But I just, you know, I'm wondering what are either of these decks actually going to do at this point?
I think that
I do think the only way either of these decks actually wins is if There is a flash attack that resolves that negates 99% of all of this interaction.
Well, so
and the only deck that can do that is the Midoriya
actual problem I have with this board state is that Justin stopped building foundations. Just stopped building foundations at some point, which means he's never going to be able to chain enough of the giant attacks to get through this board, right? None of these moves, right? None of these foundations, at least, are actually modifying damage, which means that if you get through the hand, right, and Andrew is building, right, very aggressively every turn, so you could attack the hand size if you had enough attacks, right? But the problem is, hang on, the problem is that if he wants to win with damage, you need to build a bigger board. And because we're saying, hey, I don't want to do that, I just want to, you know, force you to have an answer for me, then you can't. You're no longer able to do that thing. So we've kind of pigeonholed ourselves into this situation where, okay, although we always have an answer for our one massive mutant machine, right, we've never built to the point where we could take advantage of, you know, our opponent's huge board, right? And the natural weaknesses of a deck like Midoriya's. And so my issue with decks that play the 4 checks is that if you get to the point, you know, and we take a partial
We're
here.
still taking damage.
Yeah.
I will say the Mark Tyner deck is theoretically, and then we ended the turn. We are theoretically progressing our win condition more than the Midoriya deck. But the Midoriya deck is building multiple cards. It's trying to find its win condition. It's digging deeper. Whereas the Mark Tyner deck is like playing a card that should go into our stage, and then it does not.
Yeah, I think the attack Titan at least should be being played every single turn. There's no reason because you're also attacking hand size there, which is another case for getting a card out of your opponent's hand and deck, right?
And that goes back to my whole idea of if you have 6 cards in hand and then you play a card from your stage, and then you pass your turn, you don't draw. So you might theoretically win via mill that way, even if the Midoriya deck is bigger than yours. And we're not recognizing that.
So this is a world championship, right? And B, we just checked deck sizes, and Andrew Porat's deck is much smaller than Justin's at this point.
At this point, yeah, because it's all.
There's so much on the board, right?
Yeah.
And so
and also,
it's not incorrect.
Is the female Titan attacks? Is that a punch attack itself?
No, it's just Titan.
It's just
Shift Titan. It cannot pick up itself.
So there's no target for the female Titan in the stage in this deck?
I think you can pick up Colossal Confrontation.
Is it a punch?
Nope.
No, it's just Titan.
Attack Titan attacks?
It's a Fury.
Jaw Titan attacks?
That one's just Titan.
Smiling Titan attacks?
I mean Titan Shift, I
Okay,
guess.
no, there's 0 targets.
Attacks. Yeah, Shift Titan. Okay,
There's 0 targets for
There's
it.
no targets for that, because that's another avenue where we could not theoretically lose cards by drawing.
So this is why when I've played my 4-check decks, right, I had very specific 4-check attacks I wanted to play.
Right.
That were usually throws, right? Or I can make them throw, right?
The Colossus Titan is one of the best. How is that
I love
not
that
in
one.
this deck,
Yeah,
dude?
but the problem is that if your opponent can deal with your 7 to 12 speed moves, right? Which, you know, seems really crazy, right? If there's multiple in a turn, right?
Yeah.
Right? It's like the Smiling Titan thing. If you got to the point where you could deal with 2 of those a turn, they kind of just flail around. And here we see we're playing we tried to attempt the Colossal Confrontation, and it immediately got swatted out of the air by Midoriya, right? So...
Hey, we built a card. Let's go.
Well, but again, we're continuing to eke damage through, right? Just by poking.
What card is that got committed?
What do you mean?
The card that Imprison just committed. It's a cheerleader.
It looks like a cheerleader.
And something under the cheerleader. I couldn't quite
And
see. I want to say it's the
Special Forces
Deadlock?
Elite.
Yeah, the Deadlock
Yeah,
response
because Special
cancel.
Forces Elite can cancel a responsibility, which is pretty good.
Which, if we wanted to keep the cheerleader, I guess we could have canceled the Imprison. You canceled the first one.
But you'd have to remove the Special Forces Elite.
Right, which we're trying to utilize for canceling an action.
Okay,
I'm sure.
time for the 9th time that we check graveyard numbers. Second Special Forces Elite.
Not unique.
Not unique. Why doesn't anybody use the old Jackie Briggs art?
They probably just don't own it.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
I imagine Andrew Porat didn't play UniVersus in 2018.
Yeah, but I can't imagine they're very expensive.
Yeah, but you'd have to like intentionally go out of your way when he probably pulled these from Critical Role boxes he got from winning Critical Role regionals.
You know, Sam, that was all I had. I had no follow-up.
just like this Mark Tyner deck. Hey!
I'm going to high-five you begrudgingly. It's so crazy to accuse the deck that is actually playing attacks every turn of doing nothing. When the Midoriya deck has not dealt a point of damage. It has dealt 0 damage.
More attacks earlier and was accruing resources and did not.
What resources? What resources? What resources?
He played Fajin Flurry. Also,
and got one momentum.
How do we have a Vast Hybrid in momentum?
I don't know.
If we didn't
I don't know.
Damage?
I was having too much fun yelling at you.
How did we get a Vast Hybrid in momentum if we didn't deal damage? It's face up, isn't it? How did it get there?
I wonder how many viewers have gone to lunch.
Smart ones. Smart ones, dude.
Wowzer. Well, 20 minutes left. This one is most assuredly going to go to time, right? Whoever wins this first game, whether it be by mill.
I mean, if the Midoriya ever draws cards that allow him to Phantom Threat, I mean, he wins.
And this is why people should run.
The Midoriya deck has been getting chipped away, 5 damage on partial blocks at a time. Andrew Porra is deciding to partial block attacks to get things like Goblin Bolt into the card pool to keep him alive rather than completely blocking.
Or holding
but I also
those
think
for...
we have 3 Mikasa defeats the female Titan waiting to be utilized when absolutely necessary.
Right.
So.
Yeah. Well, so. All right, so we're going to start pressing buttons. Using it twice. Our defiant stances, that is.
This is it.
No, we just used it twice.
Send him your energy.
No, I think we're just gonna send one move. That's
twice?
one fast move. Yeah, just twice.
Well,
which is what I think you should have been doing the whole time.
It's relatively not fast in this board state. So at this point, Justin has 2 moment of normalcy.
I don't know, man. 2 moment of normalcies for sure, right? But the board itself is not that large, right? We have to commit the imprisoned and the colossal, the seeking relief, right?
But we have 2 moment of normalcies. We have a
city escape.
The playable wall committed, which you can check.
Citywide crisis.
Citywide crisis as a reset. We also have not now I'm gaming.
I love not now.
Make you replay the move so it loses all the stats that you just gave it.
A beautiful card for beautiful
then
gamers.
If we enter the enhanced step, there's still invincible body and condescending, and those are just the things that basically blank out the attack. Not to mention Yeetus Deletus. Which I believe can give up to -5 damage.
Yeetus Deletus. No.
Oh no, it stuffs the card pool. I'm thinking of the other one. I'm thinking of Return to Ordinary. Back to Ordinary.
I don't know.
Once again, Ordinary. The Jacob Johnson asset. You know that one.
Not personally. Seems like a nice guy though.
Fair. Fair.
Well, here's the fill without. So we attempted the Phantom Threat, right? We resolved it. It entered the card pool, but it got sealed. So we're going to have an enhanced step. Unless. And so here's the thing is.
So can Justin cancel a response?
He can cancel one with Tattered Costume.
Well, can Justin cancel a response?
Oh, Justin. We'll see. He might just have another one. I think he's just got another one.
I think he's just going to play a second Filled with Doubt too, but. It looks like we did not.
Oh, wow.
So your first enhance would be to Powerful and get the 5th bonus here. Because I think we did a couple extra forms. We responded for speed and drew a card.
Yeah.
But this is only for 18 damage, and we have Runaway. Runaway is in the deck. Well, that's the first life loss, at least.
Yeah, well, still hasn't dealt damage, though.
True, still has not dealt damage. I'm going to have to watch this whole game again to figure out how the Vast Hybrid ended up in momentum face up.
I do not remember why it got sent there.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of what abilities Midoriya has that adds cards to momentum, like from discard. Because Fajin's from top of deck, it'd be face down, right?
Yes.
And I don't think the Mark Tyner... Oh, maybe if Porat was failing checks and Mark Tyner was healing off of it. That's the only thing I can think of, is that he actually did deal damage and then healed it off.
Oh, healed it with Jaw Titan, I guess?
No. Mark Tyner heals himself. No one remembers this ability, but if your rival fails a check, Mark Tyner heals one.
I don't believe you.
All right, well, you know. Production's on your side. They won't put the card on
there's
screen.
no way to put this card on screen for me to verify either.
Yeah, everyone forgets the bottom text because all the rest of it is so disgusting.
I don't know what checks we would fail though.
Yeah, that's the other thing is I don't think would have failed to check. We've blocked everything.
I'm trying to think of any card in this deck that. No.
It would have had to been like turn 2 or 3. You know what I mean? Like it would have been like an early build turn or something where you just didn't want to commit.
I don't know.
Hey Barrett, can you run to the start?
I'm having the time of my life. Hey Barrett, come here.
Thank you.
No. Oh right, sorry. It's okay. Barrett's eating his chicken, his chickie, his little chickie.
He just came over to taunt us.
Yeah, we deserved it. To be fair.
He just came over to make fun of us because we're 45 minutes into this game, and you know, 10 minutes ago I thought we were actually going to have a winner once a Phantom Threat got
What was
played.
your favorite movie get released last year?
Oh, I'm the worst person to ask, brother. I
Okay.
don't think I've watched a movie.
What's the favorite movie you watched last year? That wasn't the Mads Mikkelsen movie you were making fun of earlier.
Well, that was like 10 years ago.
Oh.
Do you know the last time I watched a movie, actually? I can
No,
tell
that's
you.
why I'm asking you.
It was when we were in your Discord watching the Dragon Ball Z Broly movie.
Hell yeah.
That's the last time I watched a movie.
That movie was sick.
Yeah, that was like 5 years ago.
It was during the pandemic.
Yeah, that
You
was
just don't watch movies, Sam?
No, I don't watch movies.
Okay.
All
right, video game? What's the last video game you played?
I only play like competitive games. So the last game I played was Warcraft 3.
Okay.
I'm like back on after like 20 years of being bad at the game, I finally like watched a streamer.
You've unlocked
like,
your
and, like,
hidden power.
I did like one tutorial, you know what I mean? Like I watched like one like how to play video, and
Yeah.
it's like it clicked.
So like actually Warcraft 3 or custom games?
No, like actual Warcraft 3, yeah, the RTS. I played custom games, you know, when I was a kid.
Yeah, yeah,
and
yeah.
I always would try the RTS, and it's like impossible. If you think
Very difficult.
Name the hardest game you can think of, right?
StarCraft 2.
Okay, well, I guess non-RTS because it's the same idea, right? but like I'm a fighting game guy, right?
Yeah,
And
yeah.
everyone likes to go, oh, fighting
the
games
micro,
are so
yeah.
hard to get
Yeah.
into. And I'm like, my brother in Christ, you play League of Legends 9 hours a day. There's 127 champions. They all have 6 abilities. Most abilities have 2 modes now because when you click the button the first time,
Yeah,
it
it
becomes a
activates
second
a new
ability
thing,
for some
yeah.
reason. You know, you got guys.
Oh.
We got another fam threat. Hold on. Hold on. Well, how is this one game? Oh, never mind. Filled with that. All right.
All right, so anyway, continue.
So in League of Legends, right, you have guys whose death report is 1.2 seconds. You know, you can get murderized in 1 second, and you're telling me that game is easier than fighting games. You know,
I think okay, so
literally, I can blink and die in League of Legends and not know what happened to me.
I know that we're memeing here, right? But it's in both games. A lot of times it's like a knowledge check, right?
Correct, yeah.
That the problem is because there's not that many inputs in League of Legends, right? Whereas in like 2xKO, there's a ton of different inputs, right?
There's more inputs in League of Legends. Your APM is higher in League of Legends than any fighting game.
It's not about APM. It's inputs options, right? Most characters in like 2xKO.
League has what, 4 buttons, 5 buttons?
Four.
QW,
You go 6 buttons, right?
Yeah, with the summoners.
Yeah.
2xKO is a 4-button fighting game.
Well, but you have combinations that can make those things do something different, right? So if you're talking about, I'm just saying,
I get
both
where you're coming
most
from.
of the
They're-
difficulty in both of those games are understanding matchups, right? What are the characters being played? 2xKO has the benefit of being a 1 versus 1 thing, right?
No, technically it's a
Well,
2v2.
well,
but,
but
yeah.
2 players aren't playing at the same
Yeah.
time, right? You're one
no,
guy.
it's the only fighting
Really?
game where 2 players play at the same time.
Oh, okay.
actually,
Well,
yeah.
I'm an idiot. I don't know, man.
Yeah, it's actually the
Okay.
coolest thing about the game is you and your
could-
friend can play together, which
Ah.
is why I was hoping it'd be successful, even though, you know, I don't really gel with 2xKO.
Sure.
But I was hopeful for the game.
And you could play with a
because
friend.
It was revolutionizing certain aspects of fighting games. The problem is that 2xKO, they took literally everything from every fighting game and put it in one game. And so when I play the game, I have no idea what's happening no matter how much I play because there's so many things.
It's also a really terrible name.
And it's also a terrible name.
Yeah.
But I feel the same way as someone who played Dota in 2004
Mhm.
and then played League of Legends from 2009 or 2010, I think it was like right after beta, till like 2015, and has been on and off with it. I jumped back into League last year and went, this is the hardest game I've ever played in my life after having, you know, years of legacy skill, because so much has changed and there's so much knowledge that you were
Sure.
talking about. So the big difference is I think both games are hard. And this is, you know, we deal with this with UniVersus.
Another runaway?
Yeah. Big Phantom or big Vast Hybrid into Runaway. So we run into this with UniVersus where everyone says UniVersus is hard, but I think trying to learn Flesh and Blood was way harder for me than learning UniVersus.
Yeah.
The game makes less sense to me in general, even though there's way less actions you take overall at the time I was playing. And the idea of like the math is easier and stuff, but the game rules made less sense to me, you know? The thing that's really confusing for people with UniVersus is where you can interrupt abilities.
Yeah.
That makes sense to me.
Sure.
I've always thought it's weird that you can't do that in other games. So, you know, it's something where I enjoy all these difficult genres, and yet I think shooters are the hardest game to play in the world. I think Marvel Rivals is one of the most like hard to understand games of what is happening and learning by playing in the world, dude.
That's so funny.
It's my life.
My girlfriend is like Celestial in Marvel Rivals, and I try to play with her. And she's so good at this game. She's so good at it. And when I play with her, right, I'm not good at aiming, right? And I also don't make good decisions.
Right.
Because I'm just like, I get to play as Rogue and punch Magneto in the face.
I like to play Magneto too, because I can just put up a giant wall and stand there, and I'm useful.
But she's like, hey, you need to like ebb and flow, right?
Yeah.
You got to take space and give space and work around your cooldowns,
and not just be a wall.
And so she gets not frustrated. She's so kind to me.
It's okay.
Honestly.
You can say she beats you up.
No, she does not. She does not. She does not. No, she really does not.
You can.
She's
This
so
is group
sweet to me.
therapy. We can talk about. We can help you overcome.
No, she's so good at the game, and it's so funny because my like inclinations for playing the games is very different from like a person who's good at shooters, right? So she played, Overwatch before that,
Right.
And
yeah, that's like my experience. The last time I played Rivals,
so the skill set's different, right?
Yeah, the last time I played Rivals, I played Magneto, and I was stoked because I took 2,000 damage. I like took more damage than other people, and I'm like, that's my role, tank or whatever. And my friend, she was playing, I think Scarlet Witch or something.
Yeah.
And she was like 31-1. She had like 30 kills, like 1 death, completely like totally destroyed the entire lobby, untouchable.
Oh, stream's dead. Someone
did
mill out.
somebody win?
Someone might have milled out.
Somebody won.
Brian, did someone win? Okay.
Anyways, so in Marvel Rival,
Can we go back 1 minute, Brian? I need to know. No, just take us literally because I need to know who won. We were chatting.
No, I don't think anyone won actually.
You think it went to time?
No, the feed cut out. I think there was just a glitch on the software.
Oh, that would be the worst end to this game. They agreed to draw. They ran out of time. Okay, yeah, handshakes. I couldn't kill you.
Oh,
You
there's
can
8
kill
minutes on the timer, but I think the time for the game is up now.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay. So they just couldn't kill each other. Okay. Yeah, you can go back to us. Sorry. Okay. Well, Yep. Well, we're gonna draw.
It is what it is.
Well, the most beautiful outcome is where no one wins. We leave with life lessons and friends made.
Are you running for office? That's the most political thing I've ever heard.
No, I'm just being a butt.
Well, I gotta say, both decks, they played their game plan.
They did. The game plan was to not do anything.
Yeah, they played their game plan. It worked immaculately for both of them.
No, they did
and
really fine.
I bet both players are satisfied with that performance, to be honest. Because
I think defensively, sure.
Because, well, if you look at the records, they're 102.
Yeah.
And I think 102 is if you win out, if you go 4-0-2, I think you have a good shot at making top 16. Double draw, I think, has a good chance to make top 16, but that's your last draw.
Yeah.
That's your last loss.
yeah,
you can't lose again.
Yeah.
So, 4 wins, 2 draws, that's 14 points.
Mm-hmm.
I think that will be the bubble. I think the top 16 bubble, if it's not 14, I think it's 15 points. I don't think 13 is going to make day 3. So
you got to not play into stuff like that. Anyway, so we're going to look at the players who are in contention now.
Players who did win.
Yeah, players who. Oh, not. Well, we got a lot of Godzillas up there. Not surprising anybody. A lot of these aggressive decks. Chris Miner continuing to do well with Nagoriyuki. Okay. You know what's better than 3 damage on every move?
4 damage.
4 damage on every move. Yeah. But Travis Tenjamin playing Mark Tyner.
Mark Tyner
okay,
was
up
actually
there.
winning games and not drawing.
Maybe not playing in the control mirrors.
I would love to see that deck. Maybe not next round.
But
I would
for
love
me,
to see what's different.
Tim Keefe piloting Peak, a character that I thought would be really great in this format.
Interesting.
A lot of speed control to deal with the really aggressive characters, damage control to deal with the characters that are aggressive, and also damage bonus, speed bonus. It's just insane amounts of stats on this character. Trimino playing Mikasa, Ryan Field also playing Mikasa. We have I think this is the first, not Historia, but
it's not Historia. This is Crystal Lens.
Crystal Lens in 9th, and another Godzilla. So 4 Godzillas in 1 through 10. Let's go from 11th to 20th. And here we see some of the spicier things in here. Calvin Harrigal playing Doran? Is that the guy's name?
Pumat Soul. He was on round one.
Okay, Puma. I didn't get to see that match.
Yeah, that was versus Ryan Field.
Yeah.
That was the match where he missequenced like a Breaker 6 play or something.
Yeah.
And unfortunately couldn't resolve it. But ball don't lie, and he still won that game. He survived at like 2 health and still won. And then managed to lose the next 2 games to Ryan Field anyways.
Yeah. Well, Kevin, you say was able to bounce back, get a second win. A lot of these characters in 11th through 20th are pretty cool to me because they're characters who have trouble with Godzilla.
We have a brand new character that has never, ever, ever been in a top anything in UniVersus here.
Yeah.
Calvin Tahan, the greatest player in Toronto. Is on Nejire 2?
Yeah, we saw it on stream.
Hey, production. Wait, did you?
Yeah, we saw it on stream.
When was it? Oh, it was last
Yeah,
round?
it was
I
playing
missed
against
it.
Bridget. It was playing against the Bridget.
Dude, that's so cool. I didn't know you guys had it on stream.
Yeah, it was very neat. Unfortunately, he just got blown out by City
he's playing
Rampage.
Nejire too.
No, it was cool. It's a cool deck.
It won 2 games, so
it's
it can't
very,
be that
very
bad.
cool.
I,
but these are decks that have struggles with Godzilla, which I think is pretty cool.
Okay.
You know, because a lot of these Bridgets are probably doing that thing we saw earlier with the City Rampages into big moves. And you know what's hard to do? 35 damage in a turn. What's easy to do? 21 damage in a turn. So that's going to be a little bit tough to deal with. Midoriya's also historically have had troubles with Godzillas. And so that's where I think they need to. They're going to start playing against each other, though. The Godzillas are winning.
I'm
You're
in
past
the
that
Phil
hump.
Birch train. Just block, man. I don't get it. I don't understand why.
Midoriya's in general have to build out their hand while blocking 1 or 2 things a turn, right? And so they're relying on the right block zones into decks are overloading one zone or playing things that can't be reduced and things like that.
My experience is the Midoriyas that lose to the Zillas pay 0 attention to the front side.
I agree.
And
I agree.
You know, you got to go backside to win traditionally, but if you build the deck to have some game plan on the front side offensively, I think you do a lot better in the matchup. So I don't know. I'm in the Phil Birch train of thought of just block, and that match should be Midoriya favored. And every Midoriya player says that Godzilla is their worst matchup of all time. So
we do see our 2 1-0, 2-0, 26th and 27th, but Jalen playing himself, okay. Kohan from yesterday continuing to play Rodan, okay. This is our UK representative. We've got Jet on Rodan as well. A couple more cards from Barlow.
I saw the end of Jet's round 1.
Yeah.
He milled himself out against the Hanji Zoe.
That's so funny.
Yeah, so the Hanji Zoe just kept attacking, and he kept having to remove cards to block and remove for offense, and ended up drawing his deck out and not having cards to cycle.
I love it. The last thing I'll say about the Midoriya into Godzilla specifically is that your game plan is to build a bunch of foundations. Godzilla forces you to do that twice.
Right.
So
you reset the win con.
And if you are holding your attacks for a combo turn,
you got to play front side.
I do think you got to play
offense on the front side.
I agree, but most of those decks are not built to be able to make use of the front side very well.
Correct, which is why you got to build it.
Yeah, I agree with you. However,
you know, as much as I love the 4 attack version, you know, maybe play some more.
Yeah, maybe play a few more. Maybe play a regular build. Anyway, but these are our players to watch. From here, we're going to go back and check out some of the cards again that we chose for the day. See and see if we were right. I haven't seen yours yet, actually, so I'm pretty excited to see.
Yeah.
I have. Yeah, I've seen Barrett's a couple times.
Mine are pretty good.
Have you seen mine?
I don't think so. Yeah.
Well, yeah, because I haven't seen yours.
Yeah. So.
Oh no, sorry. Deal with it. It's Kaiju pre-release with an exclamation point in front of it. Time. Put that stuff in chat and find out where your local pre-release is going to be.
Your store locator.
You can get one of these dope History's Greatest Monsters. The best card in this set, by the way. So good we released it twice.
Is it technically part? I guess it is part of the set.
It's part of the set, dude.
Yeah, it's got the watermark.
Yeah, it's got the right watermark.
Renewed legality. Pretty cool. So March 6th is going to be the pre-release date at all your local stores. March 13th is, of course, the release for the actual set. But if you're here at Worlds, you can get your hands on some Reign of Kaiju right now and play in a super pre-release. And to show you that we got the cards here in our hands, we're going to do a little pack opening action for you.
It's time to open a pack now. It's time to open a pack now. Time to open a pack now. And put 3 key cards behind the thingy. Power token! Okay, behold! Intergalactic Monster.
That's my favorite Beastie Boys song.
Yeah. Advanced preparations. I made this art with Sam earlier.
Yeah.
Collateral destruction. If your rival is cycled, win the game. Big fan of those ones.
Yeah.
Kaiju Brawl. Yep.
My favorite GameCube game.
Engage the monster. That's what I'm going to do with Sam later. I'm going to give him a ring. Wrathful Spirit. If your character is committed, yeah. Rampant Growth. My favorite magic card.
Different game.
Plummeting Talent Strike. Need for Destruction. That's me. And
that was us in the last game.
Showdown. Reprint of two of my favorite cards.
I was about to say, it's not
Fool Me Twice
reprint, yeah.
and Overly Dramatic Deadlock Form.
It is insane to me that they made Fool Me Twice into an ultra rare. That is actually the craziest part of
Well, I mean, interacting with opponent's discard pile, real important when they're tutoring all the
with
time.
my own discard pile. I actually like stacking the perfect hand. It's the old Garrett Brett method where you just stack 6 attacks on the bottom, and you get to the point where you're going to draw those 6 as your last.
I do like those.
Deck,
yeah. Or that you're going to check a bunch of 6s, right?
Or or you can stack. Yeah. You got to get a feel for it, you know. But,
yeah. What are you going to do this game?
Yeah.
But yeah.
Have you ever stacked all the 6s and then you draw or you stack all the attacks and then you just draw a hand above it and your last 6 cards that you're about to check are all the attacks and you're like, I guess I can't really do anything now.
I have had a situation where I was playing Kuruguru 1 and I knew the bottom 15 cards of my deck. And if I blocked the move in front of me, I would mis-sequence it.
Right, yeah.
For the following turn.
I play one,
and
check one attack, and I have 5 attacks, and my opponent's like, well, I'm just going to attack you 5 times.
So and
you're like, I'm going to check really bad here.
I think I took 12 from a move so that I could draw the follow-up. And I won because I was like, I was him. But it was cool.
Yeah, every time I try to do the deck stacking on the bomb thing, I actually just run into the part where I'm like, well, I have to block 5 moves, and they're all attacks on top of my deck now. If my opponent just passed into me, I win the game so hard.
Well, so Sam, I think, is going to continue from here, right? I'm going to take my break, and I'll see you guys in chat. I'm going to press the exclamation point Kaiju pre-release button so that you guys can press the thing, you know? Because I'm a generous gambler. Like the card.
What is gambling about that? Welcome back, everyone. We have a very special break for you guys. If you watched yesterday, we got to watch a little pre-release limited battle of Reign of Kaiju, Godzilla, coming out March 13th for the official release. Pre-releases start March 6th, but if you're here at Worlds, there's this super pre-release going on, and I am joined by senior game designer Jeremy Ray.
Hello.
And we have a very special feature match for our break today, and it's going to be constructed, if I'm not mistaken, Jeremy.
Yes, so we're here in Dallas doing some card slinging, playing with players. You can sign up for it as a side event. And for card slinging, we're previewing some constructed decks from Reign of Kaiju.
So we've got Tim Friedlieb, who a lot of people know, and we've got Matt S., who I personally have only met a couple of times. I don't know. What are their official job titles there? What do they do at UniVersus?
So Tim is a designer and also kind of our rules manager. I don't know if there's an official title for that, but it is something. Rules guru. And he also works closely with our editor and some of like the specifics of those sorts of language. And then Matt, much like me, is a senior game designer. He's got a lot of industry experience. He's been here for a long time, so he's a veteran card game designer. He's been with the team for a while now, Matt Smith, and he's give me some background both these guys as designers. What are maybe some of the sets that they have leaded the design on? Yeah, so Tim, is both a huge Critical Role fan and was the set lead for Critical Role, and also for those who've been around for a while, Tim has been with the company longer than actually anybody, so he's been involved in lots of. I wasn't sure if it was you or him who was. Oh, it's him by a lot, even me. I'm the second place prize and a long way back. And then Matt is at this point one of the more tenured senior designers on the team. He came like slightly after us, and he lots of challengers. Most recently, the King of Fighters Challenger was a Matt-led project. You're naming a lot of my favorite products of the last year. So Critical Role has to be my favorite set from last year. And of course, I got into the game based on King of Fighters. Yes. King of Fighters 13 and Neomax and Ruler of Time are still actually absolutely my favorite sets. That's a crazy take, but I respect it. I'm jaded. It's when I started playing the game. I fully, the nostalgia goggles are strong. There's lots of things I like about those sets too, but I don't know how you can like Neomax when it doesn't exist. Is the problem? That's fair. I mean, you're not wrong. I like looking at the images of the Neomax. I like to pretend what it would be like to hold them. Well, you got to remember too, when I first started playing. Shane Duckworth was playing the Railgun Athena deck at our locals to show us this is the top level of the game. This is what you can achieve with high-powered gameplay. So we were dealing with quite a few Neomax cards in that deck as well. So, but who do we have here? We've got Godzilla Titan of Terror and Anguirus Fierce Dragon. Hopefully, I'm pronouncing that right. I've not actually heard the word Anguirus. That is accurate. Cool. There's a couple different enunciations. That's the one I would also use, Anguirus. Okay. So. So these are, funny enough, in sort of canon, and the Godzilla canon's confusing, but these two are kind of like best buddies. They're close. It's the only monster Godzilla kind of tolerates in a friendly way. And they are, so this is some design insight. These guys are actually the buddy pairing of the set in a design sense. Right. So they're both power token centric characters. They both like higher difficulty 5+. Titan of Terror is a little more specific. He really likes 5s, but he likes +2s. And then Anguirus has a sort of similar static to Godzilla from the Challenger deck, or very similar to someone like Death Arms, to make his higher difficulty stuff gain a little speed, gain some damage. They're design pairing. So their support, you might see some kind of mixed support between both decks because they both kind of share their support in the set. Yeah, and now we see Hunter's Ally being played by Godzilla Titan of Terror. That's going to get a frog, yeah. Yeah, and we're going to get the Genghis Frog, which, kind of shades of the original Godzilla now, plus damage to everything. I would say we look a lot like the other Godzilla at this point. Well, and so Frog's a really cool card in this deck because you can build it with his form at the end of your build. Oh, it is a 5 diff. So he can either get it fast with Ally by using his form to get Ally, or he can just go right to the Frog if he doesn't feel like attacking.
That's very cool. It's one of those things you first read it and you think 5 difficulty. You're like, oh yeah, I get a free attack. But
yes,
you're not wrong. Getting free cards on your build turns early in a game going second. That can be
It's
a
really
great
good.
way to break serve, as we like to say. The player 2 typically doesn't have the advantage in the game, even with the extra card draw on the ready character. But if your character has a valuable ability going second at form speed, then maybe you can kind of hedge your bets. So that's very cool. Tell me about the Godzilla Titan of Terror design process. How close is the final product to where you started?
It's pretty close. I'll say so. Like, he is Godzilla. He's the face of the franchise, right? The set is named Godzilla.
Right.
So, like, he was one of the first characters in kind of the idea steps, and we wanted him exciting, impactful. Like, we don't want to disappoint Godzilla fans. So he kind of like started off, honestly, a fair bit stronger than he is now, and he's already really strong.
That's crazy, yeah.
Yeah, so his response was not once per turn for a minute there. So he was just, every time he played a 5 diff, it was exactly a 5 diff, he got a power token.
Okay.
And that was way, way, way too many power tokens. And we had to limit him. And it's funny, he has a really funny anecdote in playtest. He was a form commit for his play of 5 diff. Here's the problem. Breaking is one of the 5 diffs he could play.
Oh.
And I would say our lovely Barrett Bryant, I believe, it might have been Will Howard, or Barrett Bryant, brought that deck out like day 2 of playtest and just played every breaking in his discard pile, and then ended on something big.
Cleared the card.
Breaking. And he just was like, we're like, okay, well, this can't be a commit. So I think we have to shift sort of some of the directions of the abilities, and we got somewhere where we're happy with. It's really hard to cheat once per turn. There's only really one card ever, I think, that has allowed it. Rando's Gun,
which is somehow standard legal in 2026.
The craziest thing.
That was actually really quick. That was one of my favorite reprints to bring back, because I love it when cards that are not necessarily super strong come back, and I think the 2-check, at least in the current formats, keeps Rando's Spirit Gun in check. But it's a card that you look at and you read the text and you immediately start thinking of, how do I build a whole deck around it?
I call it a neuron firer.
Yes.
Because you look at it and you're like, your brain cells start bumping into each other like, wait, what's the coolest thing I can do with this? And I have seen some pretty cool things. So
I can tell you, as a player, the first time I read a card, the most exciting thing is when it makes me think of other existing cards.
Yeah.
When I read a card and I think, oh, this card's just really strong because it does these things, that's cool. And that's probably a good card that we're going to play like competitively constructed. But when I read a card and I go, oh, this lets me play this character with a once per turn, or this character, or this combo, that's when the neurons fire and they bounce off each other.
Yeah. Worry about a good one just hit the table. So that's a destructive heat ray right there. The Godzilla Secret Rare 5 diff makes 2 power tokens, but also flips a foundation with difficulty less than the number of your power tokens. Angerus looks like he's got about 5 of them, so that's just gonna flip whatever he wants.
Everything on this board state is
yes.
Can it flip only foundations?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay.
It's not equal to or less. It is specifically less. So the first activation will almost always just, unless you're, Godzilla himself, the face on the card, like, you're only really going to get to flip a 1 diff or a 0.
Right, most of the time.
But Godzilla and Angerus can kind of skew that math and start hitting, like, really quality foundations really quickly. Also, if this thing deals damage, he gets to ready something. It looks like he's pretty readied up right now. But that is one of the, to me, premium cards in the set, as I would say. It's really efficient. It's showing off. It's an incredible piece of art. I can't wait for people to see it up close and in their hands.
Yeah, it's one of those attacks that pretty much any attack that interacts with the rival's board is going to have some real estate in the format.
Yeah, there's a second one.
Speaking of, if it hits.
I don't know how many power tokens he's up to, but that is like 20 damage sitting on his board in power tokens right now. If shields come down from Titan of Terror, he's actually just going to die.
Yeah, and let's talk about the power tokens a bit.
Yeah.
I think I talked with Barrett a little bit yesterday. As a card gamer, I'm I'm wary of tokens because so many games I've played in the past, the tokens feel like a scapegoat. It's like cheating in design, right? Where you're like, we need to have this effect, but it doesn't exist, so we'll just tell the players make this token, and it's kind of like a made-up card.
Yes.
But I've really enjoyed the way that reading the cards that interact with the power tokens as a secondary resource, and specifically compared to other games where it's just you need a little dork here, make a random dork out of nowhere. The power tokens, I think, have a higher skill expression because you get to choose when you interact with it, right? If your character generates a power token whenever you play an attack, you can think of it as +2 damage on every attack.
Right.
Or you can save it for when your opponent is vulnerable. And I think that that's really cool. So is this where you guys started with power tokens? Did they stay the same through design?
They were relatively close. I will say the number on them and the rate of obtaining them changed a lot. Okay. So like at some point there was like, we had them at 1 damage and they were like really easy to get. And that was like, just kind of got like obnoxious for tracking. And like, while Angerus has an incredible pile of that, he is one of the only characters who's generally going to put together a pile looking like that.
Okay.
That is a crushing impact you're going to play. I was going to call that out. That thing gets 1 speed for every power token in his stage. So that is incredibly quick right now. He's counting it out.
And if it's the second attack or greater in the turn, you get to ready.
He gets a free ready.
So we've now seen Tim play 2 attacks at ready a foundation.
Yeah.
Into a third attack that readies a foundation. And capture the target to ready itself.
Godzilla is in danger right now. Yes. He is in danger.
I will say, when they first showed off the power token, which was like one of the first things previewed for the set, I immediately, typed into Discord to all my buddies.
Yeah, here they come.
I can't wait for the card that turns power tokens into speed. And this one is even better than that because you just get the speed.
Yeah, you should count them out. Yeah. And so there is fully charged blast, the 7-4 check. Turns them into speed. I think those are the only 2 cards that do that linear exchange. Although Frenzy Dive lets you turn them into EX payments.
Right. That's what I was expecting. I assumed it would be, because if you think about it, right?
that is a big crushing impact.
Each power token is almost like an instance of Powerful 2.
Yes.
Right? You spend a resource, you get the 2 damage, you can dump them as much as you want, just powerful.
I think that's a super good call out. That is a lot of the balancing rate for them came from kind of like, well, what would a free Powerful 2 look like as a cost or gain? So like, a foundation that say pay 1 instance of Powerful 2 could probably be like a 1/5. And if you look, like Biolante Arrives is at that sort of rate, and we tested those rates to make sure that felt fair. Did he get out of that?
He survived at 3. And Tim was about to pass the tree. He's thinking, he's thinking about, we went down to.
We're not gone. We're hurt, but we're not gone.
I want to say, I don't know. I think he actually used the deflect.
Oh,
I think he used the deflect to survive exactly. If I had to guess, but unfortunately, I'm not super familiar with all the cards yet.
Yeah. I mean, people are just getting them in their hands now. Yeah,
we don't have the deck list in front of us for this match.
So I don't know if I have the deck list. I made this in the hotel. Like my deck at least was a hotel room project once I got the cards in hand. So
so the power tokens are super interesting. Tokens are new to UniVersus. What was the discussion like when you guys first brought up? Was the Roman canceled, the first token like ever conceived, or were you guys maybe designing different sets at the same time and mulling it over?
I can tell you the first time. I don't know the first time the conversation ever happened, but I can tell you the first time I had the conversation I wanted to do it, and that was Himoko from Girl Power, the mushroom counters. Yes. I wanted to make mushroom tokens.
Okay.
And I wanted you to give them to your opponent and then unlock abilities on some cards, the more mushrooms you have. But both logistically, but also kind of play experience-wise, it wasn't super great. So it didn't end up being the right place to try and pull it off. But we've been talking about it for a while, and I think this almost circles back to something we were talking about a little bit earlier. But part of the you mentioned other games and kind of how use tokens, and like there's clearly
a lot of freedom in that.
Yeah, there's some inspiration to that, but I think our game has, especially with the shape of power tokens, even though they're like really simple, right? 2 damage, punt them, that's it. Our poke block dynamic in this game and like gives a lot of dimensions to how you choose to use your power tokens. So if I want to try and force you to block something because I want to play something behind it, I can spend some of those power tokens to make it more threatening or something like that. Like some people are going to hoard all their power tokens and go for the big thing Tim just did.
Right.
But like I've been playing Ghidorah in card slinging all weekend, and I use mine a lot more aggressively. I want to get those blocks out of your hand by putting 2 on everything. So it's kind of like a my character just every time I get one. Yes, because that way I can put more. Feels like I'm putting more pressure on you. As we're like one big looming threat, it's a constant threat.
I typically like to spread it out as well because then you get more information from the rival.
Yes, you get it tells you a lot when they don't block one that you put some juice on, and you're like, oh, you don't have this block zone maybe.
And and that's a mini game that we used to really only play with the powerful keyword for the most part. And I always tell my newer players, wait to block when your rival invests resources.
Yes.
When your rival plays a move and they don't spend any resource, they don't spend any momentum, they don't commit anything, they don't destroy or flip anything, the move's probably the least threatening move of the turn. However, when your rival starts committing things to add damage, they start spending tokens, then it's I learned this myself actually kind of late and like relearned it, I guess, with Kirishima 2, if you remember.
Oh yeah.
Kirishima 2 had the twice per turn.
Yes.
To add 2 damage to move and do the cycle. And the way you had to learn to play against that character was you blocked the 2 moves that got the 2 damage, and you had to kind of ignore everything else, right? So teaching newer players like, okay, block the moves when they spend the power tokens works really well against Tim's strategy, but you who are putting it on everything, all of a sudden it's a way harder game to understand.
Yeah, did we get a growing grasp, it looks like?
Got 2 of them.
Yeah, I think he just grabbed that one with the Titan of Terror's form.
Yep, there's
So he's trying to get in there with the throw damage. Oh, he just doesn't have the block. He's got a high on the low. So Godzilla came back.
Yeah, he survived just barely.
Yeah.
And like most anime, when you're knocked down, you get back up a lot stronger than before. So very cool to see that in real life. Let's talk a little bit in between games. We talked about Godzilla's design path and Geras. You talked about he's buddies with Godzilla. He's got similar stat pumping, 3 stats spread out. Did that design change a lot throughout the process?
So Anguirus was pretty close to, I wouldn't say he was final. So he for a while he was like less stats, and at points he was actually like just a wall of health. Like that was like gave less stats, and at other points
he's got like a big shell, right?
Yeah, so he's got a big spiky shell.
Yeah, that's
and the idea here, rather than express it as every time you hit him you take damage, because I think we try not to punish people for attacking too directly like that. It can be kind of a negative feedback experience.
If it's something that you start the game with and play, that's really tough.
Yeah.
If it's like a asset or a backup I can interact with, maybe.
Right. So like a thematic way we could make him, but not a pleasant way. It could be like every time you hit him, you take a damage. But then you've got like 7-handers with like 20 health, and they're like, this guy has 30 health, and I'm half dead for attacking. That's not a really exciting. I don't think that's really a lot of fun for the Anguirus player either. He's just kind of sitting there like, I'm winning by you hitting me.
It also really opens up the idea that you could play a deck with 0 attacks, have literally no offense, and that completely skews like deck building restrictions.
So, but I wanted to express that attacking him could be punishing for you.
Okay.
So every time he gets hit, he gets a power token. That is how he is generating the energy from getting knocked around, because he loves a good brawl. Right. He is an angry, fighty boy. He basically only shows up to start crap with other monsters. Like, that is what he's here for. So that was a big thing, and obviously, like, he just wants to scrap. That is what he's here for. But he has a bunch of really interesting power token expression in his card pool. Cards like Natural Cover, which is like the one Tim's got there on the top left.
Mm-hmm.
It's sacrifice 2 power tokens to take an attack to 1 damage at enhanced speed. So, you hit him twice, and then he's got that sitting there. All of a sudden, you're like, all right, well, now I need to reconsider if I can just keep pressing the button and swinging because he's got an out. And another thing that's cool about him, and like I just have to gush about it because it is genuinely one of my favorite cards in the set, is his ultra rare Anguirus Ball. So his signature move is turning into a ball and flying at them at 100 miles per hour.
Which makes a lot of sense if you have a giant spiky shell.
Yes, 100%.
Makes a lot of sense.
And so Anguirus Ball, some people have correctly called it out that it is somewhat walk the dog shaped. It's a low attack. It reduces difficulty for the power tokens. I think there is a notable difference in that, walk the dog depends on a certain board state to be as effective as it can be.
we saw earlier in this tournament, there was backup decks that only built 2 foundations.
Yeah.
Our Benimaru player just had Walk the Dog
Yeah,
stuck in his hand at the end of the game.
Yeah, you just can't do anything. Angerus has agency over his thing. He gets a couple power tokens he generates from some of the cards in his stage or some of his, like one destructive heat ray. If it hits, his balls are 5 diff, and they're 5 lows for 7 with EX3 that draw a card when they hit. And they have breaker for boot. So like, I love throwing them around, like, and but guess what? If you have 4 tokens to make them 4 difficulty, that's also 8 damage you can put on them at the end of a string. So it's his signature move. It's an iconic move from the show. It's like there's like comedic moments throughout the many things where like sometimes you wreck somebody with it, and like one time like Godzilla basically just punt kicked him like a soccer ball away. Yeah. Like, but it is an awesome signature.
That's one thing I felt like American Godzilla media, or even just, you know, non-traditional Japanese versions of Godzilla media always seems to forget is there's a ton of comedy in the Godzilla movies.
Oh yes, there's like, I mean, some of the meme stuff is well known, like the drop kick, the drop
kick's
from 100 miles out. He has like there's a card in the set, Monster Swing, that where Godzilla uses Ingress as like a flail against other monsters.
Them around,
so there, you know, certain areas of it are very serious. Like Shin Godzilla is essentially a horror movie.
Correct,
But like, especially through certain eras, there is a lot of kind of slapstick humor or comedy, and like characters like Jet Jaguar are very campy on purpose. Lots of posing and dramatic, like, and that's what makes it cool.
And you have to, because Godzilla's been around for like what, 60 years now? More than
Godzilla 54. So 54 is the first Godzilla film of all time.
Yeah, so over 60 years of Godzilla. I think we're actually hitting like the 70th anniversary, if my math is correct. So, you know, almost a century. You gotta at some point play with the material.
Oh yeah.
You gotta extrapolate, and it's gonna evolve and change over time. And yet, Godzilla has stayed so iconic.
Yes.
And
the king of the monsters.
The overall design for Godzilla hasn't changed too much. There is like the different offshoot Space Godzilla, and things like that. Tell me, how much do you appreciate the Godzilla franchise, or are you a big fan of Godzilla?
I'm a huge fan. It is like truly like genuinely an honor to be able to like work on this and do what I do. I grew up with it, watched it with my dad growing up all the time. My favorite popcorn flick of like basically all time is Final Wars.
Okay.
I am just a huge fan. Like, I think, and anyone who's come face me at one of these things, so I've done it many times, King Ghidorah is my favorite monster design of all time, anywhere, ever.
It's so good.
He is just an incredible design. He looks everything you want a giant monster to be. Like,
he's got aura.
Yeah, like he's just straight up.
Like I'm not super well versed with Godzilla in general, right? I recognize the stuff from the video game.
Yeah.
Like I played Godzilla Destroy All Monsters as a kid.
I have too.
And I was like, I don't know who any of these monsters are, but this is a cool game, right?
Yes.
But when we started getting the previews for the Godzilla Challenger decks, and I started, you know, for content that I make on YouTube, I have to look up clips of the movies. And as someone who basically knew nothing about Rodan or nothing about Ghidorah themselves, and only had like visual representation about it, I grew so attached to Ghidorah from the movie.
Oh,
From the, I can't remember the name, I'm so sorry, but like the most recent one with him and Rodan in it.
Oh yeah. So the MonsterVerse, the second one, I
think
can't.
Second MonsterVerse.
It might just be King of the Monsters.
It's like 5 or 6 years.
Yeah.
So, but it's it's the one where I think it starts with Rodan, and then Ghidorah comes out and like beats up Rodan, and then you get the
you get the big 2v2 Mothra, Godzilla.
Yeah. But so the just like you said, the design, the presence, everything about the way that they portray Ghidorah as like this ultimate threat, and I mean, it's so unfair, dude. Godzilla gets 1 beam and Ghidorah gets 3.
He's got
like, 3. How are you supposed to beat
it's
him?
a numbers game.
Yeah,
and Ghidorah's got the numbers. But yeah, like outside of just like Ghidorah though, like I was really happy to be able to express my love of some of the like lesser known monsters. Like Biollante is a really interesting movie. If you're a Godzilla fan and you haven't seen it, I recommend it. It's a lot different from the other Godzilla films. I was super happy to get to do her. Like, she has a really interesting set of themes, and I got to make a really strange character that I think people are really excited about. So it's
the
just
Godzilla movies have great social commentary, right?
yes, Biolante is high on that one,
right? And Biolante, I was gonna say, yeah, it's definitely
Yeah.
like that's one of the more obvious ones.
Yeah, so it's just super awesome. It's super awesome to see the people playing cards. I'm wearing, there's no way I'm getting my leg on this camera, but I'm wearing King Ghidorah socks today, my dress socks. Yeah, I'm just a huge fan. It's like you mentioned, it's kind of like a timeless franchise, and like because the 50s, and like the reality is he's like a global icon, and it's crossed over with so many different pieces of other people's fandoms, like in the comics and stuff. Like they're doing like the Turtles and Godzilla stuff and things like that, and it's like,
I mean, the references through all of pop culture.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
When they say King of the Monsters, it's really true in a sense. It is really like what do they say? Not like the trope namer, but like Godzilla started the genre. Really,
he is the original kaiju. Like it just is. Like yes, there is some actually people might be like, well, you know, like, but
in
the reality
Greece, they
is
talked about giant sea
yeah.
monsters.
Without Godzilla, this probably isn't even like a movie archetype, right? Like he set this base that everyone else has climbed up. And, you know, like there's other giant monster movies I love, but Godzilla is their grandfather. He is the OG, and like...
It is the one where if you ever watch a movie with a giant monster in it, there will be something akin to Godzilla. There will be something either a reference to or maybe intentionally opposite of, right? Like they play with that expectation.
Oh, yeah. Anytime you see a giant lizard, even if it's not technically Godzilla, your first thought is going to be, oh, it's like a Godzilla monster.
Right, yeah. So I love the idea of giant monsters fighting robots.
Yes.
And, you know, that has been something that has prevailed into other genres and things like that. Was there any specific challenges to designing the characters like Mechagodzilla, who has theoretically like technological advancements, and he has like, you know, missiles and like traditional human weaponry? Was there something that was more difficult compared to Godzilla, who's got superpowers, essentially?
Yeah, I think the interesting is just like figuring out ways to express the tools and the changing tools, and also the different versions of Mechagodzilla. Like the Mechagodzilla
It's
design.
a little confusing for me.
Yes, like there's a bunch of distinct eras, but even within those eras, there's different versions of and different tools and monsters.
Because I originally thought Mechagodzilla was a Godzilla robot built to fight Godzilla.
Yeah, so that is usually true, although sometimes it's built from the bones of other kaiju or old Godzillas, or sometimes it's...
well, someone told me that it was that they took a Godzilla and turned it into like a cyborg robot for one of them.
Yeah, so well, and also they like in the MonsterVerse stuff, it's like a Ghidorah's skull is in the Mechagodzilla.
Oh wow.
Yeah, but there's a million different versions of it.
Right.
Some of them are like generically built to be like good guys. Sometimes aliens make them, sometimes humans make them. Like the originals, the Zillions that are in this set, they are kind of a monster factory planet that just keeps sending them to Earth and being like, give us your lunch money.
Oh, okay.
And,
I was gonna ask. I was actually one of my follow-ups is the Zillion Invasion card.
Yes.
I was trying to figure out like why is Mechagodzilla here? I didn't think he was an alien, but he's a robot sent from space.
So man, there's a lot of canon here, but some of the OG versions were built by the Zillions and sent to go break things, essentially. But also, like, sometimes they've sent Gigan, they've sent Ghidorah. Sometimes they come from other places. Sometimes they come from deep space.
Okay.
Sometimes they come from the center of the earth. There's a lot of movies. In 70 years, you cover a lot of films and comics and stuff like that. But yeah,
a lot of them, like Godzilla, were creatures on Earth, morphed by the
Rodan is essentially a dinosaur, right? But then like Ghidorah is just nothing like, and Gigan is absolutely wild. Like there's no animal that looks like him.
No, he's not.
Yeah.
Like you could compare Anguirus to like an armadillo, right?
Yeah.
But Gigan is a true horror monster.
I want to flag something here, and this game's going on.
We just been yapping.
Yeah, no. So the Titan Terror is on a string right now. And Angie is in a little bit of trouble, but if you don't finish the job against Ang and leave him with a mountain of power tokens, like I don't think, like Godzilla's at full health. So all those power tokens, I think, have been gained from just getting hit or, cards in stage, things like that. The backswing is fierce. That tail comes around full 180, and it is fierce.
Yeah, and we saw Tim's deck in the first game.
Yep.
He generated all those tokens himself.
Yeah.
And then tried to one-shot Matt, essentially.
Yeah.
And now you're giving him additional ammunition to make that even easier.
That's a lot of backswing we're staring at right now.
I will say the Godzilla Titan of Terror has one of my favorite gameplay patterns because it's so abnormal where you can play some attacks, then you can build foundations, and then you can play the card, without the check at the very end. And anytime, just like this, anytime that we get like a break from or a departure from traditional UniVersus of highest difficulty to lowest difficulty, I always find it really interesting because now I'm looking for ways, how can I reference those cards in my card pool, right?
Right.
Tell me.
So I think we're getting a frog here and trying to go for lethal? Or does he already have a frog?
He already has a frog.
Oh, I see the yep.
They're putting their backups in up by the character. But so this looks like we got an Ocean Buddies.
Oh. Matt's doing some cool stuff in here. I haven't actually got a chance to sit down with him today.
But look, can I ask you, I know that, obviously don't get in trouble for saying too much. But is there potentially future products that are similar in design to maybe Shune from KOF or ways to utilize non-attack cards in the card pool that we might not be aware of? Or is that something that the design team likes to fool around with?
Yeah, I mean, without getting into details, it's a space we always like because subverting the kind of normal gameplay platter is really fun. Shune does it in a really cool way, and there is cards like even in the set like Queen of Monsters can be that kind of subversion of the idea where it's like I really need this thing for my hand into play right now, so I'm gonna play it first and then I'm gonna queen, and then go from there. We got a full block on that, so Angie got out of there.
Yeah,
we're still in one piece. But yeah, it's something we're not going away from. And also you see a little bit of this here and you're gonna see a little bit more as we have symbol identity, but I know that some people would argue that it's tenuous at best for a lot of the symbols. I would think that we've done a much better job of tamping down some of that symbol identity over the last couple of years. You'll see in Godzilla a lot of those expressions and some of the things we're trying to adjust about symbol identity. For example, the water stuff really does have a pretty strong re-ready sub-theme in here. That's something that we wanted to express more because we want commit cost foundations and stuff to feel valuable too.
Okay.
And then, the good symbol, Shune, and our team hero characters are going to lean further into that build on the fly while attacking. Right. Established resources. We United in Battle from Turtles, Queen of Monsters from Reina Kaiju, Shune from King of Fighters. It's a theme we are slowly locking in, and we are not done locking that theme in.
Awesome. That's basically what I was looking for. Because that is something that we saw in the very beginning of MHA with characters like Momo.
Yes.
People love that character
100%.
Because it played so differently, whereas most decks, you're just, I'm going to play all my high diffs into my low diff attacks and hopefully have more attacks than you have blocks. Momo was the one where you could sequence things, very differently. Jiro used to benefit just from having cards in the card pool. And I hate to bring it up too much, but one of my favorite moments, just because it shows the sequencing of UniVersus and how it's a different game, is the national championship where Tim Keefe was off lethal by 1.
Oh,
he could have played a foundation in front of an attack.
Yes, and got the last damage.
But he, I guess, forgot that Tokoyami gives -1 damage and missed exact lethal, right? So I love seeing
tough math at that late in the round.
Yeah. Speaking of tough math, we've got how many power tokens?
It is a mountain of them.
Yeah.
This is a fun piece of old tech meeting new tech. There's a lot of lows, and we're going to Thorn Lance that leap. And with one of my pet cards in the set, Angerus Ball, has EX3 on it.
And it is a low.
So we're going to get a card out of Progressive. We're going to get a Momentum for EX.
Which is huge. That's a huge bonus. Dual Needle Lunge is a card that we still see played at the highest level all the time as a 4 of it. Basically in my opinion, makes the Mikasa deck work
Yes.
in a lot of ways in its current iteration. So seeing Thorn Lance, which basically turns any low attack in front of it into dual needle lunge, is pretty cool.
And so, like, this is an interesting turn talking about, like, that power token mentality.
Yeah.
Tim is storing. He is clearly telegraphing.
He's
Either
harnessing the energy.
Yes, I'm going to go big and try to get you in one big shot, or I'm pretending I'm going to.
Right.
And I'm going to poke you, I'm going to poke you, and then I'm going to build and play it safe. But you don't want to block, because if you go shields down, you know you're in trouble.
You can't
Yeah.
commit out to block a fake move here, because
Yes.
we now see the crushing impact for the second time. this
Yes,
turn.
and this is
And we're going to get even more speed than before.
so fast.
All right, this time I really feel like Tim's got it. I don't think Matt's going to survive this.
Oh, he's only at 13, so he had to took both of those kind of pokes.
Yeah.
The reading, making sure the math is on.
Yeah. Which this is,
Trying to see if his demise is upon him.
yeah, like I said, I think in the last game, I believe Matt survived with like a deflect trick. I don't
Yeah.
know if that's going to be good enough here.
Yeah, we'll see if Tim goes all in here, because maybe whatever trick got him in the first game, I didn't catch it, is scaring him out of a full commit here.
Yeah, currently this is a 12 speed low for 8.
Yep.
3 power tokens would at least threaten lethal.
Yep. Tim
However,
looked like he was going to flip that. I think that's Defiant Roar, from what I can see, which is a flip commit a power token. So you can't use it this turn. You'll get it back later. Draw a card on a 1/5. So a little bit of card advantage in the power token engine. He looked like he was about to use it.
Now he's sacrificing.
Okay, so now we're going. So we've decided it is go time.
Yeah, we're now up to 14 damage, and I think 16 is gonna get away from that deflect number.
Yeah.
Because last time we left him at 3, we're now putting this at 3 over lethal.
Yeah.
Now 5 over.
I caught a Dark Ward in his hand. I don't think that's going to do him much good.
Nope. Now we're seeing the flip.
Okay, we're digging.
Token.
So we've decided we don't need any more damage. We're gonna hedge for him having an out.
Tell me about interacting with power tokens. How interactable did you want opponents to be able to mess with, delete, remove? Maybe you can give the people at home good ways to interact with power tokens
and
that
he
they
got
might not
it.
be aware of.
Yeah, so this is one of the tricky things when you are introducing a new card type, and it's a really good comment because this is the conversation we had. I didn't want them to be untouchable.
Okay.
But, it's a new mechanic. There isn't going to be a lot of existing cards that do it. And I also didn't want them to be so disposable by your opponent that they didn't feel like they were a useful tool. So the way we kind of covered how do I put this? The way we kind of covered the way that everybody, if power tokens are a strong mechanic to everyone, is by giving infinity to probably the best power token counter, but not giving it a crazy rate, and that's fighter jets.
Okay.
Which it's a 1 diff, 5 check, +1 high, backup, that when you commit it, that you either can give +1 speed, -2 speed, but every time you committed a power token, your opponent has to sack a power token.
Okay.
So you can manage their power token counts with jets, and you kind of put Godzilla in the position where it's like, all right, well, if I want to protect my power tokens, I got to swat the jet. I don't want to swat the jet. I want to destroy the city.
Right.
But if I don't, it's going to keep bugging me. It's flying around.
They are truly annoying.
Yes.
In the movies, they're always annoyed at the jets flying around them.
And
so I love the flavor on it.
Yeah, and there is a few other power token counters. Jets is the most efficient one, but there's ones that another Infinity one that makes you sack them if you have a lot of them. You sack like 2 of them. And then another one where it's a flip for a damage pump. It basically steals one of your opponent's tokens, kind of. So there's a few, but in general, we tried to manage that by making sure the rates on them were healthy. Like the 2 characters we just saw are the 2 most efficient power token generators in the set. Most other characters are going to work a little harder than that, but they are accessible for everybody between some of the powerful options that are in the set. Every symbol has a way to generate power tokens. Some much better than others, but they're available to anyone who might want them.
Awesome. Well, let me ask you this, Jeremy.
Yeah.
We're almost done with our break here. I've got a couple more things that I want to show off to the people at home. But is there anything you want to tell the folks who are going to their pre-release, who are going to get their hands on these cards for the first time in a couple weeks here. Is there anything they should know about Godzilla Reign Kaiju that we just haven't talked about yet? Anything you've been burning to just tell everyone all at once and get it off your chest?
I don't know if I have anything that in a specific sense, but I will say, like, I'm so excited for everyone to get their hands on it. Maybe people don't realize this, but like, I kind of was done working on this a year ago, and I've been waiting for basically a year.
That sounds
for
torturous.
people to see this thing that I am really excited about, really proud of, and I truly love it. Like, it is somewhere the 12-year-old me is like crying out in joy at the idea of something like this happening. I think it's really fun. I think if you like our game or you like Godzilla or both, you will like the set. So go out to a pre-release and check it out. Like, and also shout out to every other team. The art looks incredible.
Yes.
The alt characters that Sean did, the art, give him a shout out if you can find him, are just awesome. They're so beautiful. Like, I think it's the coolest set I have ever been a part of. I'm really excited for you guys to play with it.
You know, that's a perfect segue because we actually have a very special treat for the people at home. I don't think these have been shown off at all before.
Yeah, I don't think so.
And I want you to help us out, Jeremy, with this camera right behind you. We've got the birthday boy, Zach Richards, pulled the Jet Jaguar Chrome.
This looks wild. Hold on. Before I put it on camera, I'm looking at it.
Yeah, oh, you got to be down here?
All right, where are we going?
Look at that. That is absolutely insane.
The birthday rip is crazy.
The birthday rip is actually the most goated thing I've heard at this Worlds yet. And Jet Jaguar. So I was going to ask you on the closing, Jet Jaguar is my favorite character from this set. What's your favorite character from this set?
I mean, it's Ghidorah. It's always, the answer is always Ghidorah, but I will say this. Ghidorah.
The five-hander that's really good is Jeremy Ray's favorite?
I didn't make him a five-hander the first time. Okay. But you did call me out for my second one, which is Biollante has a special place in my heart. It was a movie I've loved a lot growing up. So, like, I love Bio. And I think the design is so, like, you can get so cool with it. Like, the neuron firing thing we were talking about earlier, Biollante fires the neurons off the charts.
It's a character where you look at it and you can do almost anything because of the power of tutoring up the cards you want. We've got one other thing to show off here.
Yes.
Because Rochester CCG has also pulled a Chrome, and we've got the Geigen to show off.
This one is also incredible. It's hard to do justice to the Chrome, but these look awesome.
And the Jet Jaguar was number 6. The Geigen is number 69 out of 100. So for those who don't know, if you guys are unaware, the Chromes in UniVersus are serialized. There's only 100 in circulation out there.
Awesome.
So this is a 1 of 100 Chrome Geigen. And my favorite part with the Chromes, honestly, is always the golden text.
Yes.
I love, like, the I guess it's kanji. I'm just assuming with
that's what I'm assuming. I could not tell you exactly, but I'm assuming it's their names.
I was told they were kanji with the MHA one, so I'm punish my whiteness if you must. But I love the text on them.
Yes.
Because it especially for MHA, right? It reminds you of reading the comic books.
Yes.
And we've got the comic book art for Godzilla, and the onomatopoeia is such an iconic part of comic books and reading the medium. So to include that on the cards for the card game has just been such an absolute blessing, in my opinion.
Yeah, and like it's funny because these are the first time I've seen these in person too. I don't get to yes. For as far as physicals go, this is my first weekend with the physical stuff too.
That's
Creative gets to see it a little bit before us, as I got to make sure things turned out the right color. But like, these look like movie posters,
right?
Like they look like you could see them on a wall blown up, like Godzilla versus Jet Jaguar.
If you were to go to the marquee release for Godzilla and you saw the Jet Jaguar poster, advertising, that's what it would look like.
Yes, they look awesome. I am like, I don't get a bunch of like fancy free premium cards as some people like to think. I'm going to be on the hunt myself for a couple of these Chromes. I have to add a King Ghidorah to my collection.
Of course.
So if anyone's trading a King Ghidorah Chrome after the pre-releases, let me know.
We'll find
I got
out.
a couple. But
I'm sure if someone pulls a Chrome, we'll hear about it.
Yes, everyone's very excited. Like I said, I think these are the first 2 in the wild that I'm aware of.
I mean, they
today.
have to be unless someone's been cheating.
Even if someone just pulls it, I want to see the King Ghidorah one. I haven't seen it in person, so I'm so excited. It's the pre-release is going on right now.
Right. Yep.
And
the pre-release is happening. These were pulled in the pre-release, I believe.
Yeah, and I believe it's sold out. There's 100-some people playing with Godzilla cards for the first time right now, and it's just awesome. I got to watch some of the initial openings. People are building their decks and reading cards, going super close. It's like, wait, what does that say? What does Godzilla?
How much speed?
What does Godzilla vs. Biollante do again? Like, it's been.
We don't have a lot of time to talk about, but those are actually some of my favorite foundations in the set, flavor-wise.
Oh, yeah.
The Mecha Godzilla versus Godzilla, Godzilla versus Biollante, like that stuff, reminding you, like, those are the iconic, parts of the movie where it's like, this is Biollante's movie, this is Mecha Godzilla's movie, right?
And
that's
and there's also a card called Final Wars and things like that.
Right.
Like, there's a lot of callbacks to those comics, and expect more cool things in that department too. So.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining me for this break, Jeremy.
It was my pleasure.
I know you got a lot of card slinging to do. I know a lot of people want to talk to you about Godzilla throughout the rest of the weekend. So we're going to take a very small break. We're going to come back with another round of UniVersus action here at the World Championship so we can find out who our top 16 players are going to be for day 3, trying to immortalize themselves in cardboard and become a playable character in UniVersus. Please don't go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss it.
Welcome back, everybody, for round 4 of the day 2 of the World Championships. I'm Bear Bryan, joined by Theo Sam Tate, based off of the last Guess the Card. And wow, I'll be honest, Sam, I feel like Jeremy Ray might be coming for my job after that last showcase match you guys just did.
Well, what's your job?
This, and he was here.
Oh, okay. I see. As commentary, I thought you were talking about like within UVS because he's the lead game designer. I had to ask his job title.
Yes, he is a lead game designer.
What's your job title with UVS?
I am a organized play coordinator. That is what
I don't think Jeremy would want to get demoted to class.
Oh my gosh. No demotions here, of course, as we are wonderful human beings, but we have more tournament to get through. So we're going to go over our caster picks once again, just to highlight some of the cards that we might be seeing across this tournament. And Tam did give us the option of swapping some cards out, and I was a little jealous of my co-commentator, Sam Tate, and how good his cards were performing. So I decided to join the bandwagon because I think these cards are good enough to win the entire game. I mean, we have Wide Awake, very good at answering cards like Field Without. We have pass-through walls coming in super clutch, stopping cards like with breaker effects, assets being able to cancel it, and of course, Kowenma's Task being the talk of the town, I feel like, this entire tournament. Wouldn't you agree, Sam?
Yeah, I guess I would agree with everything you just said, point for point. You know what they say, if you can't be great, imitate.
That's right, absolutely. Just look at our hair.
The long hair pair, Sam and Barrett.
Realistically, I actually stuck with the same picks because I believe what Bromley said, which is if you believe in the cards that you chose, you should stick by them. And I still think and stand by it. Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken kind of coming in good all day.
I mean, that's still, I think, the best attack in the format. Again, for one more weekend, the last hurrah for Vast Hybrid. And daily training is an absolutely insane value piece. So I understand where you're coming from. However, I will take the point on Genkai's Guidance because Koenma's Task cancels Genkai's Guidance, so I win that one.
Yeah, you do win that one. I will concede it. I will concede it. But, of course, we still have more to get through. We are officially over halfway done with this Day 2 tournament going in for our top 16. And going into our next feature match, we have someone that we saw yesterday make the qualification for today, which is Ryan Kogod, who has had...
Now named Ryan Kogodzilla.
That's right, because he's sporting Godzilla, King of the Monsters, here at this tournament, and that's what he played yesterday. And then on top of that, we can see his performance across getting that 10th place with that amazing Aaron Yeager deck that people were talking about in Buffalo.
So close to that top 8.
And the interesting story as well is I believe Paul Butler and Ryan were the actually 9th and 10th place at Buffalo, and both of them pretty decidedly made G2 here at Worlds to punch their ticket. So nice little story for both of these players going and really fighting the challenge of still making their Day 2 invite here, and still 2-1 here for Ryan as well. But on the other side of the table, it's the GOAT. It's Kevin Broberg.
Oh, it's finally time.
It is time. Kevin Broberg already at 2-1 as well. Playing
Look at that regional history, my goodness.
Playing a peak finger in the regional history, like you said, is incredibly strong. Yes, absolutely.
Well, all the continental ones.
Yes.
I guess, yeah.
And I believe, if you correct me if I'm wrong, the only loss was against the mirror match, which was the creator of the deck he's playing, Tim Keefe, during rounds. So that's his only loss so far, is against Tim Keefe playing peak finger.
I was going to say, yeah, Tim obviously on the same deck.
Yeah.
So pretty impressive stuff from the Rochester fellas. I talked about earlier in the broadcast, I thought Peak was a flash in the pan. Super hyped up character, performed overseas at the very first regional it was legal at, and then poof, never again.
Yep.
Disappeared.
But not today. We're going to watch some peak UniVersus here this evening. But deck list-wise, we're going to look at Ryan's list. We did, of course, look at it yesterday. And this is that tried and true thing we talked about yesterday, which is a lot of these 4-ups for these very potent attacks on the Chaos Symbol for Godzilla. I'm excited to see a little bit more play from Blue Flame Torment, hopefully in this match, because we didn't see a whole lot of it, I think, when he was on stream last time. But I'm going to be looking for those Vast Hybrid Chimera Krakens, and I think we already know how powerful the Tournament Advance is on killing these stat manipulation characters like Peak.
And I'm very curious how good Dumbfounded has been for him. It's just essentially a blank 3 diff. The only text on it is that it ignores progressive difficulty, right? So that is potentially going to allow him to have smooth builds. You can block with it and ignore progressive, which we saw Ryan is one of the only Godzillas I think I've seen win a game via blocking by spending momentum.
Yep.
Which was absolutely clutch.
Very close, absolutely. But on the other side, we're going to take a look at the Masterful Peak Finger deck. That is, again, very similar. I believe that, again, the architect of this deck is Tim Keefe or something very similar to these numbers. But I know Bromley is really big on Violent Animus Shot, and it is showing a lot of work here in this deck, you know, giving a lot of stats with what Peak does. But Blood-Sucking Universe, we talked about a lot yesterday.
Blood-Sucking Universe, a card that people read the word counters on, and then they take it out of their deck because their character doesn't work with counters. And, you know, we're seeing it now here at the World Championship with quite a few characters that don't really utilize the counter aspect. I'm scanning the deck list. I don't see any way to add counters to the character. So the tension keyword and the throw keyword probably going to be just enough for Kevin Broberg. And if there's anything I know about the Rochester guys, it's that they value gaining 2 health even once in a game to change the math. So not relying on the additional text of Blood-Sucking Universe, I think is going to be totally fine. But the way we're almost certainly going to see him win this game is off the Thunder Spear Barrage, a very cheap attack that you can echo late in a string. And if your rival has no ability to block, you can decrease the speed and pump the damage to ridiculous heights.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, we're even going to see, I think the most interesting choice, too, I see a lot of Peak decks really kind of decide is how many copies of the anti-Titan artillery do we play? Because if you play too little, if you only play like the 1, you could check it early on in the game and then you can't get the search off. But, you know, 2 seems to be the number of just in case being able to not find it early on in your discard pile or even in your hand, but still having at least 1 in the deck to search off of when we do transform into the Panzer unit. But winning the die roll, Ryan Co-Godzilla going to be going first. Kevin getting that last little mulligan in here. And I'm actually really excited to see Peak. Like you said, you talked about the flash in the pan. It feels like it has actually been half a year since we've seen this character. And there's just so many stats. There's so many moving pieces that I'm really excited to see the modern era version of it. And like you said, the 3 difficulty attack you just mentioned. Thunder Spear Barrage really coming in synergistically with the Blood-Sucking Universe because it can give us that momentum immediately with the tension keyword.
Right. Yeah, the tension keyword, I think it's crazy that everyone recognizes how powerful the Roman cancel token is, but we don't talk about the tension keyword as being that powerful when, I mean, that's what it does. It gives you access to those powerful abilities. So I definitely expect tension to remain a staple. Most decks are playing 1 tension attack with like 2 to 4 copies. But hopefully, maybe in a future release, we get more tension attacks and that become, you know, a bit more of a theme. You know, what do you have to say about that, Barrett? Maybe some leaks? Maybe
my favorite.
Spill the beans, get fired live on stream today?
I think my biggest thing to say about that is, if you could imagine any other IP in the world that could use the word tension, maybe that's your best bet. So maybe that's the IP you should be praying for.
I was hoping to get the Guilty Gear set leaks. I tried, Chad. I tried.
I don't know any IPs that have a lot of like thematics with like ropes or like a sailor or something. But if you have the tension on the ropes, a circus set of some sort, right? For some tight road whopping. I want to talk about one of these cards in Kevin Rober's stage before we get to this first Blue Flame
I like
Torment.
how you focus on the word tension and not the fact that a Roman cancel would definitely not be a mechanic in any other game.
Yeah, that is true. But I wanted to leave the people guessing.
Here's our ancient history set where the Romans got canceled by...
Oh, I like that one. That's actually probably way smarter. And you know how it is. I am always thinking about the Roman Empire. So Blue Flame Torment coming in here with a beautiful XR version of it as well. But we're going to get that build off of the top from the Peak ability. That's one of the benefits of going second with this character. And we can, of course, transform whenever we want to as long as we destroy a foundation as that first enhance, right? So not on this first attack, but we are going to end up, we're making checks, milling. What are we doing?
So Blue Flame Torment
yes.
makes your rival make a check against a 6, and if they fail, you get +1 to your check and +1 damage, which Broberg opted to fail both times. However, we've got a +1 low block that gives Breaker 1, which cancels out one of those massive check bonuses. But a second Blue Flame Torment is going to make that feel kind of useless.
Yeah, daisy chain these for the basically +2 as long as Kevin keeps giving it away. Also still comes in with a
And
plus
if
3.
you're going to keep checking a 3, you're almost certainly not going to pass those.
Yeah, but of course, the stats we can negate a little bit. Here's that first enhance from Peak. We're going to transform. When you transform, we can go find a single copy of Anti-Titan Artillery, build it into our stage, and of course, when we did that, we gave -2 damage.
Yeah, this is a really powerful ability. I think Anti-Titan Artillery is an underrated asset as well. I've enjoyed playing it in decks that aren't Peak.
Yeah, I agree.
Just hoping I can draw it. It's at one point with Equipment Heist, in the format, not only could you search for it with Equipment Heist decks, but it was also a great way to counter Driven by Retribution, which was one of the best ways for meta decks to counter Equipment Heist. So that's probably about the last time I saw Peak in competitive play too, was all the way back then. So this card has been kind of flying under the radar, but after your attack deals damage, commit one rival foundation or asset is incredibly strong. And like you were talking about earlier, it adds tension to the game because now every attack Peak plays, you're going to have to ask the question, can I afford to have something committed? Which, granted, for this Godzilla deck, the answer is probably yes, because look at our stage. It's blank.
Yeah, actually blank. And the next 2 cards that are going to be coming down here for Ryan are 2 short-lived promotions and an inspiring song. So 2 of those are going to immediately be face down if we so choose to increase our hand size at the beginning of our next turn. But passing it back down to Kevin, double asset. I wanted to talk a little bit about Risky Gamble, and it's not because I think this card will necessarily have a very huge impact in this match, but I distinctly remember the last time talking about this card was with Kevin Broberg in the World Championship Finals last year when he was playing a single copy of this one in his Han Zoe 4 Eyes deck because you can always get it down face down immediately, and it functions as this nice little deadlock enhance and having a nice way of extra card draw when your opponent is inherently just also playing card draw.
Right. I mean, what deck is not drawing cards, right? What deck is not doing that? There's a new one, Totally Not Jealous. I love that card.
Yes. Yeah.
When you draw, I draw.
That's
very,
on
very
all?
good effect. I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah. All symbol, all attuned.
Yeah, it's definitely a 1/5 attune. So I'm a big fan of Totally Not Jealous. I like effects like that. I believe the spinner card, something Contempt. I can't remember now, but there's a 2/5 version that was also.
You're
pretty
correct. There's a promo of it too.
Yeah, it was a very cool card. I always like that one. But now another card I like is Blood Sucking Universe. Guess what Blood Sucking Universe is almost certainly going to do, Barrett?
Create some tension.
Create some tension and deal some damage.
That's right.
That Anti-Titan Artillery has basically 2 effects that trigger off of dealing damage. You get +1 damage from the enhance and potentially burn the rival if they're a Titan character, which, despite Godzilla being the Titan of Terror, he doesn't have the keyword, unfortunately.
We don't have Titan of Terror yet. That's in the next upcoming Reign of Kaiju Godzilla set. But you're right.
Yeah. But then Anti-Titan Artillery just says when an attack deals damage. It doesn't say non-throw.
Yep.
So the commit here to get rid of the inspiring song, one of the only speed bumps, right, that Ryan could have. And now Broberg's got a plan for next turn. I think this is, we got our momentum, we got our Roman cancel, we're set up with the damage reduction ability. Our rival is not the most well defended, right? He's not set up defensively very well. No real defensive effects besides Godzilla discarding momentum for +2 to a block, but that's only going to come into play, I'm sure, if Broberg starts to threaten lethal, which our stage isn't that big. However, Vile Seizing here is going to be great when we check a 5 on it. Going to force our rival to make a check. So you played Blue Flame Torment. You want me to check a 6. I'm going to play Vile Seizing and see how you like it. And Ryan's going to pass the check, which I think is the correct call in this position.
And I'm wondering, too, because I've been trying to be a lot better at when I watch games and I play games. I want to be in the mind of Kevin Broberg and what thoughts will I be going. I'm going somewhere with this. Don't give me that look. And I think Kevin, for thinking before we got to this attack, really wanted to play a second move because we were considering playing the ability on this military airship to take our Blood-Sucking Universe back. I think one of the cards in Kevin's hand is an Ice Sword Execution, which would have gotten the job done of basically committing the remainder of Ryan's stage. But this Vile Seizing also got the job done with a safer check to do so. So now I think the question is, based off of Ryan committing this entire stage to deny 2 damage and a draw, Kevin has to decide, well, now do I even want to do that, or do I take the momentum? And this is all but assuredly also landing to give ourselves another momentum, and we just hold on to this. But that is going to be the play. He has decided to actually pick up the Bloodsucking Universe for a separate turn because this one will also get us some momentum. So that key defensive Roaming Cancel ability, it will be live with the 1 momentum here from the Bile Seizing and then the actual Roaming Cancel token itself. So I was just trying to get a little bit on the diving on why we thought so long on which attack to play if we were going to play one at all. And then I want to ask you on the other side of this.
Really quick, I just want to point out, it's really funny that Broberg reviewed an Ice Sword execution because he didn't have momentum and the board stay on the rival side wasn't that powerful. Then we drew into not only a way to generate momentum, but another Ice Sword. So if we do play an Ice Sword this turn, I would be pretty, maybe not surprised considering where we're at now, but it would be a little ironic to think about that.
Yeah.
He had made the evaluation that Ice Sword isn't the right card for right now, but then the new hand that we got
and the game state
that.
changing, yeah.
Right, and that's one of the most beautiful things about UniVersus because you don't get that in any other card game. You don't get a review step. You don't draw back up to your hand size. You're not going to see 6 fresh new cards that completely change the landscape. And Broberg has been playing long enough to understand that you have to be adaptable. You have to be flexible. And I don't think we're going to see the Ice Sword freeze here.
But that was the scariest check, I think, in what we were deep in, right?
Right.
Because, again, what I was thinking before, whether he was going to play that second just to get to the military airship, instead we still now chose to do so. But this is going to do some double lifting on the mileage of it because we've already played it once.
Yep. And now, not only are we going to get, it looks like we didn't do the Blitz to get a second token.
Oh.
We might have just, he put the 2 on the
Oh, I see. That's good. I like that.
Oh, that's a good way to do it. Yeah. So we've got the 2 Roman Cancel tokens, and I think what's important about this over the Ice Sword execution is Bloodsucking Universe is going to gain us more health. So we talked about how the Rochester guys recognize and value a little bit of life gain, whereas I don't think a lot of people consider 2 health
game changing.
Yeah. Not only do we gain 4 instead of 2, but I do think when your character reduces damage, mixing in life gain as pseudo damage reduction really compounds that. So
I even like too that because we got to that play, we checked well, which means we committed the Smiling Death. So we not only generated all this momentum, got a little bit of life back, but we were able to swap back over to this side of Peak, the front side, which means on the first attack Ryan plays, we can build a bonus foundation, wait it out, figure out what's going on. And then we already stifled a little bit of the card draw that Ryan's going to have access to this turn because of that short-lived promotion.
Right. So the double short-lived promotion gives Godzilla a very unique opportunity to blow up the board and then build 4 foundations instead of 2, which would give you a pretty sizable I went first in this game sort of scenario. But those assets are going to stick around.
Yep.
One of them is frozen. So it wouldn't be too bad of an idea, I think, to blow up the board now with that extra hand. However, Broberg doesn't have a huge stage, and while I don't think this Peak deck is particularly vulnerable, I would not blame most players for looking at the stage that Broberg has and thinking he's not going to be any weaker than this.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a hard battle to fight, right? Because in a character that has sacrificed 1 foundation as a cost on both sides of the character, your stage can very quickly become taxed, but maybe that's the whole, the art of playing Peak well, is being able to dance around the perfect amount of foundations versus extra. One of my favorite sayings in UniVersus is, you don't get bonus points for extra foundations that are ready at the end of the game when you win, right? It's a bad saying, but I think it's funny.
I mean, it translates to a lot of things.
But, at the end of the day, what I'm trying to say is that the perfect play on the amount of foundations you need while still accounting for the variance of checks in our game goes a long way, and it's especially harder when your character is using up your foundations as resources as well.
Yeah, now we see the Smashing Stomp coming down. +2 to the check means we're only going to need to commit 1 foundation here. Smashing Stomp to check a Smashing Stomp. That's good luck in this game, despite it not being the number you want to check. That typically, in my experience, I'm a little superstitious, Barrett, but whenever I check a card to play a card, that's usually a very good thing in the long run.
I'm only a little stitious.
Yeah, so we'll see. You're normal stitious?
Yeah, not superstitious. Yeah. Sorry. Sam is already sick of me.
That's my superpower. I'm stitious.
I'm stitious.
But, that's just one of my favorite things, the true combo of checking a card to play a card. down to 12. We got Vast Hybrid coming in. When's the last time you saw a Vast Hybrid not played as the first attack of a turn?
I think earlier today.
Yeah.
Sometimes you draw them. We probably drew it off the smashing stuff.
That's what I kind of assumed. I love the Vast Hybrid in the middle of the turn because most players will assume you don't have it.
Yeah.
It is traditionally correct almost every time to do it first.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm a big fan of the middle of the turn Vast Hybrid just because you do a little poking, you see where your opponent's at, and then you go for the kill. Now you can say, okay, commit and freeze. I guess our zero diff that we're just going to destroy anyways, but we're going to get the minus damage here on the Panzer unit and transform once again.
Yeah, and that was the frozen one, right? That's what we got committed to frozen. So that using that resource here to take a little bit less damage, and it's a resource you weren't going to have anyway. Doesn't feel too bad, but we're also going to hit with the -3 speed.
Yep, and flip back over. So this is now a 1 high for 7, not very threatening.
We saw that Blue Flame Torment as well. At any point, we could spin that momentum, flip it over, and we could give minus to even more checks. But there's the full block with that Eyesore that, isn't necessarily going to be a key to success based off of the stage of Ryan now, but it could have been a 10 damage move.
And I don't think we're attacking again because we did not activate the Inspiring Song.
Yep. How many cards will we build? Still has the 2 in hand. Of course, we drew that bonus with the short-lived, and then, of course, we drew the bonus with the Smashing Stomp, but passing Broberg back with 12, 4 foundations, and 1 asset ready because now the airship will become unfrozen, and we're going to lose that Roman Cancel token also at the beginning of the combat phase.
Yeah, a little interesting decision to not spend the Roman Cancel token. I think we ended up taking 9 damage from a move.
Yeah. Maybe valuing that second momentum as we might see, but like you said, or like I said,
we took like a total of like 12 over the turn or something like that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, definitely surprised we didn't snap, use the token, but at the same time, Walk the Dog exists. We had 1 momentum left. Walk the Dog plus 1 momentum in Godzilla represents exactly 12. So maybe that was something that Broberg wanted Godzilla to
reach.
overextend into the token. That is a play that I think players, it takes a long time to really finesse. It takes a long time to feel comfortable in your gameplay to where you can allow the opponent to hit you, in times where you could defend yourself for the express purpose of looking vulnerable.
Yep.
Which I think, the best players in our game are really good at. Bloodsucking Universe, however, is going to get that tension token right back. We're going to have access to that play again, and we're almost certainly going to be gaining the 2 health here.
Inspiring Song looks like for the minus check on Broberg's side.
Yep, -1 little free breaker action. Now we're going to get the mid block just to reduce the damage a little bit. We're still going to have to take half.
Is it not 4? Were we at 21? Did I miss it?
I think we were, yeah.
Well, oops. No, I'm sorry. I was wrong.
And it got 1, from the Titan artillery.
We even did the selective committal. Obviously, all the foundations are blank, so just to get the extra bonus. But it's not. You can't use it ever on your opponent's turn. So it's like use it now. Can't commit the asset for passing checks anyway.
And it looks like we're not responding to gain the 2 health.
That is
We're still at
also
12, so that might be.
Yeah.
That might be a small mistake. That could come back to haunt us. However, we've got the Roman Cancel token clearing our card pool, so there's a lot of potential here. Pete can go crazy.
Yeah.
The resource, game that Pete gets to play is so different from other characters because she doesn't generate a ton of extra resources, and technically, because you have to commit Pete, she doesn't actually generate any immediate advantage.
Yes.
It's just another resource that Pete can use to fuel her own enhances, not necessarily to pass more checks. But the amount of speed and damage that this character can pile on when you're ready to turbo sacrifice everything is really scary. And if Ryan dumps his hand here, if he blocks here and goes handless, we don't have to transform anymore. We can just stay on the side
and give damage.
Pumps damage.
Yeah, and I'm even looking we talk about sneaky stats coming from other places. Like the I'm with you in the stage is another instance of peak essentially while paying that cost still. But yeah, we're going to weave down this Cardboard Crusaders because we have less foundations than our opponent, and this is going to also give a little bit more stats while also playing a second Mikasa's Fatal Cleave. And because, like you said, we went down. Oh, I guess we saw one card left in Ryan.
Oh, he does? Oh, he does.
We drew from the Fearsome, I think, defensively.
Gotcha. Yep.
But, the question is, do we have another low block? And spinning the momentum for +2 to Ryan's check tells me that we probably do. We do.
I was going to say the Godzilla deck, the one thing it does have is a lot of really good low block cards. Walk the Dog, Smashing Stomp. I'm trying to think. Oh, there's a foundation I just had in my mind and I lost it.
The Monster Aggression that we
Yeah, Monster Aggression. Yep. So, a 1/5 +2 low block, incredibly good in this situation. So, getting the Walk the Dog there to block the Fatal Cleave.
I've really got to applaud Ryan. I think the defense we see him playing with Godzilla is pretty immaculate.
He's blocked more than any other Godzilla I've ever seen. And you know what's really funny is after his game yesterday that we watched on stream at the end of the day, I was talking to him about it, and he said, I can't remember what he said exactly, but it was something like, all that blocking I did, that was a mistake. I should have just killed him the turn before or something. And I was like blown away. But yeah, he had a different line entirely, and I was like, that's crazy, bro. You completely won the game by blocking. So.
Blocking says you don't die, which means you have the chance to win. If Ryan ends up winning this game, I will say it will be because from the applauding of defense that Ryan has done in this specific instance in game, and not willing to hold on to greedy, attacks like the Walk the Dog, because playing Walk the Dog is very difficult against Peak. It's great use there to save yourself not only the 10 damage that Mikasa Fatal Cleave was for, but it would have been also a destruction of one of your foundations.
Yeah, so this is pretty.
Ooh, there it is.
Scary here. Here's the once per game. I was just about to ask, does this even benefit Godzilla if we do it here? Yes, his stage was all blank, and pretty much all of Kevin's stage had relevant text. Even the face downs could potentially be things that do something when they enter the discard pile. And Kevin's going to keep all of his assets, and unlike last turn, the military airship is ready. So we could see a low difficulty attack like a Thunder Spear Barrage.
And then build one down.
Build one with Peak. Then you can
just
maybe echo it, play another attack, airship it. No momentum, though, so no echo immediately available. But between Anti-Titan Artillery, Cardboard Crusaders, and military airship, you can do a ton of damage.
Yeah.
With just 2 cards.
Yeah, it would have been a lot, because that's the thing is when Godzilla presses that form.
Oh, we built pass-through walls. Whoops.
That is true. But
so one of those abilities.
Still, though, playing a 3 difficulty attack, especially one like Thunder Spear Barrage that can be lopsided in one of its stats.
True.
When your opponent has 0 cards in their hand, because that's what happens when Godzilla presses the form ability, you build everything else. It could have been a hefty chunk while still generating resources for Kevin, and we would have attempted to build these foundations anyway.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ooh, the cycle. That's big. We are playing Fatal Cleave in Kevin's deck.
I've been hit by the cycle ability on that once. It was not fun.
Yeah, it's very powerful.
I think it's what, discard a card, or is it?
And another destruction.
Yeah, and they just, yeah. Yeah,
I'm pretty sure.
Very powerful stuff once the rival cycles.
Yeah, selective destroy and your opponent discards.
Discard. That's insane.
It's crazy.
That card, honestly, I was playing that card so much during the backup era because, I think it was maybe not a mistake, but just something that got missed. But Mikasa's Fatal Cleave just says when it deals damage.
Yes.
Unlike almost every other AOT card that specifies having to deal damage to a character. So you can aim the Fatal Cleave at a backup and pretty much guarantee the damage trigger as long as the rival is not playing a lot of damage reduction. And so I love that card back then. I've never gotten to use the Cycle Blitz myself.
Yeah.
But seeing it here would be absolutely insane.
I've seen a lot of people in the current format get hit by it, though, because the games are going a little bit wider, a little bit longer, because of Unyielding Destruction being gone. So a card like that, I think, already being pretty good stat-wise.
I mean, we did see a 0-0 draw earlier where a Fatal Cleave might have done something.
True.
There was a lot of interaction in that board state, though, so who knows? We couldn't resolve a single flash attack for over an hour.
This is officially Blue Flame Torment number 4 of this game because we've cycled. Don't know if that means we'll see even more, but we could. That's one of my favorite things about our game is that you're only allowed to play 4 copies of a card, but because cycling exists, you can actually see a specific piece, even just by normal rules, multiple times.
Yeah, and opting not to utilize the Cardboard Crusaders, I got to be honest, Barrett, I use the response on that card more than the defensive response more than I ever use the offensive response.
I get it. It makes sense.
I want to steal my rival's first attack like all the time. My opponents are playing airship like all the time. But what this tells me is that Broberg doesn't feel threatened. He must have a pretty solid hand. He likes his board state. He's not afraid of the rival getting bonuses to their check. And there's no momentum on Godzilla's side, so he doesn't have to worry about the check hack ability either.
Yeah, I am a little scared, though, because we have +4 currently going into Ryan's next check in combination of the Godzilla Enhance and then also the Blue Flame Torment double enhance ability, which means I think something like a Determined Advance could be coming up next, which means I wouldn't feel comfortable anymore. Because again,
that's crazy. Did you look at his hand?
No, that's just the read to me when your Godzilla dumps as much check bonuses onto the first or the second move, because we need to play the 6 diff now because it will just get harder and harder.
And we immediately we blitzed to get a momentum, and then immediately first enhance spent it to get +2 to our check again. So another threat coming down after this, almost certainly. And if Kevin can't block this one, he's probably going to have to reduce the damage down to 6. Can't reduce it any further than that, and dropping to from 12 to 6 health would not feel good here at all.
I do like, though, that Kevin has created a situation for him where his loss of consciousness is now committed, so destroying it to seal the pass-through walls to then gain access to any of his assets that he would like to use. It creates now
at this point, the turn is only military airship. Because Cardboard Crusaders can only seal the first attack.
Correct, yes. There it is. It is sealed, and it is for -2 damage and going to remain on that front side of Peak. But it still hits for 7.
Oh, I thought Peak was +2 or -3 damage.
That's the speed.
Oh, interesting.
+2 speed or minus... Wait.
Well, because I thought the math... Well, we're scooping it up here. So
what was the
Ryan's
last one? Determined?
I was looking at you.
I was looking at you, yeah.
But I thought the math was +2 from Peak and then +1 from military made it 3.
For 3-3,
and
yeah.
And then,
so I understand. I did say it wrong. You're correct. Yes, yes. Always -+3. I did say it wrong. But game 1 going to Ryan Godzilla. Making another strong appearance, looking to take down your current reigning world champion. With about 34 minutes remaining, if you're a Kevin Broberg fan out there, you're going to need to cheer for a reverse 2-0. But if you're Ryan, who has had an impeccable performance this weekend so far, and still is.
This is the litmus test of the day 1 buff.
Yeah.
If Ryan Godzilla, who survived day 1, dare I say prospered in day 1, can defeat Kevin Broberg here, I will become a full believer.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or at the very least, I will feel incredibly accomplished as a Peak denier, one of the two.
You heard it here first. Sam Tate hates Peak UniVersus.
Well, hopefully you heard it on my live stream first, because I have been, just wary of this character. I understand that Peak puts amazing stats on things. I understand the versatility of up and down, but the cost, Barrett. Literally at what cost? You are a 6-hander who does not generate enough additional resources and doesn't have, if Peak had card draw on face maybe, and while the death symbol is an incredibly good symbol, especially for attuned cards, and the order symbol is no slouch, but I would consider the death symbol a little better on average at least. It's just, I think that whole time Kevin just didn't have the level of interaction that he'd really want to, and we saw Godzilla was able to defend adequately because Kevin was not spamming every button on his character.
I wouldn't even say adequately. I think Ryan is overachieving in the defensive aspects of a character that, we talk about aggro 6-hand size matchups. You would think they go quickly, but when people like Ryan are playing impeccable defense with their 6-hander that is typically just using all of their resources offensively, it's hard not to say that that's just superb gameplay, because I'm a big advocate of I want to play an aggro deck, but you can play it on a different axis. And that, I think, is exactly what makes the good Godzilla players from the great Godzilla players.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, what's the old saying? Offense gets you there, but defense wins championships.
That's right. That's right.
And I believe we've seen that pretty much every year of UniVersus, even when Nick Reagan won.
Yeah.
The most aggressive deck I've ever seen win a major in UniVersus, maybe the least possible defense. Nick had solid fundamentals, and he blocked when and where he needed to. You know, he made games go long enough that he got the Endeavor cycle bonus. Talk about, you know, cycling and getting punished.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things where even when we have this incredibly aggressive, high health six-hander who's tanking damage almost intentionally on their face, you know, the solid defensive fundamentals is what makes the difference. And that might be the difference that we'll see in like Mikasa matchups. Everyone knows it as an aggro character, but only one converted from yesterday. And we saw Ryan Field earlier in the day playing, you know, above adequate, I suppose, defense.
Yeah.
I would say adequate. I would say, you know, enough
Game
to
two
get there.
especially.
Yeah, yeah. And so, you know, you don't need to be on lockdown. You don't have to block everything. You don't have to, you know, suffocate the opponent so that they can't possibly attack you when you're playing these 34 health six-handers, 35 health five-handers. But you do have to be active. You have to have proactive defense.
Or you end up like another match that we see on stream where no one takes a game win.
Correct.
Anyway, we have game two.
Task in the stage.
No, we
I'm
checked
kidding,
it.
yeah.
That's where he's putting his discard pile, which I actually don't mind.
I don't hate it.
Double asset. We saw these last game. Do a better job shuffling Kevin. Just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Don't get Kevin Roberts started on shuffling.
No, I'm joking. Yeah, I know. Build 4 going first as Peak here into game 2 of round 4 of the main event for day 2 in Dallas, Texas, our 2025 World Championship. And Ryan picking some great foundations to build. Finally Free, Short-Lived Promotion, Inspiring Song, Monster Aggression, Commit Them, Godzilla, Build 4 versus Build 4. 2 assets, 2 foundations to 4 foundations. Will Kevin play an attack? Who knows? If I was him, probably not. But even like a 3 diff or a 4 diff says build a foundation off the top. Violent Animus on a 4. Checks. Rewarded.
Now, this is a card I like in any character that pumps speed.
Yes.
You know, you can threaten to hit with this. Your rival's going to discard a random card.
Yep.
Absolutely insane pressure. Insane pressure you can put on most decks. Just from that, of course, as the anti-backup alternative mode. But we've also even seen the +1 breaker, right?
A lot today, actually.
Be a big deal. So, yeah, this is going to be a little tough. 7 speed, not unblockable. However, this poses the sort of question, right, where you can block Animus Shot and commit everything so you can't block anymore, or you can take the damage, which already is bad enough, but then lose a random card from your hand, which
10.
very likely could prevent you from blocking anymore in the turn. And we're going to opt to block the devil we know than the devil we don't.
Yeah, selectively blocks with the foundation we were probably reviewing anyway. Doesn't lose a random card, but had to use an Inspiring Song defensively to get that off. But it was the right call. No further attacks coming through and just building afterwards from Kevin.
Yeah, very interesting stuff. Kevin this is what I'm talking about, though. Kevin not activating the peak abilities. Not sacking, not sacking the foundations, not getting that extra speed. If Peak had put 3 speed onto this move, we would have had to sacrifice the transform, right, to get to the speed side.
Yep.
And then we would have had to sacrifice the second foundation to get the speed, and we would have dealt the damage, but with no follow-up, it wasn't worth it. But now Kevin's down to 2 cards in hand, and if we have to start sacrificing for minus damage to stay alive, are we in a winning position, or are we just losing on a later turn?
Speaking of winning on a better position or losing on a later turn, City Rampage after a short-lived promotion being used again. So Ryan is a 7-hander on a 6. Checks. That's an 8. And here it is, Blue Flame Torment. We saw, again, 4 of these played across game 1, and here it is again as the first attack from Ryan. And this one is going to get sealed and locked into the card pool from that cardboard Crusaders.
Yeah, super powerful defensive response. Big fan of that defensive response. Something we've definitely really wanted in the format, in my opinion.
Yeah.
You know, we really wanted an ability that locks a card in the card pool, and now we're getting additional card pool stuffing with Runaway. Gonna lose 5 health, We're going to add the top card of the discard pile to the card pool. And now...
And it won't deal, which also denies the momentum.
And now the +2 to the check is a little less impressive.
Oh, checks an 8. Checks an 8.
However, he was born to do it. He was built for this.
Wow.
That's actually amazing.
If it was me, could never.
Committing nothing. Committing nothing at all.
Yeah, and it looks like we're just going to be taking it straight to the face for 10 damage from Kevin, going down to 14. Another card draw for Ryan. Another +1 to the check for +3 total. Only 4 cards in the card pool. Any more attacks could easily come through. Not Walk the Dog, though. That one's a lot harder. Smashing Stomp number 2 on a 9.
Oh, boy.
Checks a 5/6.
It's not as bad as it could be.
No, it's true. And these face downs can easily be destroyed with this monster aggression. We will again carry over another plus to the check after this one, but that 3 check means we might have to start using our momentum here as Godzilla for the extra buff if we want to play another move. And there's the moment of normalcy, resetting the damage back down to 6, which is still a lot, putting Kevin down to 8.
Yeah, not the most impressive normalcy in the world. However, these are the plays you have to make sometimes, Barrett. Kind of, I think, teasing that there is no block readily available for this runaway. Got the Dark Ward, canceling the response to draw a card.
True.
Heads up play, something I think a lot of players would have missed, but Kevin Broberg absolutely did not. However, we didn't spend that momentum, so I don't think there's another attack coming.
I would agree with you. Yep, this is going to be on 7.
And now we've seen Kevin Broberg play peak in the, maybe not on stream, but at tournament I've watched it, where the rival put him down to 1 foundation via destruction effects
and still
put him down
win
to 2 health, and he still made something out of it. Granted, that was with the most base card to ever get banned, Sweeping Daggers.
True.
So there's a lot of value in Sweeping Daggers.
That was our Louisville run, where it was just me and you for the whole event, and we had the double feature, and we were able to watch, and we tuned into his game, and we were like, "How did Kevin Broberg win that game?" We went back and watched it, and it was exactly what you were talking about.
I knew it wasn't like the mainstream game, but
no, it was the backup.
We got the double feature, which was very, very cool. So yeah, we've seen some pretty crazy stuff from this character before. Now it's going to be up to Kevin to deal 34, though. And Godzilla is committed, so this potentially not going to be that difficult. Oh, my goodness. That's huge. Absolutely huge, Barrett. I was just about to mention the number one thing we have to do, though, is answer the pass-through walls to make use of the military airship if we want to be able to generate something truly impressive here. And I think we're going to be able to do that. However, no momentum means we can't get the bonus damage. We can't get the freeze effect. So this isn't going to be an incredibly over-the-top punishing Ice Sword execution. However, it is going to enable the use of our assets, which could make the difference.
Absolutely. If there's any turn where Kevin can actually pull it through here, this is probably it, right? We started the turn with 6 foundations. We immediately use that first enhance to transform, get that asset. We just haven't flipped it over yet, but it means later. Oh, wait. Oh, we chose not to transform. That's actually a heads-up play. We're just, like you said, keeping on the damage side, even though I thought you could only search if you transform.
Well, I thought it was a first E to commit.
No, wait, no. The
transform is a first E.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, hold on. I'll pull it up. Hold on. Okay.
This character has like 4 abilities.
Yeah, so because we didn't transform, we shouldn't have that asset.
You may transform.
Which we chose not to because we then wanted to use the commit ability.
Right.
But we only get the asset
on the other side. And
No.
we transformed to this side.
Then how did we give it 2 damage? 'Cause that's a first E.
Oh, it's after you transform, you search.
Yeah, we didn't transform. Oopsie. Oopsie. Oh well, it's in the past.
Maybe you just transformed back really fast and we missed it.
Wait, is that it? What's happening?
Board
we board wipe. I'm sorry. I was like, what's happening? I just saw Kevin scoop cards up.
Yeah, we were looking up how peak works. I think we might have transformed and then transformed back real quick. Because Kevin's the type of guy to be like, hey,
that's
you got
fair.
nothing.
That's fair. Yeah,
I'm
okay.
gonna give it damage, and then
Maybe.
I'm gonna search, and the speed doesn't matter.
Yes.
So why mark it?
Yeah, and maybe that's right. And
The
maybe you're
table
right.
talk, right?
Yes,
You gotta
exactly.
pay attention.
That is true. I'm not
when
accusing.
your rival has nothing in hand and like nothing ready, like the marking of the speed might not be a big deal.
Our board wipe follow-up is double short-lived promotion, and we are already sitting on 3 momentum ready to go. This is scary if you are Kevin Broberg fans. Hey, look, another moment of normalcy.
Normalcy is a big deal here. Being able to tank
5.
one attack potentially.
Nice.
Double short lip.
There it
Gonna
is.
be an 8-hander. Kevin Broberg, very familiar with 8-handers.
No spoilies. No spoilies.
I thought they put that. No, they didn't put that on the. Oh,
I don't
okay.
think so.
Interesting. I've only been able to walk past it like one time. I haven't even been able to read it.
There's one over in the Rochester vendor booth.
Yeah, I'll have to go check it out.
For an absurd amount because it's the only one basically here because Kevin didn't bring them.
That figure.
They'll be on the reward store soon enough, everybody at
I was
home,
gonna
so
say,
don't
they're
worry.
Not actually out yet. They got to be on the reward store to be out.
Yeah,
so.
their legality, I believe, will go along with Godzilla, so they'll be out eventually. But another build turn from Ryan after becoming an 8-hander means we're not going to see any sort of offense. But how good is our defense? We already know that Ryan is capable of doing it, but that means that Kevin basically has to figure out how to get through the remaining 26 life. And at any point when Ryan draws the attacks, it is going to be an unrelenting onslaught with the 3 momentum and now these extra foundations that we're building.
Yeah, not the turn you want to see from Godzilla. However, still pretty firmly in control. He had to point out to the judge it doesn't or ignores progressive difficulty.
Yeah.
We played Dumbfounded as our last foundation on 3.
Pretty dumbfounded, what you say? No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, and the judge was starting to count, and he's like, hold on. Read the card.
Passing back to Kevin. 8 health. Draws to 6. What are our odds here for our current reigning world champion? If you ask me, like you said, day 1 buff really coming in for Ryan here.
I mean, again, Pete can still turn this around. Never say never. -3 speed makes it pretty likely that you can hang on for a long time. However,
Start Thunder Spear Barrage.
opening with the Thunder Spear, not a typical play, but it does happen more often when you have airship because you can echo this. You can play it on 3, echo it on 3. Then you play a follow-up move, you can airship it back to your hand, and then you can play Thunder Spear Barrage again later on a 4, on a 5, on a 6, and it's much better later in the string too. So using the echo earlier with no progressive and then playing it a single time later probably is the game plan if we're trying to win the game here. But we might just be trying to get that 26 health down to a more reachable number, and we might be trying to bait Ryan into blocking with an attack, which we do get an attack out, but this attack has that fake breaker on it.
That's right. Yeah, they're disruptive. After your opponent makes a check, you can give -2 to it. Failing it is not in their combat phase, though, but you have to spend the momentum and then flip it over as well. It was also a partial.
Yeah.
Just to get it in the board, or get it in the card pool, sorry, for the disruption.
Spends the momentum, checks a 3, everything's fine. Yeah, one of the things that Ryan really needed to do, though, is he needed to completely block the Thunder Spear Barrage.
Yeah, because that incredible display got committed due to the anti-Titan artillery.
Yeah, and now we're going to see the -2 to the check. Easy commit to. I don't think Broberg was super worried about that, especially since one of those is a foundation that we would love to destroy to seal one of our rivals' foundations. And it looks like we're going to hit the Inspiring Song, so no longer able to -1 the check. That could have been an angle that we were shooting for, right, with the Blue Flame Torment and the card pool. We could have stacked Inspiring Song with that and force out a 0 check. However, I think it was a smart call, right, because you expect your rival to check a 5, you know, so playing the 3-speed move into a check hack would not have been super threatening. But we're also getting low in the round here. I mean, I hate to be that guy that always brings up the timer, but if Broberg doesn't skedaddle and tie this up, we could see Godzilla win 1-0 over Peak, which I would never put money on that bet, but we're getting a little close to it here. We could also see the 1-1 draw, which is, you know, fairly likely. Now with Violent Animus Shot coming down, military airship to add the face down barrage to hand. The Anima shot deals the damage, gets the low block out of the hand, and now we see the Thunder Spear barrage for super mega lethal. So easy 26 damage dealt by Peak, made it look like nothing.
Wow, that was definitely not what I thought was going to happen, but you basically wrote the story because
attack.
Yeah, and the military airship being that double up when you have the momentum, starting off on a 3, even through the check cap, but like you said, committing the 2 foundations when it's a 3 difficulty attack, when you check the 1,
Not a big deal.
Not a big deal, and again, enable that loss of consciousness to be committed to get the full value on sealing that inspiring song, so that essentially all disruption was basically done with. So finally, we're going to be getting this game 3 with about 16 minutes left to go.
It's got to be Godzilla favored, right?
Going first.
Low time limit. We saw Ryan win the first game in about 20 minutes, but it took Kevin a little bit longer than that to even it up. So this is a little Zilla favored. And what's really interesting is we saw him discard the Walk the Dog before that, which means when we did our short-lived promotion turn, we had Blue Flame Torment and Walk the Dog in hand, but no additional card draw. So I'm a little surprised Ryan didn't kind of go for it.
Yeah.
But Kevin didn't have enough committed resources to make the Walk the Dog work, and he didn't necessarily have to block the Blue Flame Torment because of Moment of Normalcy and Peak. So Peak could commit a foundation, put it to printed, and then honestly, you probably wouldn't make the choice, but you could just destroy the committed foundation to make Blue Flame deal basically no damage, and then the Walk the Dog is still unplayable. So just really unfortunate kind of timing on those draws from Ryan, but that is the weakness of Walk the Dog.
Yeah, and that's how a lot of people are playing around it, right? I think even back when Yu Yu Hakusho Dark Tournament came out, and people were like, oh my goodness, Walk the Dog is everywhere. I'm playing against, these Toga 3s, playing the attack. I'm committing so many foundations. How do you answer it? Well, just blow up your foundations so that it's actually still an 8 diff. As long as you're getting enough mileage from the destruction effect,
right?
Hopefully it's worth not dying to a Walk the Dog.
Absolutely. A little bit of shuffling action here. I'm always amazed watching other people shuffle because I'm so bad at it.
I'm terrible at it. I got tiny hands.
Yeah, I got big hands. I always feel like my hands are too big. Yeah, it's always amazing to me to watch people shuffle so effortlessly and not dropping cards everywhere.
Yeah.
I feel like I drop half my deck at least once per shuffle, and I basically have to restart, because of all the cards. So
you're doing just fine right now.
Yeah.
Is it the sleeves, you think?
No, I mean...
Oh, never mind. Okay, I said that and you dropped them.
All right. Yeah, no, it's just I never really learned how to shuffle.
I didn't either. Don't worry.
I just kind of started watching people do it and started doing it. But I'm sure if I saw a technique and actually practiced it, it would work. But
build 3, one of which being that Dump Fountain, which of course doesn't really have any card text, but an attempt here, a 2 diff on a 4, checks a 3 on a 3. So build 4 on the side for Kevin, but here comes the short-lived promotion with no review. No, there will be the review of a Walk the Dog. As you can see Kevin nodding, going like, yeah, you can't play that one against me. I will never let you.
Turn.
Yeah. And so drawing up, becoming a 7-hander, but throwing an attack away, so we'll have to see what comes next.
Yeah, Broberg winning the moral victory over Walk the Dog.
That's
here.
true.
Sometimes you've won a game when you see a rival review. I don't know if that's the case here, but...
Oh.
Uh-oh. Speaking of, you've won the game.
Determined advance on a 6, checks a 3.
I think it's a little interesting here not to commit the Zilla, which means I think we're going to try and play another attack.
I think you're correct.
+2 to the check, play a 5 diff, pretty safe because you can commit Zilla anyways.
Yeah, I think it'd be like a vast hybrid to at least attempt to get some board discrepancy back.
And this is very different from the Ryan that we saw yesterday,
7,
who was almost always using the EX to force the damage through, and Kevin's going to fail a block and take 9, going down to 20 health. +2 to the check. We see a vast hybrid in hand. I have to assume it's coming down.
6.
Now
5.
Which foundation are you freezing? Dark Ward, Irwin Smith, or Botan's coaching?
I think Ambition.
Ambition of Irwin Smith?
Yeah, I think that one is just incredibly good. It's also unique, right? So when in doubt, oh, never mind. When in doubt, always hit the unique one, but...
I'm hitting the Dark Ward. We saw it cancel a card draw from the Smashing Stomp earlier. It cancels Blue Flame Torment's response. And I think there's one other one I'm forgetting. I can't remember. I think there's one other like breaker move type thing that it would hit. So Dark Ward going to get destroyed. Got no use for Frozen Foundation here. Irwin Smith with the once per turn draw. After you sack a foundation, you get to draw a card. And now we got the peak coming out.
We better transform. I'm just saying.
Yeah, this is definitely one of those times where...
But we did draw a card, like you said, from the Ambition. We have now our Titan Artillery.
It is a weird thing, you know, the more I'm thinking about where it's not part of the ability that you're playing. It's part of, like,
Wind
a
transform,
choice,
yeah.
you choose to do, but...
See, we got to transform.
Yeah, it looks like there's a little bit of an error in play, unfortunately. Game already recorded.
Yeah, that's true. We can't do anything about it.
And again, yeah, we didn't see him sacrifice another foundation, so it can't be the excuse from earlier where we might have just missed the table talk and the back and forth of it. So
yeah, and then it's just a build one afterward, but does connect with both of them. That's 2 momentum, knocks Kevin down to 15. Passes back, only 2 foundations, the 2 assets for Kevin. 3 cards in hand, 4 cards in hand for Ryan. Yeah, we only played 3, but we were a 7-hander, 4 cards.
Yeah.
And they must just be more gas because we just couldn't play them. I don't know what you do here if you're Kevin, to be honest. I think our resources are so low. Even if you overbuild compensation, then how many attacks do you have to deal with and block for? You don't have those cards in your hand. Greater Goal helps when it comes to more damage reduction.
this is just every peak game I've seen.
That's fair.
Sacrifice your whole stage, barely stay alive, you know, hinder the opponent just enough, build back out, do very little. But eventually you get to a point where off 3 foundations you deal 26.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's working out. I believe Kevin's record is what, 2-1?
Yeah, both of these players are 2-1 going into here. So neither of these players being out of the tournament after this result, no matter what it is. But
that cutoff's going to be real tough.
It is. I know. Based off of the math currently going on, not every X and 2 will make it, and it's actually like something closer to about, I think 3 to 5 won't. It's going to be tight.
I'm thinking with a lot of the draws that we saw, players that went out, XO2 is going to be the bubble, which I believe is 14 points, and X2 is 12. So I think the bubble is going to be 13 or 14 if I had to guess.
Yeah, double City Rampage coming in here, though. So on a 5, 6, 7, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Too easy.
Checks incredibly well on those City Rampage.
Inspiring song in stage 2.
Yeah.
We are not failing checks this turn.
Exactly.
Gonna choose a commit and freeze first. Correct sequencing there.
Greater Gold, good option, I think, because
amazing option.
I think if we're going to pick anything to survive for Kevin, it was the damage reduction, and now a lot of it is off the table.
Yeah, we might have overbuilt because we believed that the Greater Goal would be our primary source of defense here, and man, double City Rampage is not where you want to be looking at on defense, and you can see the expression on Kevin's face. Very, very, very muted. Very much not trying to give a tell.
Checks a 3. Another disastrous moment here for Kevin. Has to come in 5 foundations just to pass the check.
Yeah, not wanting to go down to 4 health. Believing that is a little too far. You gotta leave yourself some wiggle room to partial block, right? And going down to 4 health means you basically can't partial anything that Godzilla plays unless you also heavily reduce the damage. And when you're pressing every button that way, it can't feel good. My question is, at what point do you activate the other mode on Ambition of Irwin Smith and commit one of these inspiring songs?
We even have the option to seal the other one with the loss of conscious. But, I mean, let's be real, Sam. We currently have +6 to our check, and it's just because of the attack alone and the double City Rampage. We don't have to use Godzilla. We don't even have to use Inspiring Song. And there's one happening anyway.
This might be minus to the
This might be minus.
He ripped 3 6s off the top. My goodness.
+7. Runaway is a good one. Oh, and then we check a 3. It fails even after the loss of life, and then it dies immediately. Game 3 and the match going to Ryan Godzilla, really taking it on after his amazing performance yesterday in day 1, and now progressing to 3-1.
I mean, that was super exciting game 1. We had a very good chess match in game 2 with Peak basically with a huge comeback victory, you know, from low health, low foundation count, being able to deal 26 off of 2 cards, being able to recycle it with that military airship. Very, very cool stuff. And again, you can kind of see it on Broberg's face towards the end of it there. We just weren't checking well, you know, and we couldn't afford to just keep destroying our entire stage over and over and over and over again. And Ryan with the double city rampage, giving just enough stats to put the cherry on top for that match. And I'm a believer, Barrett. The day 1 buff is a real. He overcame Kevin Broberg.
It's hard not to believe in it, and I 100% agree with you. But we did see Kevin have an amazing game too, right? I mean, 3 foundations, played the 3 difficulty attacks, military airship, and back after the echoed copy. We know that he's having success. Obviously, now progressing 2-2 into the tournament, and again, he's not out of it. But yes, at the end of the day, Ryan Kogod playing Godzilla, and based off of the tournament breakdown that we have currently for day 2 at this event, it makes a lot of sense on why it's the most represented character in the event and why he's also having success. He's not the only Godzilla out there having this sort of success. I would not be surprised if at least 3 Godzillas make it into our top 16 for tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the standings are like overall for all the players, but I would not be surprised if the Godzillas are doing better than the Mikasas, because I don't think Godzilla was actually that high on people's radars.
I agree.
But everyone was teching for Mikasa, and to that extent, Barrett, how do you even tech for Godzilla?
I mean, to me, the answer is right next to it, the Rodans of the world.
Yeah.
But we've already seen on stream Rodan's maybe kind of struggling right now, even with all these stats kind of going in.
Midoriya struggle on stream.
Exactly. So, you know, right now, the king of the monsters really is the king of this tournament. And we've seen a lot of these other characters from the pie chart not necessarily having success. We saw Pumat already lose. We've now seen Peak already lose, right? So I'm not 100% sure on where this is going to shake up. But right now, the king of monsters is currently the king of the day in my eyes. That being said, you said standings and where they are looking at. How about we show the players where we're at the end of round 4 with some players to watch currently a higher on. And hey, look at that. 3 Godzillas already in the top half of representation. That if we cut right now, 3 of them would make it into top 16, right? But of course, we have 2 more rounds to go.
And we've got Travis Sanjman in second place with Mark Tyner, well above the other Mark Tyners. And Midoriya's doing all right. We've seen Midoriya bounce back a bit here. Aiden W.
That's right.
With the Zeke Jaeger, still the biggest anomaly, I think, of the tournament is, and of every tournament I see this deck in, is the Zeke Jaeger Beast Titan.
And I have to call it out again. How many names already on this first page that we saw playing yesterday? George R. played yesterday. Ryan Field yesterday. Chris Miner yesterday. Aiden L. yesterday. And as we go to the next page, looking at the rest of these.
yesterday, I believe, right?
I think he had enough. Yeah, I think TC had enough points.
He's a day 2. You're right.
So, like, Ryan Kogod, you know, played yesterday. So there's so many people here right now that had to fight for their lives to get to this tournament. And like you said, I am 100% also believing in this day 1 buff. Even Cohen, right? Mm-hmm. Incredible performance yesterday on Rodan. Really probably the Rodan to be cheering for right now. Like you said, probably that tiebreaker number going to end up being that 4-1-1 on those points, that 13-point number that you were kind of talking about. So this is probably where we're going. But we want to look at maybe this last page as well for the last 10 players.
These are the players who have the most outside shot.
Yes, yeah, and they've got to win out. And not only that, they might still not make it. Of course, we've already seen a couple of these. We saw Calvin Harrigal earlier. Kevin Broberg we just saw on stream.
Yeah, I don't think Levi's going to let 17th place into day 3, unfortunately.
Absolutely not. I can tell you right now, don't got enough price support for those guys. Those chromes are exclusive, so not on that watch. Okay, so next up, we've got, of course, here at Worlds, the Godzilla Reign of Kaiju super pre-release happening right now. You can type Kaiju pre-release in chat to get some information on how you can attend your Godzilla pre-releases next Friday, as the pre-release date being the 6th of March and the official release being on the 13th of March. And with that, we'll go ahead and open a pack,
I
and
think
then
we
we'll
can do 2 this round.
Oh, well, we can do 2 this round. Yeah, absolutely. Here's our picks once again. I'm really cheering for Sam here. I really want to open one of these cards for him because he is the only one really not eating good on some of these representations. So I'm going to open this one here on the over-the-camera screen. Unyielding Force, I actually really like this card. Air Force Engage. And you had an amazing conversation with Jeremy talking about the set and insight as well with the Super Showcase. So everyone who didn't tune into that and is tuning in just now, I do recommend during the lunch break that we had, you should go back and watch that footage.
And Barrett is sucking up because Jeremy Ray does outrank him.
That is true. Gaigan, I'm a big fan of character-wise, and the rare or higher in the pack is Soaring in the Skies, which is great. Great repeatable speed pump for any air deck, essentially, because, hey, it just gives it for free.
I love this card because my, current obsession is Hang 10. And I like, you get to play Hang 10 with Falco's Jaw Titan attacks, and you get to play it with
we'll do one more, Brian.
a Promise Toast as, like, the ways to activate it.
Oh, yeah.
And then after that, what the deck really wants is free speed pumps to ready all your other foundations. So I'm
Ooh, the reprint can't escape me. I'm still going to be using my old ones because they're foils.
I like 13. I think that's a cool character.
Oh, that's true. Hey, if you were guessing the card, everybody, we did have this one earlier.
The
hardest card to guess, absolutely.
So maybe the one where it's actually 2 cards.
That's true. That's true. Silk Cocoon. Violante arrives. King Ghidorah, which is Jeremy Ray's favorite character in the set, and our rare or higher is Beam Combo.
That's a cool one. I like this card a lot.
Yeah, if an attack has been blocked this turn as a blitz timing, this one gets 3 damage, and it's a 4 difficulty attack with 5 speed based on it. It could just be a follow-up 5 mid for 7, which is very, very powerful, and
very
has breaker on it.
similar to, what was, Counter-Strike. Remember the
Counter
card
Punch?
that was, well,
No.
do you remember the MHA card? It was misprinted or it's misspelled.
Oh,
it
yes.
was, Counter-Strike.
Yes, I do remember that. But that
also
is going
a 5 mid 4 that gets 3 damage if you blocked.
That is going to conclude round 4 for us. We only have 2 left, and I believe we're going to do a little bit of swapperoo for the casters, of course. But don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
I'm Barrett Bryan here at UVS Worlds 2025, and what advice would you give to a new player?
Keep playing, keep practicing.
Just keep playing the game, play as much as you can. You'll learn something in every single game you play.
Don't get discouraged if you're losing. Losing is a lesson. It's very easy to get in your own head, especially at these big events, and you're playing like me and not well, and you think it's gonna go. The last game was bad. This one's gonna go bad. Every game's a new game. So learn from your mistakes and don't let it get to your head.
Best piece of advice for new players, definitely don't get discouraged. Try to engage with your locals. Players in this game are very helpful, especially for new blood, so definitely reach out to your locals.
Find a locals or at least someone online that you can look at cards with and kind of get to know the card pool a little bit.
I think studying the card pool is the most important thing. Knowing what exists out there so you're not blindsided in the middle of a match.
Hi, everybody. I'm Barrett Bryan here at the 2025 UVS Worlds. And my first question for you is, what character, aside from the one you're playing, is going to win the whole event?
I think Mikasa 4 is probably the best one to win, just because it's really consistent aggro deck.
I think it's Rodan has a pretty good shot right now.
Rodan.
That Mikasa list is pretty broken. It might get there easy.
Probably something like Deku or Rodan. Rodan's a really strong character. He's just always got good answers, and he's really hard to kill.
Well, Barrett, I'm not actually playing, I'm actually judging, but wildcard answer, I'm thinking Jiro 2.
I'm Barrett Bryan here at the 2025 UVS Worlds, and I want to know, if you could have any card reprinted back into Standard, what would it be?
Shigaraki 1.
See, I really want retro reprints. I want them to reprint Team Psycho Soldier, but I don't want it in Standard. A card I'd love to see in Standard again. Friend of Animals from Heroes Clash. I really love that card. I love sticking allies into your momentum just for fun, and it works really well with Black Abyss. I think it's just a super fun card.
Easy, stun grenade.
Transform, but without the slam requirement.
Probably Recipro Turbo from MHA Set 1.
1.3 million just because it would be funny.
What's up, everybody? And welcome to UniVersus Worlds 2025. My name's Tam, and with Godzilla, Reign of Kaiju right around the corner, I thought it would be a great opportunity to take a couple of content creators and tell you the absolute best ways to pre-release.
Hey, I'm Mitchell from the Trading Post. I am second place, I think, in points. I'm on a character card. I play UniVersus. Here to play in the World Championships this year.
I am Christopher Smith, or Chris Smith. I go by Brody1 on Twitch and YouTube. You can find me on either platform.
My name is Paul Butler. I'm the founder of Coping with Cardboard, which is a YouTube channel on YouTube that makes fun stream content and easily accessible content for everybody.
My name is Brody. My channel is Broden Kanan. I do a lot of UniVersus and other TCG content.
So the character that I'm most excited for from the new Godzilla set, I think, honestly, would have to be the Mechagodzilla Kiryu.
The new Mechagodzilla.
The new Kiryu.
The way that he plays with cards from his removed from game pile. And I love this whole idea of having a second hand you get to play with. It's such a unique thing we haven't seen in UniVersus before.
That's a hard question. I actually have 3 of them, but I'm going with my number 1. It's definitely Mothra, Divine Moth, I think it's her name. Just the fact that she is just a defensive character makes me excited to play that character because I love playing defense in our game.
For Godzilla specifically, you're going to want to look for any amount of synergies that you got between characters that you pulled and like your rares on up. But definitely making sure that you have like a good spam foundation base between 1s and 0s is pretty good.
I think like if you can at least, build enough attacks, have enough foundations and slam them together and just have fun and play with the character and just read new cards and have fun with your friends. I think that's the number 1 thing is that.
My favorite thing about pre-release is using the new cards in the set in a format that you are not able to do normally. Like in Standard, you're able to explore with a bunch of different cards, combining them and doing a lot of cool things that you normally would not be able to do.
My favorite thing is getting to rip new cards and getting to see art that I've only seen online and really getting to appreciate it in person. The art designers of this game do such a good job, and I think the new Reign of Kaiju set has some of the best art that UniVersus has ever seen.
I like the team up aspect of it, where you can table talk and it's like you versus the one boss, and you can be like, well, do you have this enhanced? Can you do this enhanced? Or it's kind of like, hey man, I need just a little bit of this. Can you help me out so we can, progress our game state? And it's more of like a team game, which is basically what PvE is. It's just a team on the boss, and that's very cool.
I think PvE opens up a lot of new experiences for UniVersus. You get to build a deck that can be tailored for this new experience. So you can do a lot of cool things like focusing on helping out the players you are playing with and taking down the tailored PvE boss. And then you can also bring a new cooperative experience to the game, which is really fun.
Hey everybody!
Godzilla Reign of Kaiju pre-releases start on March 6th.
And go buy the Reign of Kaiju set at your local game store on March 13th.
Please go out and support your local game store, meet new people, and just enjoy the card game.
Get out there, ask your LGS that carries any UVS Games products about pre-releases. Encourage your friends to come and show up and have a great time slinging big attacks and powering everything up.
Man, UniVersus in the year of 2025 was an absolute roller coaster. There was decks that were winning events that I don't think anybody saw coming. I think there were characters that were huge outliers and players who also won events that hadn't won any before. So it just, in the entire year was just a turbulent roller coaster of incredible events, incredible players, and incredible gameplay.
UVS in 2025 was a riot. I mean, I think that this is the first year we've seen in a while since character cards started showing up in the cosmos, you could say. And I thought it was very neat to see Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle characters, Attack on Titan characters, and Mitchell Cimino in Top Cuts, right? Nick Reagan. So it's kind of like the best of 8 million worlds in 2025, including our own.
2025 was definitely a big year for UniVersus. I love the diversity of releases for 2025. The return of fighting games for 2025 was a huge deal for me personally. And I loved a lot of the new locations we tried out for going to regionals, despite maybe some geographical concerns.
The biggest standout character and event really that shook me this entire year was with the premiere of backups coming into the fray of all the competitiveness. Louisville, where Wub, Calvin Harrigal, takes down the entire event with Zeke Yeager Warchief, and then his opponent, Caden, also playing the same character on a different symbol and a different playstyle. Impeccable performance from that character.
Standout products, definitely. I mean, for me, it's got to be the Fighting Game Challenger Series, and Guilty Gear finally making its way to the fighting game card game was a huge deal for me.
I'm excited to see new characters, right? Characters that haven't been seen at events just yet. Not just characters, but also people, right? Day one of Worlds is basically an LCQ. We get to watch the whole thing, right? And so we get to see people from all over the country, all over the world, clashing against each other to get their spot on day 2 and potentially day 3. And I think people have been brewing. We haven't had an event in a couple months, like a real event in a couple months, which means that since the ban list came out, since new products have come out, there's going to be a lot of new spicy technology that people are going to be busting out. So I can't wait to see what people have been brewing.
I'm Barrett Bryant, and I look forward to commentating this entire event this weekend, so tune into the action, and thanks for watching.
I'm Chris Bramley. I'm here to bring you some UVS gameplay, and look pretty doing it. See you very soon.
I hope to see you on the battlefield in 2026.
I'm Barrett Bryant here at the 2025 UVS Worlds, and I want to know, which character are you most excited for the upcoming Godzilla Reign of Kaiju set?
Oh, that's a really hard question because there's so many. There's so many cool ones. I've looked at Jet Jaguar and I've gone, I love everything about this card. I've had about 5 different ways to build him. I think that the new Godzilla Titan of Terror is going to be really good. So he looks fun, but I think the card I'm most excited for is Mothra. I think Mothra he's my favorite kaiju. Well, aside from Gigan. Gigan's also good. But Mothra looks really good, looks really fun. And the idea of just being able to commit a character and follow up with a aerial Kikosho on their turn is hilarious.
That would be Godzilla Titan of Terror on fire.
Ungurius?
It's got to be, I'm going to say the name wrong, but Agiris or Anguirus, get a power token on damage, and then just ramp up until you one-shot them with 20 power tokens.
I think Mothra might have some really funny combos.
It's either Mothra or Ghidorah.
We are back once again with another round of UniVersus action. I'm Sam Tate, joined again by Christopher Bromley. Bromley, we had a pretty exhaustive one last time you and I were together on stream. This next matchup, similar character, well, same character on one side, but we have a much more proactive, much more aggressive character trying to take down Midoriya in our next round. And I got to imagine it's not going to look anything like the Mark Tyner matchup.
Yeah, Tam certainly looked at me and said, yeah, 2 Midoriyas for you, Chris Bromley. That's what we're giving you.
They gave me 2 Midoriyas, too.
No, but I got a back-to-back.
I like the character, actually.
I am not a fan of the backside.
Yeah, I respect that the game has space for a deck like Midoriya. That's kind of how it goes.
It's a combo character in a format that is very, very hostile to combos.
Yeah, I think,
yeah.
you know, if you didn't have 5 attuned symbols worth of protecting its combo, it might be a little bit better because there's a lot of ways to interact with his defense. However,
let's get right into the dudes, right? We got.
However, Ezra's going to have his work cut out for him, playing the Crystal Lens all throughout the year.
Played it 3 times this year, yeah.
Yep, and getting a little bit better each time.
9th place in Louisville, 4th place in Buffalo. Played Allure of Asorin in Denver. That was the release for Critical Role, I think. And then sticking with Krista, figured out his thing, said, hey, I'm on the Chaos symbol. I remember Travis was playing her on every single symbol that was available, all 2 of them.
Right.
But yeah, we've seen people figure out, hey, this character works well with the City Rampage and all the ways to discard cards, right, with Don't Do This, with Fearsome Transformation and all sorts of these other. It's like every card that says discard a card or like draw a card, discard a card, and then
cards you wouldn't normally play because you don't like discarding cards are now upgraded by
yeah,
Krista.
It's pretty good for Krista specifically. And then the other side,
long range support is not a card I ever thought any deck would competitively play, and long range support is like an all-star in this deck sometimes.
Which one is long range support? That's not in the
deck.
deck.
The one where after any attack deals damage, you can discard a card and draw a card.
It's certainly not in this deck.
Interesting. Well, Crystal Lens is the only deck I think I've seen it in
that plays in it.
This
is the Beast Titan card, right?
Yeah, it's got Beast Titan on. Yeah.
Yeah, I have seen that one.
It might even have Titan arranged as a keyword to fit the theme.
It has Titan for sure.
Yeah.
On the other side of the table, though, we got Connor R playing Izuka Midoriya. Brian, my boy Brian. Next slide. Sorry, I caught Brian on the 0.8 seconds that he was distracted. But yeah, Connor playing Godzilla, and then found his way into Midoriya playing in Canberra. Melbourne and Canberra, you know where that is, buddy? That's Oceania.
Yep, this is our last remaining Oceania player in the event.
Yeah, and so played in every one of the events available to him in on that side of the world, and then coming over here with Midoriya. I think Midoriya is very popular outside of America.
I was going to say, that character has been insanely popular outside of America.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people in general got into the game for MHA.
Yeah.
And Midoriya is like the last really meta
insanely powerful MHA character.
Pro tag for the show. So all the remnants of the MHA fans waiting for that last release are going to be really excited.
So we can see this deck only has 2 cards at less than 4 cards in the deck. Everything's a 4X except for Heat Ray and Military Airship.
Clean. It's tidy. It's a deck you can set your watch to.
What time is it? Time to play Walk the Dog. Yeah, time to play City Rampage and then as many attacks we have. Yeah. So that's the bread and butter for this deck is typically to stick a Wall Maria's Might right after accruing enough counters to make you draw a ton of cards, and then just play as many as you can. So you often see them build for a couple turns and then try to get a big singularity of attacks. One of the things that it does have issues, though, with is getting more than, like, that 8 damage threshold, right?
Yeah.
So Midoriya being able to flash every single one of these Wall Maria's Mights that come through, it means that it's going to be a little difficult to do the regular quote-unquote game plan. But stringing Midoriya, right, City Rampages in Godzilla are very effective against Midoriya. So that's not to say that it's impossible. It's just a little harder, right? Because the character, when they flip over, ends up being very effective into decks that require one of their cards to be online.
This deck also has a lot more options offensively. Something that Andrew Porat definitely could have utilized in his earlier matchup is the Wingnuts Sabotage. Not reliant on being a flash attack. Not reliant on, utilizing things like cheerleader necessarily to activate the combo potential. It just locks your rival out of playing enhances as a static. So still privy to filled without and like answers that remove it, but it gives you a little more leeway, and a higher attack count means we might be able to be more aggressive without relying on the one-shot combo.
Yeah, Heat Tackle also being played in this deck, as well as a main boarded Violent Animus Shot, which was one of my picks, by the way. 2 more of each of these in the sideboard. I really like this method of sideboarding. Here's more copies of the thing that I have a few tech copies of in my main board. And it says it's an air deck, but I see Aries Smile in the deck. So I think this is a good deck. No?
Void. What are the 3 symbols on Aries?
Is it air? Is it air? He smiles. Air for Aries Smile.
Let's roll the gameplay, folks.
Am I silly?
You are. You are a very.
Let's go look at it. Oh, it has air. Good and all. Okay. All right.
As an air enthusiast,
I'll eat my crow. Okay.
This card has single-handedly carried the air symbol alongside. Well, not single-handedly, but alongside Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken.
Sure.
And this has carried the defense of the air symbol for years now.
Well, so kind of crucially, a lot of the attacks in Ezra's deck are low, right? Heat Ray, Walmeria's Might, Walk the Dog mean that you can't just lazily block an upper.
Attacks have been illegal for years, Bromley. Because of cards like Aries Smile
and Showdown,
because of Rising Uppercut, because of Showdown. So
yeah, you know, I wish there was a low version of Rising Uppercut.
That would be neat. I will settle for more zone change effects.
Okay.
I'll settle for 3 Eyes of Hiei on the air symbol.
I'll settle for not the air symbol. I've never liked it. I've never liked the air symbol.
Why?
You know?
What's wrong with the air symbol?
I think it makes a mockery of the card pool.
Oh, that's what makes a mockery? No, keeping your card pool clean and pristine is not a mockery of the card pool. You know what's a mockery of the card pool?
What?
Staff Strike. When you have 8 million cards in your card pool and you're still ignoring them, that's mocking the card pool.
No.
If you keep your card pool tidy and clean and pristine, like the sword play of the air symbol.
Absolutely not.
Oh, I don't, you don't know what a mockery is.
Use absolutely every single card that you were hit with, so you get to
Summon Dark Shadow is a mockery of the card pool. Crow and Frog Takedown is a mockery of the card pool. Clearing your card pool is how you're supposed to ignore progressive.
No. If I just say no, I win the argument, so.
What if I say no?
Well, then we've reached an infinite loop. You just didn't unlock that technology, though.
Do we draw?
We draw a Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken that is going to be used to commit and freeze something, I assume. Yeah. That's one of those good ones. This one specifically is a move that it was on my list, right? Is this not? Oh, no, it's Wide Awake. No, it is Ocean Buddies.
That's Ocean Buddies, yeah.
Yes! All 3 of my cards were featured in this tournament. Thank you very much. I'm amazing and handsome, and not to mention, fashionable.
Well, you were wearing your hat the wrong way before.
I was wearing my hat the wrong way. Not wearing it the right way. Yeah. Ocean Buddies, of course, being frozen committed because it's so valuable.
Right. It is a very good card.
And not because the other options were card that readies itself and Shobijin's message.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Barrett stole my pick with Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken, which is the card that beat your card. So I think Barrett's winning now.
Did it beat it, or was it so afraid of it had to take it out of the running?
If you're so afraid of it that you beat it.
Is it winning to not even let it play?
That's like saying, oh, I'm so scared of the pitcher. I hit a home run. Oh, no.
Yeah. That sounds like you're very afraid of that pitcher.
Afraid of losing. You know who's not afraid of losing? Midoriya.
Yeah.
Blocking with the Defiant Stance. Defiant Stance says after you commit to pay a cost, you get to ready it. So free -3 speed. However, Ezra has got all the chips because a second Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken has entered
but we're
the
playing
card
through
pool.
Breaker 2 as well. So we checked a 1 on this. We'd have to tap completely out.
And yet it's so
was
worth it.
Is it?
It's completely worth it.
I mean,
You're gonna freeze. Okay, here's the thing. You're gonna freeze down 2 foundations from Midoriya, so he cannot transform at all. Even if you had a tricksy way to build a foundation,
I wouldn't want
to
to
have to build 2.
Oh, I guess in this matchup you do want to flip over. That's a fair point.
You want to flip over pretty quick.
You want to flip over immediately, yeah.
Maybe not like immediately, and maybe not sell out to do it turn 2.
Yeah.
But the longer you can prevent Midoriya from transforming, the much easier time you're gonna have.
Minus 3 speed.
Also, you got to get damage where you can, right? And Midoriya has already blocked with one high block, so the likelihood that a second one was lower, but we did have it. So, this attack is all lows.
Wow, we just had hella high blocks into the low attacking deck. I mean, that's fine. If there's anything that people would be afraid of on turn 1, it would be a double Vast Hybrid. I wouldn't be worried about the Walmaria's Mites on turn 1, you know?
Right. Walmaria's Might is that mid game.
Yeah.
You kind of like enter the mid game and then immediately shoot to the late game with Walmaria's Might.
I think you're so correct, though, right? With only one foundation ready. I mean, just one of the Vast Hybrid Chimera Krakens was going to be enough to prevent the form usage.
There's a couple of ways that you can like build.
During the turn.
Right?
Sure,
like,
sure.
I don't know if the Midoriya exactly has access to him, but
I don't think so. But you know, you're right. But keeping him off of the form means that you have one turn where you can resolve the Blitz ability freely, right? Of the Walmaria's Might. Past that point, once Midoriya does turn over, we're going to be, you know, having to find trickier ways to find the card advantage.
The other thing about the freeze is this is a stun deck. It's a don't do this deck.
Yeah.
Krista gives stun. It plays walk the dog. So the more stuff you freeze, the more valuable your stun becomes because your rival has less things to commit in place of cards like Desperate Plea, in place of cards like Street Hero, which are really powerful defensive abilities because they get rid of cards out of your card pool, which is...
Making a mockery of the card pool?
Exactly.
Okay. Wait, what? I thought we disagreed about that.
Well, I was just, pointing out that it's making a mockery in different ways.
Oh, okay.
Because this is an air deck that doesn't really clear the card pool.
Yeah.
You know, because clearing is the most fair way to do it, which is what the air symbol does. The water symbol and the life symbol are super big stinky cheaters who add the cards back to your hand or build them into other resources.
Of course.
The air symbol is fair and balanced and is a good boy, and water and life are big, nasty, stinky cheaters.
Thank you for that incredible insight, Sam.
You know what else is a big, nasty, stinky cheater attack?
Steady aim?
Yeah, because it's not a throw, but it is a throw.
It is kind of a throw. It's like...
It doesn't...
This was a couple years ago. I was pretty annoyed with throws. And I was like, what would be... I mean, it can be cool, right? I think a throw in a deck is pretty cool, but when people are just playing like 15 damage throws, it can get some... I think... This was what my reimagination of what throws would be, right?
The big thing about this is in its throwness, it doesn't benefit from tons of damage pump.
Right.
Right? It only ever deals 3, which is half of the printed damage. But if you add a bunch of damage to it and they block, it's still only 3.
Well, but the thing is, because it only does 3, right? Regardless of whether you pump damage, you can feel very, very good about lazily chucking it, right? It's one of those moves that gets momentum, right? It just gets momentum. It gets you the attention and it does the thing, right? And that's pretty cool. I think that's pretty neat. And also, because it's only quote-unquote 6 damage, 3 or 6 damage, a lot of times people do what Connor did here and just eat it, right? So maybe they would have blocked a 12 damage throw. Maybe they wouldn't have blocked a 10 or they would have blocked a 10 damage throw, but this one did, more damage than that.
Right.
There's Path Through Walls, okay? One of your picks, I think.
Yes. Yep.
Pretty important into things like do we have the tattered costume here? Yes. Team Hero 15, Cape of No Return. Yeah.
Both really good assets. I wanted to put Cape of No Return as a pick specifically because I think it's a card people should be playing again.
Yeah.
We kind of got out of the habit because it's a 3/4 asset that gets answered a lot.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of assets to answer now.
Yeah.
And so I think if your deck can afford the higher curve of Airship and Cape, that's something you do. These decks, obviously, the Midori deck doesn't have the Airship in it. So that's not something you would actually even have to contend with because the way Midoriya plays the game, it's not the biggest deal in the world.
It's interesting we're playing Street Heroes, but not the Airship because at worst, Airship is like a reusable version of Street Hero in the deck.
But it is slower and it is more resource intensive.
Okay.
Right? Like Street Hero flips, so you get to keep it ready, which is... very important on the front side of Deku, and it's a foundation non-asset, so it smooths out your early build turns. Realistically, Midoriya should only need to bounce cards back to his hand on the 3rd or greater attack anyways.
Yeah.
So I get it, but I know what you're saying.
Yeah. Well,
Military Airship is much more versatile.
So now we have flipped over into Midoriya Midoriya's other side, right?
Yeah.
Kind of crucially, we have 4 committed foundations for Walk the Dogs. So I could see a Walk the Dog string being kind of a... Oh, we're going to be discarding to Fearsome? I don't know what we discarded to. Something with a form, I believe, which I think Horrifying Realization might have been it.
Yeah. Basically, form speed fearsome.
Yeah.
Except you always have to discard, and your rival does too.
Yeah. And it can commit a card for your Walk the Dogs.
Potentially, yep.
Okay, so opening
Steady aim.
with another steady aim. If you're trying to get, a little bit of value, this card
this one's
does it.
also a tension attack, right? So
Yeah.
getting a bonus momentum for Walk the Dog, or now if Midoriya blocks this, which he loves to do.
Whoa,
Oh.
flashing it. I assume we're going to get a Keiko's Ares smile
Okay.
block. Oh, no,
Not
it's a
the-
Goblin Bolt.
It's not the good symbol.
It's not the good symbol. That's true. If only it were.
Yeah, so it looks like we are going to respond, spend the counter to deal the 3 damage.
Yeah.
It's not 1, it's 3, not
It's
a
3.
jolt.
Yeah.
However, we denied the tension, which means we don't have the Roman cancel, which means we don't get to clear this and draw a card, which is super, super good if you're the Midoriya player here.
Right.
But I believe we only have 2 in hand. It was hard to see there for a second. 3 in hand. We have 3 in hand. So Walk the Dog on a 6.
On a 6.
Not what I was expecting, but a very plausible play here. Say that 3 times fast.
Plausible play?
Yeah.
Plausible play, plausible play, plausible play.
That was pretty impressive.
I did okay. The third time I messed it up. You're right.
Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah. If only one of these players had a P name. Like Pierre's plausible play.
Oh, I see, yeah.
Okay, so we're in the enhanced step for this Walk the Dog.
Yeah, stunned out the Defiant stance because on the flip side of Midoriya, it's not that impressive.
Right.
Now we've got, I believe, we had a second.
Well, the thing is, now that we have 3 copies of number 23 Pro Hero, each attack is getting 3 speed, right? Which is kind of scary,
Which
if you
is
ask me.
canceling out, I was going to say it would cancel out the Midoriya.
But we're on the other side of
We're on the flip side, yeah. We got the extra stun from Krista, the stun with the Walk the Dog. Subsequent Walk the Dogs will now be 4 difficulty. We're going to reduce our block mod with the Return of the Kings.
Legally distinct. Return of the Kings.
Plural, yeah. That's why I always say, hey, the King's back.
This flip 3 is from...
Inspiring Song.
Inspiring Song. Okay.
Beautiful promo, by the way.
Yeah, and it's new, so I haven't gotten used to seeing it, unfortunately.
Correct, yeah.
All right, well, let's see. We did not cancel anything with Aerial Goblin Bolt, so going to be holding on to that ability.
Another stun coming out here.
Is this from itself? Oh, no, Krista.
I think that was
yeah,
from Krista.
that's
There
from
was
Krista.
a stun earlier, though, that I can't
It
quite
must
account for.
That must have been the Walk the Dog.
Well, no, there was 3 cards committed during this.
And we just...
That's why I'm trying to figure out where the 3rd card came from. I'm sure chat is blowing up at us.
Well, I know that the Kings, Return of the Kings was committed by
Right,
Connor.
that's not-
and
yeah.
then it was stun 1, and then...
And there was another card committed. Because we started with only 3 committed.
Nice
right?
try? I think it was Nice Try.
And now we have 1, 2. Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
maybe he committed
yeah,
on
I
his
think it
own
was
for
Nice Try.
minus speed.
Wow. All of the ways we have available to us right here to cancel a Walmaria Smite. Blocked with an Aerial Goblin Bolt, I think to deny the draw. And then now blocking with a Heat Tackle, which is a low block, by the way.
Yeah.
To say, hey, even if you get a... Well, I mean, Walmaria would only be drawing 2. So it's the same amount of draw cancel, whether it be Walk the Dog or Walmaria's.
But we do have incredible display with a momentum.
Yeah.
So when we attempt to draw 2, the Heat Tackle response should get canceled by incredible display.
Yeah.
We're thinking about it. And I see the Walmaria's in hand.
They ended up sealing it for cost. 1, 2, 3 speed.
We're going to keep the resources ready because we
Yeah.
already have enough card draw.
Yeah, maybe
in
just for
hand.
powerful, you know?
Yeah.
Because Krista really does struggle for stats, right? So each
True.
momentum is going to be really, really important for.
And this looks like it should be a reliable momentum dump. You know,
Yeah.
we can put this to 12 damage, play a Wall Maria's on an 8 after it. We probably don't need the number 23 Pro Heroes that much.
Just sending it for 6.
Oh, we had another Walk the Dog. Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no problem.
We just had it all. We literally didn't need to draw cards at all this time.
Wow. Okay, so from here, we're at 14. We have 2 momentum, right?
We have 1.
We have 1. Okay, we used the tension already.
We didn't get the tension it got.
Oh, it got flashed by.
flashed.
Okay, all right, sorry.
It's
Because
a lot
tension is a
going on,
blitz. Yeah. You're correct.
Going to read the incredible display just to figure out exactly what it reacts to.
Any response? Yeah. Well, non-character response, of course. Yeah, incredible display is one of those cards that I'm definitely going to be sad about leaving the format.
It's okay. I welcome our new incredible display overlord credible display, the 3-diff.
I think it's unique though. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's any card you block with, so
Okay.
I'll take that trade-off.
Sure.
No response cancel, though, but that's all right. We'll just get a response, commit, cancel a response, and it won't say non-character in the
Of
future.
course. Yeah.
These characters are not sacred.
Yeah, well, that's 2 words that could be off of a card, right? There's more room for the background of the
Oh,
card
yeah, you gotta
if,
enforce
if you don't say non-character. Well, we drew 3 there.
Yeah.
Odds on a 4th Walk the Dog. Gonna be using
Not
the
bad, but
3
I
for
think there's
powerful.
one, I think there's one in the discard pile already.
Yeah, I think we can definitely resolve a final move here. Any move will do it.
Yeah, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We can
Yeah.
check up to an 11.
Yeah.
Even if we check
Yeah,
a
I
3.
think it will unfortunately
And
be all
Krista
she wrote.
could stack the deck if they so choose, which we are going to see the 4 counters come down.
Wow.
We're going to put a 6 on top of Krista's deck. I have to assume a
So-
3 on top of
So there
Decky's.
is 1 copy of Genkai's guidance in the deck, which could save the game for Connor.
Well, yeah, we're going to check a 6 here. So I think if it gets Genkai's, Ezra can still pass the other attack in his hand. If I had to guess.
Well, if he checks 2 consecutive 3s, I think, right? If they're both
he
5
just
dips.
stacked a 6 on top of his deck, so he can't check 2.
Oh, but what if he checked 2 3s anyway?
Well, we'd have to call a judge on that one.
Oh, okay, my bad. Okay, so we're doing the natural thing, going to clear the 3 check from the top of our deck.
Yeah.
This is pretty cute, though. This is a card that I think should be in more decks. Jin's Parry.
Yeah, very cool card. It's
Yeah.
pretty much only in the Midoriya decks right now.
Okay.
Because it's the only deck that could feasibly block that much on these symbols, I think.
On the evil symbol?
I mean,
That's
name
crazy.
a character that's blocking that much on the evil symbol.
I can't name any characters, Sam.
Well, there you go.
Yes!
Whoa!
All right, we got to pay cost. We do not have the momentum. But yeah, I think you're right. Any other move will still spell doom.
I do think we have to check good on this next one, because if we check a 3, we can only pass a 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, which
It would be on a 9.
Which we have 4, which would have to be a 4 diff. And there's not that many 4 diffs in this Krista deck. It's a Rampage deck. So if it's not exactly Walk the Dog,
Yeah.
there is a real chance of failure now.
Okay, well, it is removed from the card pool.
Yeah, we'll see if they catch that. Because that makes a big difference. That one difficulty makes a big difference here. Genkai stays.
Yeah, Genkai stays.
The Wall Maria.
The Wall Maria is removed from the game. Okay, okay, we figured it out. Okay, well, yeah, this is the check that will determine whether or not Connor lives. I won't even say the game, right? Because
Yeah.
we still have to deal with having less foundations. But if this is a 5, we could go to game 2.
Oh, no, the Genkai
Yeah.
is coming in ultra clutch, and we didn't need that powerful as much as we needed the canceling of a Genkai's response. Granted, if we didn't have the powerful, the steady aim's not lethal, so maybe we did need the powerful in the grand scheme of things, but the clutch Genkai's guidance coming in at the exact moment. However, Midoriya doesn't have anywhere near enough foundations
Yeah,
to one-shot Krista with 32 health.
But I think you can, because Krista's down to 0 counters, right? I think you can safely
And
send
no card
some.
draw.
Yeah, 3 Walk the Dog's gone, 3 Wall Maria's Mites. I think that you can safely punch something through, right? for 9, 12 damage.
Yeah. Make it a more manageable number.
Yeah,
And we
then,
also have Defiant Stance, which is a free commit here.
Yes. So we're gonna get 6/6 onto probably this wing that's sabotage.
Yep. Gonna get a beautiful 10 high, 10 uninteractable. Tell your rival they don't get to play the game.
Yeah. Hello, goodbye. And this is good play, man. I think that that could be a big turnaround for Connor. I don't think that it's. I mean, he's for sure not at 14. We took 9 on the last one, went to 5.
Yeah.
So we're still dead to a stiff breeze, but if we're able to, this is the stabilization turn, right? Krista has to rebuild their. Oh wow, a runaway being used. She's going to deny a momentum, and put a card
and
into
save 6 health.
Yeah, that's true. It not just yeah, definitely true. So if there was any card to help us out there, it is one of them. I think there's only one.
Runaway has been huge at beating these Midoriya decks. So that was single-handedly what kept our Mark Kiner player earlier in the day in the game. So this Runaway has been a thorn in the side on stream for Midoriya multiple times in this tournament.
So I think number 23 Pro Hero lets you grab a card to review. Is
Number 23 Pro Hero says before your review step, you draw a card if you have less than your hand
so
size.
that way you can get your discard.
Right, you can always review, basically, because it's part of the Lurkers kit.
Yeah,
you
which
need to
cared
review
about
to do the
reviewing.
thing.
Does reviewing count as, like, does this fuel Krista at all? Or is it just for the counter?
Reviewing is discarding, yes.
So
to review, you have to discard.
So it does get a counter. Okay, it gets the 2 counters. Okay, that was my question. Are both phases of the card good for the character? The answer is yes.
And it's a 6 check. It's literally everything.
Yeah.
It's literally every part of it is great for Krista.
Yeah. Mount Lady was a kind of a eventuality sort of character that I was also
I had high
similar.
hopes for that character.
Yeah,
I think Mount Lady, there was a moment where Mount Lady was actually really, really good, but it was a small, brief window.
Yeah. There's just faster decks, right?
3 damage in stun 1 was not unique to that character for very long.
Right.
And you also had to build up to it. You didn't get it on turn 2.
Yeah.
If that character could 3 damage stun 1 on turn 2, would have absolutely been a way bigger presence. But we talked about how many attacks are gone from Krista now. We're seeing a big build out. This is exactly what Midoriya needed.
Yeah.
I think Midoriya is maybe 1 turn away from getting a potential 1-shot off. However, you almost certainly want to build an answer to Runaway. You, at the very minimum, would have to deny the enhanced step. Otherwise, Krista can go discard a card with an effect, fish it up, draw it with Fearsome Transformation. I don't know if you have a way to discard in stage. I see 2 Fearsomes and I think a 3rd one in between it.
Holy smokes. It's a real Special Forces Elite.
Yeah, we saw that earlier.
And Krista isn't deadlock. You're talking about cancels for responses. That is one of the good ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to read, hey, what's this card? That's Jackie Briggs, sir. That's Jackie Briggs on a card that made Jeremy Ray really happy and me very sad.
Why did it make you so sad, bro?
I like responses, Sam, and I like going to deadlock. And there's a few things more demoralizing than seeing a Jackie Briggs with 3 of those on their board.
You're talking to a guy who remembers a pre-deadlock world of UniVersus.
I never experienced that. Sorry.
I'm sorry for you.
Yeah, I'm sure you
Your
are.
experiences are lesser for that. Hey, if you ever want to jump online and play some really, really old-timey formats, me and Kevin Broberg, I'm sure would be down to join you.
Okay.
We played 2015 Nationals on stream once.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
We just looked up the old deck list from the championship, we grabbed like 1st place, 2nd place. And it's a different world, man. I was like, how did we play the game like this? Because it's so different, but it was a lot of fun. It was a different tempo, and I didn't feel like I lost the game because I built 11 foundations. It was great. It was so cool that we had like a natural conclusion to a game because we just played the cards that were good into our stage and held the cards that were good to block.
Right.
And I didn't have to go, hey, do you just win the game if I play this?
Well,
nowhere near as much card advantage either, so that was a big part of it.
True, yeah. Draw 1 was not really a thing.
Hard to find.
Yeah.
You had to like play 1 checks to draw more than 1 card at a time. Here we've got Ezra cycling.
I have no idea what he cycled.
Yeah, we're never going to know.
He's just shoving it into the
Aether.
room game pile. We know that there's a Walmerius Might that's out of the game, right?
Yeah, I like to imagine he's handing it to the judge for some reason. I don't know why.
Maybe.
But the mental image of the judge standing there with their hands
Like,
out,
yes,
yeah.
please, sir, thank you.
All
very,
right,
very
thank
much,
you,
sir.
Connor, for fanning these out for us.
Yeah.
We get some idea. A City Rampage gone, a Runaway gone.
Chimera
now,
Kraken.
it is a minor thing, but Krista losing their discard pile does matter. Krista losing cards, options to stack on top of the deck to draw or check is a factor of this game, you know. 4 counters on Krista. I don't think we were going to go crazy with the stacking anyways, but not having the option to stack a 6 on top of the deck at the moment is kind of a big deal, I think.
Okay, yeah. We're going to get 1 commit off of our cheeky, horrifying realization and 2 counters. Oh, is it 4 counters? Does she care about anybody discarding card? You discard. Okay, so it's 2. We started the term with 4 counters.
Yeah, we started with 4. We just got 2 more.
Yeah, sleepy and stupid are a bad combination, ladies and gentlemen at home.
Which KOF card is that?
The one with my face on it. All right, so City Rampage coming out here. Gonna see if this is another explosive turn from Ezra. We only drew, I think, 3 fresh cards off the top of the deck, so unless there were 3 Walk the Dogs, I don't think it's going to be as... oh, wow.
What?
We were just playing the card? To get out of hand? Oh, what the...
What? What?
What just happened?
Our hand is the worst hand of all time?
Maybe we just wanted to get these cards out of our hand?
Theoretically, holding a +1 mid-block does nothing into Midoriya.
Sure, but double City Rampage, I guess because you're not going to be reliably be able to draw into this deck, it's not as good, right?
The way the number 23 Pro heroes work, the more cards you get out of your hand, you'll see more even before your review, so you dig a little deeper. I understand there's reasons to do this, but man, I've never seen that before.
Yeah. I mean, I guess into this specific matchup, you're not drawing the same amount of cards you would into other ones reliably, so
it would make a lot more sense if we weren't already in deadlock and we were trying to avoid it.
Yeah.
But man, you got to feel great if you're Midoriya after watching that.
We're certainly trying to do the thing, I think, here. With Special Forces Elite Online, it means that we're going to be able to play a Fajin's Flurry pretty comfortably, I think. Yeah.
Yep, here it comes. Fajin Flurry going to zuck us up 3 momentum.
3 momentum. We can dump it into EX and then punt our opponent for 14 unless they have an answer. And if... imagine a world where Ezra attempts to resolve the... Oh, is it 16?
It's +9.
+9. Okay, sorry. I thought it was 7. I'm silly. If he uses the Runaway in hand and it gets canceled by the Special Forces Elite, that would be really, really bad.
Yeah, and I think I saw another attack. I'm not sure if it was Phantom Thread or not, but, you know, having access to... Oh, we're almost so close to seeing... But I got to imagine if we have the Special Forces Elite, it's not going to be the game decider because there's double Incredible Display and 2 momentum on Ezra's side.
Yeah, but what if they just forgot to use those things then?
I've made that gamble before, and it doesn't work out at this level very often.
Yeah, that's fair. Good point.
I have literally had someone go, "Why would you do that?" And I said, "I don't know. You might have not forgot to cancel it. You know."
It was my only out.
It was my only
out.
My
only out was you being dumb, dude. Sorry.
Sometimes I win because you're not good. That's just how it works. Sometimes I win because I'm good. A lot of times I don't win because I'm not.
Are you silly? I'm still gonna send it.
Yeah.
Okay, so
9 mid for 16. This is pretty blockable, all things considered.
Go to EX again.
EX might change that. So we're gonna get 6 more speed.
Get another momentum.
13 for 16.
15 for 16. Apparently.
Oh, 15. Yeah, you're right.
Because we got 6 more speed. Boy, howdy. Yep. That's one of the moves of all time.
Yeah, it started at 9. Yeah, true.
So I think it's still feasibly blockable with the amount of foundations we have.
Yeah, we've got
functionally 12 to our plus 12 to our check, right?
Yeah.
So Krista could stack a 6 and then make the check.
That too.
We're just taking it.
I think that's the wise decision.
Well, but I mean, the thing is, I don't think we had. I think if you could block it, it's not a terrible idea.
If you block it and commit out, you might fail the runaway in the first place. Which I don't know if runaway is.
Well, but on board we have 1, 2, 3 activations from Metadorion, so you're getting 9/9 on a follow-up move, and then they'd be completely tapped out. So they couldn't do 28. Is my point.
That's true.
Regardless of whatever move it was, right?
Yeah. So now we see the number 23 is putting us up to 6 cards. We now get the opportunity to review if we really want those counters.
Oh, no, I'm wrong. Phantom Threat would kill, actually. We had 3 momentum. Or 2 momentum.
We had 1 after the...
We had 1?
Two after
yeah, it was
the
2
EX,
afterwards, yeah. So it was, I think, still... So it would go to 17. Powerful 3 twice would go to 23.
Yeah.
Still not lethal. Okay, never mind. I was right. And as I always have been from the beginning, and always will be, in any context. Okay. This is the funniest thing. Is
the horrifying where you don't reveal what you're discarding.
I'm going to put the card in my discard pile. I'm not paying attention to what you're doing.
Discarding? I think this is the second time we discard a Goblin Bolt to horrifying.
Yes, I think you're right.
Which is kind of wild, but understandable.
I guess valid, because if we're going to play
Block
Walk the
zone
Dogs.
matters. Yeah, block zone
and
matters.
Block Zone, yeah.
Block zone matters a lot here. We do have infinite potential in the stage, so we can force a low attack to become Ares smileable.
Yeah. Well,
canceling City Rampage this late in the game is a little
kind of crucial here. I understand why we played those City Rampages last turn.
Oh, we had 3 momentum for Krista. They were just kind of stacked up. All right, so Incredible going to cancel the Tattered costume.
No draw.
We could theoretically Special Forces Elite this, but
and form a chain, yeah.
Yeah, and that would force out another commit, another momentum spent. Or no, Special Forces Elite might be your turn only.
I think you're correct. Let's go find out.
Turn only.
I think you are right.
I haven't seen the card actually played in a long time. Like, actually activated.
Well, I often confuse it with the Spike Foundation that does a similar thing.
During your combat phase.
During your combat phase.
Weirdly specific.
Well,
especially for a Deadlock ability.
What's Ace Maneuvers? Ace Maneuvers is the card that cancels responses in Deadlock as well, right?
I think it cancels any ability played.
Any ability?
Yeah, you have to check a 5, though.
Wow.
Ace Maneuver is an incredibly fair card. Well-adjusted, healthy, grind set, Sigma, Diamond Hands card. I don't know.
Yeah. Ace Maneuvers for sure. Something mogging.
Just a great name. Just a great name for a card.
Yeah.
And other things.
What I was going to say earlier, though, is we played those City Rampages because we didn't want to pair it with our alternate art that we had in the deck. We needed them out of there so we could prepare for the real City Rampage.
I want to win with the real Rampage.
Show me the real City Rampage.
Yeah, which is now called Sky Dominance.
Is that a card that is like City Rampage?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
It's the air version.
I see.
Where you make less of a mockery of the card pool.
Okay. That's important. Let's not make a mockery of the card. Oh, it's the one that makes the move clear if it does damage.
Yeah,
and gives it 2 speed. Yeah.
It gives everything. It gives high attacks 1/1 while it's in the pool. And if your next attack is a high attack, maybe
it clears.
If it deals, it clears. So pretty similar to getting +2 to your check for the whole turn is clearing your card pool once.
Sure, yeah. It's conditional.
Yeah, but Sky Dominance still counts towards progressive, so it's probably not going to be as widespread as City Rampage.
No, definitely more situational.
Yeah.
But I mean, play it into a throw, or you can also use it on low difficulty moves, unlike City Rampage, which requires 5 difficulty moves. So, oh boy. Okay, so we're putting a City Rampage into our card pool.
Yeah, I believe we Ocean Buddied.
Oh, Ocean Buddies, of course.
Yeah, so the Goblin Bolt that we didn't want to block with because it's a mid can be added to the pool with Ocean Buddies. However, our rival's going to get another 1/1 for doing so. So
yeah,
a little bit of a handshake trade-off, a little trade offer.
Man,
you
Ocean
get
Buddies
1/1, I get Aerial Goblin Bolt. That seems fair.
I mean, yeah, putting a Goblin Bolt with Ocean Buddies into the card pool is pretty gnarly.
It's one of my favorite plays, actually.
Yeah. So we're going to cancel one of the Fearsome transformations.
Yeah.
Nice try for -2 speed. Let's her back to our college weight. Oh, okay. So we stacked another steady aim because Because Connor said 5. 2 of these kill us. There's nothing you can do about it. It's just 2 of them and I die. Holy smokes.
You certainly can't block.
Oh, wow. Talk about being behind the ball here. Why did you say that, Sam? Holy.
Fake throws.
It's not a
Yeah, I
throw.
love the fake throws.
Oh, that's so funny.
What a way to go out, dude.
Oh.
35 minutes into a game, you're at 5 health, and you get double steady aimed, Deddy. You get double steady aimed for lethal.
For lethal, yeah. I mean, looking at this list, right, I would describe steady aim as the weakest attack in the lineup.
The most situational for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it gets momentum, for your walk the dogs, which is pretty important, right? Heat rays.
I don't know if we've gotten a Roman canceled this whole game.
No, because because they've been flashed or canceled, and but I think we're just dead, right? Unless we have a cancel from hand or something.
Yeah, I can't Genkai's. We have to Genkai's again. Oh, we have Nanagon.
Oh, okay. Nanagon
There's
is
a
on the
Nanagon, which
board.
gets canceled by Incredible Display.
Yeah.
So that doesn't do it. We have Desperate Plea, which is going to build this resource down, but that doesn't do it.
I don't think it really matters. Wow. So maybe forcing the Incredible Display earlier with our move that could not force it because it was only playable during our combat phase would have done it?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
The deadlock ability, we cannot activate this turn. Clearly, the idea is to just cheat and see if you get caught, right?
Yeah, I mean, why play the Walmart? We know we can
just
win.
Activate it anyways, and if you get caught, you can see. Yeah, don't play the wall, Marias.
Yeah, he thought about it.
We're steady aiming here.
Yeah.
What do they say? Steady is fast. Something is steady and steady is fast.
It's smooth is
steady and steady is fast.
No, slow is smooth. Smooth is fast. Is the
slow is smooth sounds correct.
Yeah,
And
slow is
steady.
smooth is
it's
fast.
definitely steady. Is
No, there's no steady in it, dude.
There's got.
I've got military family. That's how it goes. Yeah, slow is smooth. Smooth is fast.
Yeah, well, I'm a raid leader in World of Warcraft.
Oh, do they say steady as they say steady as she goes? Is that what they say?
Well, people always want to do everything as fast as possible, and it's like, what if we don't all wipe and spend another hour trying to redo everything?
Okay, here we go. Going to game 2. People in chat can tell me I'm wrong, and I'll deny it vehemently. Boy, howdy. Steady aim is not one of the ones I would have said was going to win the game here. Of all the moves in all the land.
I would, considering the matchup, I wasn't going to be...
Oh, hey, you know what's in the sideboard for Krista?
Oh, long range support. It is tight.
It's in the sideboard.
Interesting.
Yeah.
What matchup do you say I need this card in?
One where you're getting your
something else.
butt kicked, maybe.
Against other steady aim decks?
Yeah. Yeah, against other decks that are just beating your butt. Yeah, I think.
Because, it is really good for Krista because it's, counter generation.
Right.
It's the only deck I see long range support get played in.
I don't like the Beast Titan's arms. They're too long.
Well, all the better to throw you with.
They make a mockery of the arm pool.
The arm pool? Now
Yeah.
we're going too far. That's just Deadpool shaped in an arm, right?
No.
It's just an arm with a Deadpool.
No, I was making a reference to card pool.
I know you were.
And you're denying me my.
I'm not building. I'm growing off of it. I'm introducing new elements.
I don't like Deadpool.
I'm not the biggest fan, but it's mostly the fan base. We used to have a joke at our locals when I first started playing UniVersus, 12 years ago. We played a deck building game. I think it's Marvel Legendary is the one.
Sure.
It was a Marvel game for sure.
Yeah. Legends,
And
I think it's called.
I just remember we were like, hey, we should switch it up and use different characters, right?
Yeah.
And somebody was like, yeah, let me break out blah, blah, blah and Deadpool. And then someone came beelining across the room and went,
Did
oh
you
my
say
God,
Deadpool?
did somebody say Deadpool? I love Deadpool. Chimichangas. Literally like that. Just out of nowhere. And that became the longest running meme, I think, at our locals at that location forever, dude. You could not say the words dead or pool without someone going, oh my God, Deadpool? Chimichangas. Yeah.
Yeah, I Deadpool is I mean, I think that it's neat to have a meta sort of like self-aware character in a literal sense, right? That they're in a comic book, and the fact that you can write it that he's insane, right?
Yeah.
So I have seen some cool writing for the character, but I agree. Like, how often have you been to a convention where there's just like a herd of Deadpool cosplayers acting like
they find each other.
Yeah, and they act
That's
like
part of the
jerks.
bit. Ever since they did the movie with the multiverse of all of them and all the
Yeah,
variations.
yeah. I think it would be fun, right? It's probably fun to do that, right?
If I was like
and
a,
if they're
you
not
know,
hurting anybody, then it's fine. I have no
if I
problem
was
with
in
it.
like a professional cosplayer, you'd have to do Deadpool at least once, you know, right?
Sure.
It's like an iconic cosplay character.
There were a couple on my short list that I'd like to do one day. One was Thor. Thor's my favorite Marvel character.
See, I could do Thor, but I'd have to do depressed Thor. So I got the belly for it. I can't do chiseled Hemsworth. I have to do depressed.
You could do like Thor with the Odin Force when he's on the throne, or like, yeah. I mean, I think. Okay, listen. If you want to do the most authentic, whatever. I think body type shouldn't prevent people from cosplaying as their favorite character.
I don't think
Yeah.
so either. I'm just saying
Yeah.
that would be the one that's fitting.
I hear you. I hear you. Yeah. The other was I was waffling about was oh hell. Oh well, so in we were talking about Marvel Rivals earlier. I played like a rogue lately, and I thought it'd be funny to do. What's the inversion? Like I do male rogue.
Oh, gender bend?
Yeah, gender bend the male rogue and have female gambit, right?
Yeah.
As the partner cosplay. I thought that'd be fun.
That's all right. Just don't call me Sugar.
You'd like it.
I would not. I would not. Appreciate that. You got to remember, Bromley, I grew up with people who speak like Rogue.
Oh.
That reminds me of my grandmother.
Oh. And they wished upon you interesting times?
I don't know if they put it that way, but you know, just if you called me Sugar, that's what it would remind me of.
I do have some, like deep South cousins who are who have the accent. They're sweet people. Sweet folk. Here we go. Flipping over into Midoriya. Not 2.
Quirks Unleashed.
Not 7.
All the quirks getting all the unleashing.
Yeah, we have certainly hit the unleashed part of the character. So, okay. Like I was talking about pregame, Krista can just string you to death. Like any deck can string this side of Deku, right? It's just annoying. It's very annoying to do it. And that's, I think, why something like Steady Aim was so good.
Right.
It doesn't have much text, right? And what text it does have is response speed, so flashing it doesn't do anything.
Yeah, it punishes decks that block, and it has a unique timing that's really difficult to get around.
Right.
And yeah, I think it was, again, for this matchup, I'm not surprised Steady Aim was the answer, because that is what it's for. It's for the reliable damage. It's for the chip damage. Reliable momentum. Talk about Blood-Sucking Universe giving you the Roman cancel token and a second momentum to use it with.
Yes, Steady Aim does it too.
It's kind of the same thing, right?
Yeah, I do think that Blood-Sucking Universe is the better version of it because, it can be bigger than 5, right?
And it's also like a real throw, not something where you need counters, so more players,
Correct,
more
yeah.
characters can play it. But
You can interact with the response a little less than you can interact with throw, though, right? Like things interact with keywords a little more often than they interact with.
We do see one of the cooler combos you can do. One of the last remaining really good zero diffs. Master's Pride says when it's committed, you can flip it and ready it after you add a card to your momentum. And because we're adding the Roman cancel to our momentum, we then get to ready it. So we basically paid nothing despite checking a 3 on this Steady Aim, which is exactly how you want this deck to be firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, there's certainly been a concerted push to make spam a little less good than it was in the My Hero era.
The good part is the low difficulty.
Yes, yeah.
And, I mean, MHA1, the zeros were better than the 2 diffs.
Yeah,
like
by a large margin. Yeah.
So you could have made a lot of the 2 diffs, 0 diffs, and they still wouldn't have been played.
Right. And vice versa, and they would have been played.
Exactly, yeah.
But okay, so we're gonna take 3 damage here from the Steady Aim.
But now we have the Goblin Bolt which will cancel a blitz or an enhance. However, I think into Midoriya, who's ready and can flash an attack,
Yeah,
we were
it's-
already, down to play into some counter play.
Yeah, gonna just
And
be
I'm
building
wrong.
from here. I mean, we got our
momentum and our cancel token.
Yeah.
So for one turn, Midoriya can't OTK us, even though
they only have 5 foundations.
Yeah, even though you can't do it with this foundation count. But
Yeah. So is the tension token response speed?
yes, it's
Huh.
before you take damage, reduce the damage of the attack.
Nice.
Yeah. So it's like pretty much the last thing that can happen before you take damage.
That's dope.
Yes, it's a very good timing. I think it was very intentional with Midoriya being kind of a nuisance in the metagame. I think it was with a little bit of intentionality.
Interesting, because I mean, you listen to Jeremy and Barrett and the other UVS guys, and they're talking about being like 2 years ahead.
You listen to them?
Absolutely not.
Just in one. Yeah. I think back. Jeremy Ray's cool. I don't listen to Barrett. I've heard his voice enough. Barrett's not a knower, anyways.
It was a lot of fun
Yeah.
to hear Jeremy
But here's the
commentating,
thing,
by the way.
it was very cool. Awesome experience. Very grateful I got to sit down with him and do that. But if they design 2 years in advance, but they design them at the same time, you can still do that.
Yeah, you
'cause
can
the
still
release
see the
schedule
stuff.
Was
yeah.
similar.
Hopefully what it does is it makes it so that design is less reactive than it has been in the past, which I hate. It happens in a lot of other games where, you print, hey, this is the unblockable, and then you get the guy that says, I can block the unblockable, and there's a guy that says it can't be unblockable by the unblockable guide.
But I do think that I don't know if that's really reactive. I think a lot of games plan that, and it is frustrating as we see a 10 high for 10 wingnut sabotage get reduced by the
With the tension, yeah.
by the Roman cancel token because it's not an enhance, so you can play it during wingnuts.
I love that
But-
we used it there, too.
Yeah.
Right?
But I do find that cycle very annoying where you have removal is good, and then you have the cards that can't be removed in the next set are good,
Yeah.
and then you have the cards that don't remove them, but
Yeah,
otherwise
do something to,
like if killing the creature is good, then the unkillable creatures are good, and then you remove them from the game instead of killing them as a way around.
And this was exactly what happened when I started playing UFS.
Yeah.
It was here's Cowboy Bebop. Next set had cards that countered Bebop. Then we had Dark Cheerido, right?
Yeah.
And so it was like 2 sets ahead. We're messing with the things in the sets before it, and it was, gosh, I hated it. I
And
hated it.
all those sets were designed like a week before getting set to
Correct.
print.
Yeah. And
You know?
so it was something that's been much improved since those days. It's a little less Wild West.
To be fair, when I first started playing, Tim Keefe was designing cards weekly to kill Templar, and it didn't work. It survived. But like every new set had like a new card that like stopped you from even playing Templar, dude.
Well, so I think I can draw a direct thread of the defense versus offense wars. It's like
Yes.
Bebop had the Punch and Judies, which
Oh.
they knew was going to be nuts. Fatality, pretty good into Punch and Judies, right?
Kinda.
Next set we had Dark Kirito. Can't play Punch and Judies with those ones.
Yeah.
Set after that we had Orphaned Alchemist, the card that said, hey, if you tried to move something away from my discard pile, I drew a card instead.
Or deck, yeah.
Or
I
deck,
canceled
right?
it. And it was a 1/6.
Yeah, it
So
was
you
a
just
1
put
with
it in the deck.
2 low block, by the way.
Put it in everything.
Yeah.
Speaking of everything, really quick, we got City Rampage actually successfully being played here, not canceled, into the Steady Aim.
Yeah, I think the 7th copy of Steady Aim played this set.
It's the only thing dealing damage now.
Yeah, I think it's 5th. We played 3 in the first game, which did a total of 9 damage, and we're playing a second one. So we will, by the end of this game, have dealt at least 15 damage to Midoriya with
just
it.
from blocked
Yeah.
Steady Aims. Yeah, so
Well,
Steady-
actually more because the first one did 6.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
So this would have been the 18th damage.
So we're deciding if we want to flash this or not. I don't know how important getting rid of the, not denying the Roman cancel token is. I know it's really nice, but we can't deny the response to still deal the 3 damage, which
Right.
is really rough here.
Well, I mean, so the thing is, if you deny the Roman cancel token with Midoriya, it means you're open to a Wall Maria with 7 counters on Krista, right?
Right.
Unless you block with like something like a Goblin Bolt. So I think, yeah, it's annoying to play through the Roman cancel, but it's more annoying to die to a Krista that drew 7.
True. Yeah.
So I think it is the correct. This is not the turn where you need to deny that. You're also not built up to the point where you can really one-shot the Krista anyway. So, yeah. Unfortunately, with only 11 minutes left in the round, you kind of just have to go for broke. And both of these players are X and 1.
I believe so. Yeah, I think they're still fighting to try and keep it locked in. I know Ezra was excellent the last time we looked at the player breakdown.
We'll certainly know after this game at least to be able to tell. But yeah, it's
highest ranking Krista. At least.
We don't want to tie. Is what my point was going to be.
Correct.
Yeah.
I mean, if you did want to tie, you certainly wanted to agree to it 50 minutes ago.
Yeah, so you could have taken a break.
But Ezra's up a game, so
yeah,
we don't have it marked on the screen, but Ezra is actually up a game.
Is up a game.
It's currently 1-0.
I was speaking for the perspective of Connor, because if he does win this game, he would have probably 8 or less minutes to win a third game. So
yeah.
Oh, and here's the sort of thing that you would be scared of, right? Things you actually do want to cancel with Midoriya. I think I did see a Walmaria's Might, by the way, so I think that Ezra is just fishing for those.
For baiting,
yeah. Or I mean, just it's not good to play into Midoriya with the Walmaria's Might while you have Midoriya ready. So this one though is
trying to bait out the Midoriya response, which we have successfully done.
But this is very vulnerable to the Ares Smiles if it's in hand.
Ooh,
no.
Blocking with the Phantom Threat. Uh-oh.
Yeah, so I mean, so if we have Walmaria in to walk the dogs, we could die.
Uh-oh, what's really good at drawing Walk the Dog.
Yeah.
We are going to get an extra counter, puts us up to 8, then we should draw 4 juicy cards.
4 is a lot of cards, man.
4
and
is
then
a
we
lot.
can start stacking our deck because we no longer need those counters.
Yeah, not as much. I definitely think
we can use them for stuns and stacking.
I've definitely thought that I don't need any more counters in Krista, and they go quicker than you think.
Yeah.
Especially since we don't do this. We don't have
sure.
anything in our stage to repeatedly generate them. Normally, the end game for Krista is they have multiple discard outlets, and when they draw the Walmaria's Might, they start discarding for basically no effect other than to generate enough counters to do the stun and the stack on every attack.
Right.
Your opponent can be committed out, and they still will discard for don't do this just to fuel the counters.
Right.
I wouldn't be surprised if we build from here, but we've got the walk the dog.
No, if you found the walk the dogs, you
You see the thumbs up from Connor, very unenthusiastic, watching his rival check 6s.
Yeah, with a momentum as well. So this one will be for at least 7, maybe 10, which would put us within range of death, I think.
Yeah, and the other reason you don't want to spend all the counters immediately, because we still want to get a little bit of speed from our number 23 pro heroes.
Yeah.
But I would not be surprised at all if we see the stack enhance here to put an attack that we want to draw on top.
Then draw with Walk the Dog.
And draw with Walk the Dog and have the rival check a 3.
So we're going to pick up our 1 mid block, it looks like, with our copy of Street Hero. But all we've got for defense is Infinite Potential and a Nice Try. No, sorry. There is a pretty meaningful foundation here in End the Cycle.
Yeah.
End the Cycle is gonna be a huge speed nuke.
Yeah, -6.
yeah.
For just
it's kind of hiding back there. But yeah, it is available. We have -2 from Nice Try, and then another minus probably 7 or 8 speed. So it looks like we're going to be taking 7 here. We're going to stack with Krista. Going to put a 6 on top of her deck, so we still be having enough foundations, or enough attacks for this. Going to stack an attack, most likely, on top of Connor's deck. Stack a Heat Tackle. Okay, yeah, fanned out the moves, fanned out the foundations. We can really, truly see the end of the cycle over there. Yeah, I think that means that, I don't see a cancel for this enhance. Roman cancel can reset to printed speed? No? No, okay. Can change the zone.
Can change the zone.
With another momentum by itself. By itself, I think.
By itself.
Yeah, the only thing that costs a momentum plus itself is the clear and the reset.
Yeah, and the damage reset, yep.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
this looks like it's a 9 low for 7 currently.
Blocking on a 12. We're going to just clear the block. Go to 12 here.
Still +2 to the check.
Yeah, and a 6 on top of the deck. So if we have another Walk the Dog. Oh, wow.
Oh, no, this is a big boy.
Heat Ray on a 11 with +2. So checking an 8. Gonna have to tap.
12 on a 12.
Oh, wow. 9, 10, 11, and
Oh, was it on 11? Maybe I'm
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, it's 5 cards in card pool. 6 plus 5 is
Oh, I was counting
13.
the heat ray on itself. Doy.
Yeah, but I mean, with the end of cycle, I think even 8 speed is not, you know, unmess-withable.
It's 8 now. With the number 23s, it becomes 9, 10 speed.
Sure.
But yeah, with
-7 speed.
minus 7 speed.
Yeah,
with the
and a nice
cycle,
try
that's,
still available.
Now we could get into the funny zone change game where the rival is held highs and lows and you make it a mid.
Yeah, and he did pick up a Fajin Flurry, which has a 1 mid blocked.
Oh, then you would not make it a mid.
Yeah.
But high zone doesn't feel like it'd be very good into this deck either, right? We already blocked a high. We have airy smiles, and there is a world where we could still play a walk the dog here, I think.
So yeah,
4,
I think
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Check a 7, 8, 9, 10. We could still have 1 card up. If we check a 6, 8, 9, 10, we have 2 cards ready. So Krista stack a 6, play a walk the dog is a very feasible play. Krista stack a 6, play any 5 diff is a very feasible play.
But would that be lethal, right? If this is full blocked?
It really depends on the card, right? It would have to be. Oh, yeah, no, it wouldn't. There's nothing I think that gets to 12 with only 1 momentum.
Yeah, I just don't think it's something that this deck does.
Yeah, we're almost certainly banking on a partial here.
Well, maybe a second heat ray. Could you pass the check to play a second heat ray on a 12? You'd have to tap completely out, I think.
On a 12, you can check an 8, 9, 10. Yeah, you'd have to commit out, but
Yeah.
you could do it.
Yeah, and that one, if there's enough 5 difficulties in the discard pile, right?
Right.
Could do. I don't know. I don't think we're there, but
It looks like this heat raise for 10.
it is.
So
yeah.
that would not be enough.
Okay, full block. Crucial. But I mean, the thing is, this is a very long turn. There's 3 minutes left on the round. I don't think you can win either way. I mean, so this is a lot of effort to remain alive in a game that you were, unfortunately not going to be able to win.
The important thing for Ezra here being up a game, again, it's not marked on our screen, unfortunately, but being up a game means the more time you can waste doing turns like this,
Yeah.
the less likely Connor is going to be able to come back into the fold. So, I mean, if you're Midoriya, you either have to commit everything and deal 29 here, or you have to build as fast as possible and immediately send it back and hope that your rival gives you another turn.
Right.
Because Ezra went second. They get the final turn when time is called. And if
Yeah.
time gets called in the middle of their turn,
Yeah, it's over.
the game is over without Connor getting another chance.
Yeah. And with 2 momentum plus a tension token means we can pay for the tension token and an incredible display response if by some, stretch of the imagination we had a response cancel. Because, yeah, I mean, so we're going to draw 2 cards off of Heroic Passion. Ready Defiant Stance. Draw 1 card, sorry. Do another. So we got 2 Midoriya, 3 Midoriya. Okay, I mean, here's Vajin Flurry. Just a 9 mid 16. Gonna get your momentum. It's so interesting to watch these Midoriyas play, by the way, after playing into Mitchell for 2 straight years, who just played it like an absolute animal.
Don't remind me. He beat me in Atlanta when I played Hanji Zoe. Because I went, well, there's only 6 minutes left in the round. There's no way Midoriya can kill me in like 6 minutes.
And he did it.
And then I kept the greediest opener of 9 Titans, desperate struggle. And I played on a 4 and checked a 3, and then played on a 5 and checked a 3 like an idiot. And then he played the world's fastest build turns and got 14 foundations out in 2 turns, and with no time left on the clock, killed me with 1 attack. So, yeah. Mitchell's pretty good at Midoriya.
Yeah.
It's a shame he can't beat a
player.
Godzilla.
Yeah. Well, part of that is because he plays it so aggressively, I think.
I think part of it is because every Midoriya player ever only focuses on the backside, which I get because I am a fan of like the 5-attack Midoriya. I don't want to be playing all this extra stuff. I don't even want to play Fajin, but I'll play like 1 copy or whatever. You know, I'm like a 2 Phantom Threat, 2 Goblin Bolt, 1 Fajin guy in heart. But competitively, realistically, I think you got to focus on the front side more. I think you have to have a game plan for being on the front side because there are matchups where it's better.
Yeah.
And if you want to play against Godzillas and things like that, you got to be willing to play cards like Heroic Aspirations, which I've never seen anyone play since 2024. You know?
What's Heroic Aspirations?
If your rival commits one of your foundations, you get to raid 2 of them.
Well, that's a good one.
Yeah, so if they play Vast Hybrid, they have to target Heroic Aspirations.
Or you get the card plus a bonus.
Back when you played Good Symbol Midoriya, you had Surprising Skill. You know?
I love Surprising Skill.
Very anti-Vast Hybrid card, which is not something that Midoriya has as Vast Hybrid hits the stage. So there's a lot of cards that actually counter Vast Hybrid because all they do is ready a foundation after you get it committed. And I don't see them very often. The last time I saw Surprising Skill was Calvin Harrigal on the Life Symbol playing Zeke Yeager back in Louisville. So...
Well, we are going to time here.
Yes, we are in overtime. This is the last turn of the game, so theoretically they don't even have to play this turn, right?
No.
Ezra has already won this because he's up a game.
Well, I think Connor gets 1 turn, right? As you said earlier.
No, because Connor went first because he lost the
first yeah,
That's
you're
what
right.
I was saying earlier. Connor does not get a turn.
Yeah.
So all Ezra had to do was play a form so that the timer ran out, and now the game will be over at the end of this turn, unless for some reason the timer on top is unsynced or they got like a
there's a number of reasons
extension that we missed, but you know.
We are pigs. Look at all these packs lying around. Sorry, I was picking up a pack for after this game. I'm looking at the
pack wrappers,
pile of pack wrappers that we've assembled here. Goodness great. Can we still redeem these?
I was told this was the last event to redeem them at, but I was also told that at 4 different events last year. So
I think you're right. I think they're.
I thought the deadline to redeem packs was
begrudgingly
like March
continued it
last year. I think the main thing is they don't make packs you can redeem anymore.
Right.
Speaking of you can't redeem, we now have a high heat ray coming out. This is just Ezra flexing, right?
Yeah.
This is just practice for round 6. Make sure he's just practicing for the next round. He's already won this match.
I think it's cool that Krista has continued, right, since the last
cool
year's
that there's
events.
only a few people playing it.
Yeah.
I think Krista is one of those decks where if it was more popular, I think people would get sick of it really fast.
Well, people started playing like 1-man Inferno in every deck and all sorts of ways to. They were really afraid of the stack. Which,
like when Travis put the character on the map, it was not a city rampage, vomit my hand, make a mockery of the card pool type of deck. But that's what we've seen it mostly evolve into.
Right.
And I'm sure there's plenty of people who like to play the other versions, but it's hard to deny the success of City Rampage. That card is really strong.
Yeah. I mean, if you just have no answer for the amount of draw that the deck can Yahtzee into, it can be tough to play by. But that's why I was so surprised to see so little death in the format.
Yeah, well, I mean, we saw Pika get
Godzilla.
bopped. Bopped by the Chaos Aggro deck. So
it happens.
Double Phantom Threat block. So we had the win condition, just not enough resources. to fight through the
my beloved
Roman
ready
cancel
shot
tokens. Yeah.
Not ready shot. Sorry, steady shot. Ready
shot
steady
is the Broberg card.
I also like ready shot.
Yeah, but you're not Broberg. Sorry, it's a Broberg card. You have to be famous.
Have to be famous.
You have to
Play
be more
Ready Shot.
famous.
That's okay.
Was it? Why did we call you Kevin Bromley? Wasn't there a whole thing with Kevin Bromberg?
I don't know. I mean, we play very similar styles.
I think you guys were both playing Momo, and people were confusing you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay, there's the fifth
there's
bump.
the game.
There's the second steady shot. It's not the first steady
I want to
shot.
say we dealt 15 damage with ready shot or steady shot in game 1, and then there we dealt 15 damage.
Yeah,
so with just steady shot, we killed Midoriya over the course of 2 games. which is pretty cool. Okay,
It did take the full hour, but Ezra Miller getting there with the Crystal Lens, a deck he's played quite a bit and has been constantly improving. And that's a card we should reprint, by the way. Constantly improving. But we've got some stuff to talk about before we send it away for round 6. We've got the Godzilla pre-release, the super pre-release happening here at Worlds. We've got the players to watch screen coming up here. George R., Judge Extraordinaire at 5-0, our only fully undefeated 100% win rate player. Travis Tangeman with a tie. Potentially him and Carson Panos.
Dude, Carson Panos playing Godzilla. That's crazy.
4-0-1.
You think he's playing 100-card Godzilla?
I think that's his brother. I get the two confused. I'm sure they hate that, but I think his brother played the 100-card deck.
Oh, am I wrong?
It's one of the Panos brothers.
Am I wrong? Oh, okay. Tamron has no idea either.
Yeah, we'd have to pull up
I like both of them, though.
We'll pull up Christos' deck list if he's here. Ezra Miller, we just saw 4-1. TC on the Midoriya, the highest ranked Midoriya at 4-1. A deck that we haven't seen have too much success on stream.
Yeah.
Chris Miner, Nagoriyuki, very cool to see this character performing well.
Continuing to do well.
W in 7th place now at 4-1.
Yeah.
Ryan Field, 3-1-1.
Yep.
Not out of it yet, but has to almost certainly win the next round.
Well, everybody at X1 is safe. X1-1s now.
Barlow Guess, I believe, is actually on Zeke Yeager, not Mikasa.
Okay.
But also 3-1-1. And then Cohen N on the Zeke Yeager. Potentially those might have gotten swapped around. But 3-1-1 is where our bubble players currently are at the desire to win. If we've got 11th place and up, we can take a quick look at these are the players who have to win for sure to even have a chance.
100%.
You know,
and some of them are not going to make it in.
Yeah, and some of these players, even if they win, are not going to make it in. So Zach Richards, birthday boy, who pulled a Chrome, by the way, earlier today. We got to see, I don't know if you saw it.
I did
we
not.
got the first look at Chromes from Godzilla here
That's awesome.
on the stream.
That's awesome.
Yeah, Jeremy Ray showed off. It was very cool.
Yeah.
Corey Nelson, Team MGLA.
Iari Melkor?
Iari's back in the fold.
Oh, cool.
On the Godzilla there. Calvin Harrigal. On that Pumat Soul, that's a deck I'm rooting for. Love me that air symbol.
Yeah.
But he's got a tough bracket all day. We've got Gavin Kale on the Bridget, a very cool character. A character who's going to make waves, but then Aiden Arada and everyone kind of forgot that this character is still insanely good, even without infinite loops. And there's still loops available. You just got to work a little bit harder. But gamers hate working hard.
Gamers do hate working hard. Justin Martin, Marvin Emery, Connor, I don't know Connor's last name, sorry. Jacob Johnson and Ryan from Let's Talk UVS. I don't know this
K,
last name. I don't know.
Connor, we just saw on stream, the last Oceania player fighting for they're in 16th now.
Yeah.
So they technically have
They
an
could
okay
still make
chance.
it. Yeah, they could still make it.
People might not leapfrog them.
It's just like every other bracket, right? IDs.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure
make it math weird.
I don't know if we have another graphic because I think anyone after this is just out. But we got a couple more 3-2s. Okay, Caden on the Zeke, Parker on the Zeke, the other Zeke. Justin Birch, who we saw tie earlier in the day, is continuing to tie with Mark Tyner.
Andrew Porrett just behind him.
Yeah, these two guys refusing to kill anyone.
Yeah.
Tim Keefe, a known lover of killing people, not doing too well, also tying, unfortunately, with that.
2-1-2 is not doing well. They're doing fine. Not just doing amazing. That's still that's doing great.
By my definition, you have to be 16th or greater at the end of today to be doing well. So
okay,
yeah.
Well, I think going to Worlds is doing well. Okay, you can be dad angry at the kids. I will support them. Okay, I'll give them the participation trophy.
Well, we got a lot of great players. I hope they had a wonderful experience. And even if you don't make day 3, we've got Godzilla pre-releases happening. We've got Hero 2 events, the first time official Hero 2 events are going on. We've got retro side events. We've got a lot of great things happening. And at the very least, even if you don't want to play in a side event, we got card slinging with Jeremy Ray, with Tim Friedlieb, with Matt as people you've seen on stream playing with these new Godzilla cards. They're playing those Godzilla decks.
Yeah, you can go play against them right now. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And don't forget, pre-release everywhere, March 6th. The full release of Godzilla Reign of Kaiju, March 13th. You can type Kaiju pre-release in the chat for more info to locate a store where you can play in the pre-release and buy some of that beautiful, beautiful product. But Christopher Bromley, I think I'm done for today.
Yeah, see you later.
I think I'm about to send it over to you and Barrett.
Oh, we got to open packs.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Sam.
I'm not a pack opener, all right?
It's okay. I got it for you. Look at this. It's like ASMR. Okay, I'll crinkle it for you guys there. I did that for Brian. He hated that. I know it's in your ear, buddy. Okay, all right.
All right, we got
first
pull
up,
Sacred Guardian.
it's Intergalactic Monster, also known as Tamron Cardwell. Oh, sorry. I wasn't looking at the screen. I was looking at the cards. I'm hovering above, which is what Sam Tate does to me all the time. Harmonious Spirit, that's me. I'm a Harmonious Spirit. Combat Submarine, that's also Sam Tate. Acidic Clutches, what Sam Tate has me in all the time. Triple Beam, what I want to do to Sam Tate. Destroyer, what Sam Tate goes by. Brutal Bite. I like this 2-check. This is cool. I think, my one complaint about this deck is that I wish there were more ways to make power tokens.
A little bit.
There's
the characters that make power tokens are really good.
Yeah, they're very good at it, but I want to be able to do this in other places, and then I've got my other cards.
I'm sure you can generate enough power tokens if you try.
Well, we had one more. Okay, I'll show it up here. What do we get? What's the card?
I think you have another bite. It's at the back.
Golden Destruction.
Woo!
It's
a pretty good one.
Golden Destruction.
I like the art on that card a lot.
Golden Destruction. What I'm going to do to Sam right now. Oh! Wait, hang on. I'm doing it right. Oh, get out of here. See you later. We'll see you in like 5 to 10 minutes. Oh! Bye forever. Oh! Golden Destruction.
Welcome back, everybody. I am Bear Bryant, joined with Christopher Bromley for the rest of today. And we have been tasked to keep you all busy. We had a little bit of a dilemma with the last round, so it's taking longer than expected.
Yeah, dilemma. In that, they mean a manual repair.
Yes, we're doing that, which, again, has happened in the past.
Yeah,
just like our match. But without it being concluded, we are going to talk. We're going to talk a little bit. I had requested Tam because I wasn't here for the updated standings of after round 5.
Yeah.
For the match that you guys just watched. Thank you for the power. I feel powerful. Oh, my goodness. It's been a long day. So I want to talk standings only because we're at the end of round 5. There's only one round to go. People are on win-and-ins. And so we can basically already start doing a lot of discussing people who have auto-locked the final day of our tournament. So
I don't think they're disgusting.
No, discussing.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can keep going.
I'm pretty disgusting. So here you have, obviously, George, our second place at Atlanta this year, all but guaranteeing basically first seed going into tomorrow. So congratulations, George.
Nice job, buddy.
Travis Tangeman going 4-0-1 on
Mark Tyner.
Thank you. Guaranteed, right? Even with a loss.
Yeah, even if he loses.
Yes,
still
Carson
an extra one.
Panos. And then we basically have the weird stuff. And the reason is you have 4 4-1s, so each of them will pair into another one.
Yeah, and they'll tie.
They'll tie. So there's your guaranteed 7 at 4 1-1. And then we have these 3-1s to talk about where they basically need to win.
Yes.
Because tying is bad.
Yeah, tying gives you 1 point.
Yes.
So if they go
11.
Yeah, you need like 13 is like guaranteed.
That's kind of what we talked about,
right?
yeah.
12 you can get in, I think.
Not all 12s will make it.
Yeah.
So, just based off of this screen, Bromley.
Yeah.
How do we feel about the characters? How do we feel about the players? How do we feel about what our tournament is shaping up to look like? Oh, come on. What? Your girl's there. Also, I promise you that Barlow Guess is not playing Mikasa on the life symbol.
Mikasa.
It is Zeke Yeager.
Yeah.
And also, Cohen is not playing Zeke Yeager on Void. We already saw Cohen. Cohen is playing Rodan.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a healthy mix of sort of mid-rangey decks. There's aggro decks, right? And then there's some control decks too, right?
Ezra Miller, again, doing phenomenal, man. Ezra Miller has...
Yeah, doing great with Krista.
Every time.
Yeah.
Every time.
Well, so I'll say Krista is great into those aggro decks that are like...
I need to check a 5.
I'm going to check some 5s. I'm checking 5s. And then oh no, I checked the 3. How did that happen?
And Ezra's like, yeah, man, I put that there.
Yeah, and so the funny thing was the like short blurb where Travis and his crew did well with the Krista, and then everybody was like, okay, we're all playing stuff that mills the top of our deck or draws.
Yes.
Okay. In response, and then it started going bad, kind of off the meta, right? And then now it's back because people stopped playing those cards, and so it's fun to see kind of the resurgence of a character like that. Right, but we have TC, Devertinian, playing Midoriya. It's our one Midoriya in the top 10.
Guaranteed.
Guaranteed, yeah. Chris Miner with Nogura Yuki.
Oh, that deck was incredible to watch yesterday.
Yeah, he keeps describing it as Godzilla with the order symbol.
Yeah, 4 damage is close to 3.
Yeah, it's better than 3, you might even say.
Yeah.
And he can also give it to any move, right?
Yes.
So crucially he gives it to 3 difficulty moves.
Or throws.
Or throws.
Godzilla, but, you know.
Yeah, but...
Restricted.
Yeah.
And we talked about it, and I fully believe you after I've seen so many copies of it across the tournament. Bloodsucking Universe.
Dude.
Probably the best card in that set. Like
I think it's, yeah. Well, and we saw less good Bloodsucking Universe in Ready Shot.
Yes.
Steady Shot. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Won the game for Ezra Miller against a Midoriya. Over the course of the 2 games, it did 31 damage.
Oh, my goodness. That's great.
Yeah. Which is kind of crazy. And it closed up game 1 by just playing it. Our opponent was at 5, tutoring up a second one, drawing it, playing it. So, yeah, these cards, right, throws just like sealing the deal in some of the places. And kind of even better than that is that the better modes of the tension moves require second momentum.
Yes.
And so it just supplies that. Anyways, but yeah, the some cool stuff up here, right? With the usual suspects here with Godzilla's, right, with Mikasa, but some others, stuff that I wouldn't have been like anticipating, right?
7 unique symbols just on this page.
A lot of chaos still.
Yeah, the majority.
Yeah.
Because this deck is life. It's the Zeke Yeager.
Okay.
But this was correct. So the symbols are correct.
Yeah.
But yes, you are correct. Like the top, this the story of the year probably as we're kind of rewinding. The chaos being pretty powerful, and not even just that, right? You have even Zeke Yeager down here who also has that symbol, even though not on it.
Yeah.
And the powerful attune cards we have access to. But I even wonder too about Krista. I'm actually a little worried about that character post rotation. I think a lot of pieces in that deck, or we saw even like Travis having success doing the like runaway looping and picking those up. Like a lot of that leaves. Things like Vast Cyber Chimera Kraken for board control, they leave. I even think of some of the synergistic cards with other counter-based characters from Jetburn rotate.
Well, Chaos characters in general just lose a lot of their like consistent defense and interaction pieces, right? It's just not the symbol that does that anymore, right?
Yeah.
At least not easily. So you're gonna have to find new ways, innovative ways to do that. Walk the Dog, of course, still staying in the format, but
that's true.
But yeah, I am kind of looking forward to the changing of the guard, so to speak.
Me too. I always like rotations.
Yeah, rotations are fun.
I'm excited to see what people always cook up right away, and then people completely change it
Yeah,
afterwards.
a week and a half later after that
first event or something.
Yeah. Well, let's look through 11 through 20 to some of the people that may get it.
Yeah, the fun speculatory players.
Brian!
The next one.
Thanks, Brian!
Zach Richards, happy birthday. Representing Ryu, as well as Marvin Emery representing it. As you know, that's our last 3-1-1 with Zach Richards. And then we talk about the 3-2s, right? So another chance for Midoriya twice to make it in. 2 more Godzillas. And I do know Iari is against Calvin Haragal right now. So, it will either be another Godzilla on the Earth symbol specifically, or that Pumat Soul might have a chance. Huge shout out to Jacob Johnson here. Playing his character yesterday.
Yeah.
Played himself today and has a chance with a win, to make a top cut appearance with his own champ card.
Yep.
Justin Martin, sporting Mitchell Cimino. Not even Mitchell Cimino was willing to play Mitchell Cimino. I will continue to talk about Ryan Kogod, having a phenomenal performance. I see having just lost this past round, as we saw him on stream go 3-1. And we even saw Gavin, playing the Bridget. So a lot of chances here of some other unique ones coming in this bottom half of the bracket.
Yeah, I mean, with the amount of it's so interesting to me that people will favor all of these super aggressive characters in World Championships, where they're kind of rolling the dice against people who are so good, right? Where you can ostensibly be more inclined to find good defensive players, right? Just because it gives you consistency, right? Being able to explode somebody on any turn is something that even the people at the highest echelon of play value. I mean, so yeah, I'm pretty happy with the sort of a bracket, the representation across the board, right? A couple of these reuse. It's definitely aggro favored. I think this
I would agree.
This event, right? It's aggro favored. I think even Rodan is having trouble keeping up with some of the aggressive tools.
Only one, and it's at 10th right now. Not even. Sorry, it's currently 3-1-1. So even a draw not possible. Really need to win. So yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, the control characters. It's not really the situation earlier this year where you had characters who were just knocking out other people from playing the game, right?
Yeah.
With just like 8 pieces of resets and reduced to 0 damage and so on and so
BME
forth.
at the beginning of the year.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Exactly. I agree. Andrew Porat. I always say too. Again, great player, but really played the right 2 characters to win those events in the beginning of the year, while VME even still existed, while the game was a little bit slower. Things like Rodan and King Ghidorah having success, and then even still going all the way to Atlanta, we didn't see Rodan have another great appearance until Phil did, and he had to work his butt off for that entire climb.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Early this year, aggro was so bad. I thought Annie 1 was a good character.
And I liked that deck. That deck was a ton
I loved that deck. It wasn't good.
Sure. You were just doing 3 different things in one deck.
I was having,
you were having so much fun.
Yeah. I had a lot of fun. Okay, so the match is done. We're making the graphics for this. We're going to be right back with the final match of Day 2 of Worlds. So, go pee or something.
I'm going to do that.
Yeah.
We'll see you in a bit.
I'm Barrett Bryant here at UVS Worlds 2025, and what advice would you give to a new player?
Keep playing, keep practicing.
Just keep playing the game, play as much as you can. You'll learn something in every single game you play.
Don't get discouraged if you're losing. Losing is a lesson. It's very easy to get in your own head, especially at these big events, and you're playing like me and not well, and you think it's gonna go. The last game was bad. This one's gonna go bad. Every game's a new game. So learn from your mistakes and don't let it get to your head.
Best piece of advice for new players, definitely don't get discouraged. Try to engage with your locals. Players in this game are very helpful, especially for new blood, so definitely reach out to your locals.
Find a locals or at least someone online that you can look at cards with and kind of get to know the card pool a little bit.
I think studying the card pool is the most important thing. Knowing what exists out there so you're not blindsided in the middle of a match.
Hi everybody, I'm Barrett Bryant here at the 2025 UVS Worlds, and my first question for you is, what character, aside from the one you're playing, is going to win the whole event?
I think Mikasa 4 is probably the best one to win, just because really consistent aggro deck.
I think Rodan has a pretty good shot right now.
Rodan.
That Mikasa list is pretty broken. It might get there easy.
Probably something like Deku or Rodan. Rodan's a really strong character. He's just always got good answers, and he's really hard to kill.
Well, Barrett, I'm not actually playing, I'm actually judging, but wildcard answer, I'm thinking Jiro 2.
I'm Barrett Bryant here at the 2025 UVS Worlds, and I want to know, if you could have any card reprinted back into Standard, what would it be?
Shigaraki 1.
See, I really want retro reprints, so I want them to reprint Team Psycho Soldier, but I don't want it in Standard. A card I'd love to see in Standard again. Friend of Animals from Heroes Clash. I really love that card. I love sticking allies into your momentum just for fun, and it works really well with Black Abyss. I think it's just a super fun card.
Easy, stun grenade.
Transform, but without the slam requirement.
Probably Recipro Turbo from MHA Set 1.
1.3 million just because it would be funny.
What's up, everybody? And welcome to UniVersus Worlds 2025. My name's Tam, and with Godzilla, Reign of Kaiju right around the corner, I thought it would be a great opportunity to take a couple of content creators and tell you the absolute best ways to pre-release. Hey, I'm Mitchell from the Trading Post. I am second place, I think, in points. I'm on a character card. I play UniVersus. Here to play in the World Championships this year.
I am Christopher Smith, or Chris Smith. I go by Brody1 on Twitch and YouTube. You can find me on either platform.
My name is Paul Butler. I'm the founder of Coping with Cardboard, which is a YouTube channel on YouTube that makes fun stream content and easily accessible content for everybody.
My name is Brody. My channel is Broden Kanan. I do a lot of UniVersus and other TCG content.
So the character that I'm most excited for from the new Godzilla set, I think, honestly, would have to be the Mechagodzilla Kiryu.
The new Mechagodzilla.
The new Kiryu.
The way that he plays with cards from his removed from game pile, and I love this whole idea of having a second hand you get to play with. It's such a unique thing we haven't seen in UniVersus before.
That's a hard question. I actually have 3 of them, but I'm going with my number 1. It's definitely Mothra, Divine Moth, I think it's her name. Just the fact that she is just a defensive character makes me excited to play that character because I love playing defense in our game.
For Godzilla specifically, you're going to want to look for any amount of synergies that you got between characters that you pulled and your rares on up. But definitely making sure that you have a good spam foundation base between 1s and 0s is pretty good.
I think if you can at least, build enough attacks, have enough foundations and slam them together, and just have fun and play with the character and just read new cards and have fun with your friends. I think that's the number 1 thing is that.
My favorite thing about pre-release is using the new cards in the set in a format that you are not able to do normally, like in Standard, you're able to explore with a bunch of different cards, combining them and doing a lot of cool things that you normally would not be able to do.
My favorite thing is getting to rip new cards and getting to see art that I've only seen online and really getting to appreciate it in person. The art designers of this game do such a good job, and I think the new Reign of Kaiju set has some of the best art that UniVersus has ever seen.
I like the team up aspect of it, where you can table talk and it's like you versus the one boss, and you can be like, well, do you have this enhanced? Can you do this enhanced? Or it's kind of like, hey man, I need just a little bit of this. Can you help me out so we can, progress our game state? And it's more of like a team game, which is basically what PvE is. It's just a team on the boss, and that's very cool.
I think PvE opens up a lot of new experiences for UniVersus. You get to build a deck that can be tailored for this new experience. So you can do a lot of cool things like focusing on helping out the players you're playing with and taking down the tailored PvE boss. And then you can also bring a new cooperative experience to the game, which is really fun.
Hey everybody!
Godzilla Reign of Kaiju pre-releases start on March 6th.
And go buy the Reign of Kaiju set at your local game store on March 13th.
Please go out and support your local game store, meet new people, and just enjoy the card game.
Get out there, ask your LGS that carries any UVS Games products about pre-releases. Encourage your friends to come and show up and have a great time slinging big attacks and powering everything up.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm once again Bear Bryant, joined with Christopher Romley for the last time today.
Ever.
Well, for today. We have our last round to go, and we don't want to keep the people waiting, as we, of course, still have a high-octane, high-stakes tournament to finish tomorrow. So let's go straight into our matchup. Coming into round 6 of the World Championships, you love him, Mr. Turn 2 himself, Caden G, your second-place finisher at...
Oh, he cut his hair.
Yeah. Second place finisher at Louisville, which got him enough points after his 4th place finish in Denver and 12th place in Albuquerque, so that he is here with, 325 points, getting his 8th place lock to come here for free, basically. And he is on a winning in with Zeke Yeager against Marvin Emery, who we saw earlier also on the Players to Watch, who is here with 113 points, playing Bak Yoon Ho, which is Ryu, the World Warrior. For everybody at home that is unaware, having played Pony and Albuquerque, getting in 51st place. So both of these players are on winning ends, and here is Caden G's deck. Yes, we're going for the I would like to burn my opponent with Harness on Death, a card that he was not playing in Louisville.
Right.
That Wub, Calvin Harrigal, the winner of that event, was playing.
He was playing it, yeah.
And now that means this deck is still just as aggressive as it was even without 9 Titans throughout the ages. So Caden, I think, looking to really kind of burn his opponent and mill as many cards as quickly as possible to transform as Zeke Yeager versus Ryu World Warrior.
Yeah, I like this Ryu deck a ton because as opposed to playing 18 different card types, you say, I play 2 card types.
We don't know that.
Well, I mean...
Yeah.
It probably plays some actions and assets. It's not on the screen yet. Hey, Brian, can you bring me over to the next one? But most of all, it likes... Yeah, I don't care about those right this second, although I did call that one. Yeah. But it's just like, hey, me play punch.
Yeah.
You have response? Me play punch again. Hey, you have response? Me play punch. Me play punch.
That's true.
Yeah, we did see Marvin play this yesterday.
Yes.
I think it's the exact list. I don't think we changed anything between yesterday and today. And it's just a very simple, straightforward attacking deck. No weaving, no swapping character. Just, hey, did you completely block that one? Okay, then I won't draw. Oh, did you completely block that? Oh, I'm completely blocked that. I'll draw, right? And so we're just getting value over the course of a turn with good stuff, whereas Caden's going to be playing some kooky, stuff.
Crazy
with these
and kooky.
backups. Crazy and kooky. Is that an onion coupon?
Yes, it is. Followed by Massive Abnormal Titan, Desperate Plea, and Fight for Truth on 5. Checks. Horrifying on a 5. This could be a good build. Ooh, that is
terrible. You animal. I can't believe you didn't check a 5 there. No, it's still fine.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with 2 backups in the stage, getting the ball rolling here for Caden. A Desperate Plea feels very good, of course, because you can block with any sort of card type, like we talked about a little bit earlier today.
In case you couldn't tell, I was excited to see Wub's Pumat.
Yeah, we saw it earlier today.
Yeah, I wasn't commentating that one, okay?
I know. But yeah, so we're going to see what Ryu can do here against this winning in for Caden G. I love Sacrifice for the Cause here on a 3. We also have the military airship coming down. It checks. So double 3 diff basically coming out of the get-go, as well as...
Is that a battle holds the answer? No. Is this Scales of Juno?
Is it? Oh, you're right, it is.
I think it's Scales of Juno.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I forgot the promos are even here. And then, of course, a Fateful Decision. Build 3, pass, or build 4, and then immediately we're jumping in with the Fight for Truth on the side of Caden, which again mills 3 more cards, and we have the option to pick one of these. We have double Falling Titan and then a Moment of Normalcy, and we chose to pick the Moment of Normalcy. You would think a lot of players do value maybe grabbing one of those 2 copies of the Falling Titans, what we found immediately off the top.
Yeah, I mean, especially in this deck that isn't like making a huge one-shot combo.
Yeah.
You may value just... A lot of the times into decks like this, the Moment of Normalcy ends up being like -2 damage, -2 speed, which doesn't feel as good as, -10 damage, -10 speed you do into some decks.
Yeah.
But since we can see it's the only foundation available, actually. Yep. So that's probably why we had a bunch of these Jaegers. And, I don't like that they're there.
6 backups already in the stage, 3 foundations. We need 4 more in a stage or discard pile to already transform. But kicking off the first attack of the turn, we've got ourselves a Rewind Throttle on the side for Marvin, which is going to selectively commit one of these foundations by discarding a card from our hand, and then we'll be able to draw a card.
What do you think?
It's probably the Moment of Normalcy.
You think it'll be the Moment of Rest? Whoa, what a surprise.
Yeah, this move's just very fast, right?
Yeah.
But, of course, I think Massive Immortal Titan would be able to grab us maybe a non-attack off the top. It is a Jaegerist follower.
Whoa.
2 damage from the Ryu Enhance. And this one's just very fast, but with only 3 base damage and now with a +2, I'm looking at things like, the Titans Under Orders to basically make this for 2 damage. And I think Kaden is not going to mind that for how much life gain is already in this Zeke Jaeger deck.
Yeah, probably not. I think he will take that home and be very happy about it. We're going to use one of our Titans Under Orders for -3 damage, going to 2 damage. Kind of signaling we're not going to be blocking this one.
5 speed.
Yeah, 5 speed. Yeah, that's way too fast for our one
We do
foundation.
have these Jaegers, so we are going to use them to look at our top part of our deck, and we can mill it or keep it there. We don't like it.
Said not today. Okay, gonna
discard with Sacrifice for the cause for +3 more damage. Makes this a little scarier.
Take us back to printed, it looks like.
Oh. I was like, yeah.
Okay, I thought we were at -1. We should be at 5 damage now.
Yep, back to where we started. Now, Jaeger's follower, considering a second enhance on one of them. Yeah, he should pass. He's like, yeah, I'm not blocking this. 5 damage feels great. 5, high for 5. Goes for a block, though. On a 6, maybe. Number 10. Oh, a runaway to only take 3 from it.
5.
Does feel pretty good, denying the momentum and also shoving the card in the card
Yeah,
pool.
with only 3 foundations ready, that's probably going to mean the end of the attacking turn, I would assume.
Yeah, I would say so.
Not that I think Ryu is particularly sad about that. You know?
I mean, not getting an instance of your character. You really want your moves to get completely blocked for Ryu to draw your 3 and then put one on top.
Yeah.
But yeah, Kaden very much using this kind of DR and these extra tools to say, nah, I'm good. I'm not going to give you the more than the cards that you have. Also, you keep pitching them with things like Sacrifice the cause anyway, which is less card mileage.
Yeah, I mean, one of the kind of key pieces we saw Marvin use yesterday was Disarming Glance and Heat Tackle.
Yeah.
Disarming Glance cannot interact with Falling Titans, but you know what can is Heat Tackle.
Yes.
If we're able to block with it. Unfortunately, it's the wrong zone for the Falling Titans, but you do have the dream of like maybe getting a tension with a Heat Tackle and then blocking with it on a following turn.
Yeah.
Or just finding some way to get into the card pool otherwise. So I could see something cool like that happen.
Yeah, a lot of these punches are not lows, so it's not going to be a lot of blocking. But I think it's still pretty good to open the turn with if your opponent is playing something like Rejuvenating Smash, which this deck plays 4 copies of, and it's really good because you can only ever play that Rejuvenating Smash response once, only when it's the second card.
Right.
But we did use our military airship to pick up that first rewind throttle, but now immediately pitching it to tap down the last foundation of Kaden. We're going to get some damage in here for sure, at least 5, unless we start maybe giving some minus speed with these Jaeger's followers. We do also have our once per turn plus to the check with Zeke already happening, and then we've now transformed.
Yeah. So, oh man, transformed already is kind of scary. Even with just 3 foundations, right? With the amount of backups we have available to us, the transformation means that our moves can get kind of easy. We can get the strings a little more easily, right?
Yeah.
Especially if you find something like a Falling Titans.
Falling Titans on 4s now for as long as we have those 2 backups in our stage, and you'll be getting rid of them, of course, but that is the lethality. But we see the Disarming Glance here as well as the Driven by Retribution. That one is going to fail, though, but the Disarming Glance is a good one that you were talking about.
Well, it can't interact with...
Yes.
Because it's only during that attack, but it's good for some of these other moves.
The character still draws cards, right? You can deny a very key impact draw ability. But you're right, yes. It's after it resolves. For the Falling Titans. There's the review. Colossal Detonation.
You ever watch the new Dragon Ball Z movies?
Like the Broly stuff?
Yeah.
No, I haven't seen that. I haven't seen that one.
I just like the way the new Frieza voice actor says monkey.
Oh. Okay.
You want me to do my impression?
If you want.
No, you have to want it.
I want it.
You sure?
Do the people want it? Chat, what do you think? Get in the comments. Do it.
Monkey.
That's pretty good. Yeah, I like that.
Oh, man, no Falling Titans this turn.
More Jaeger's followers really just accumulating all these backups and more foundations to help pass these checks. But, I mean, also just, probably not drawing the attacks that we're looking for either.
Man, I'm glad my local stopped playing backup decks. I got so tired of
You were playing backups, too.
Yeah, but I wasn't playing Beast Titans Rock Barrage. I definitely just grew very tired of getting stun 3'd into potato, which
We
is
like
usually what I
potato.
I don't like potato.
You don't like potato?
Potato funny.
Potato's a good card.
Oh, I do like potato. I have a soup somewhere. I think it's on my other phone. But
back to Ryu.
Wub wrote superior technique on it.
Oh, soup. Yeah.
Superior technique.
Yeah. That card's broken. Anyway, another sacrifice for the cause, disarming lance, rifle arm, and then our own moment of normalcy, as well as another fateful decision as we build for pass.
A little build 4 action there. Unfortunately, I don't know that we have an answer for a Falling Titans loop-de-loop.
I don't think so either.
So I think if we start doing that, we're going to start taking hella damage. Okay, well, there's the Beast Titans Rock Barrage coming through.
That's a good one. A lot of these foundations are now really vulnerable.
Just because they're vulnerable.
Well, because they're not invulnerable.
You know, I mean, what are you going to hit?
Moment
of normalcy? No way.
No. Sacrifice?
Oh, interesting.
What do we have? No, this is the 2.
That's the stun 2, okay.
So
yeah, you always hit the stun 2 first.
Scales of Junos, I think, is probably pretty good. That one is probably stopping
yeah,
what we're trying to do.
That would stop the Falling Titans thing.
Yeah, so now with only 3 ready resources, I think if Caden does have the Falling Titans, it will be very much, I think, game for Caden.
Yeah.
But we saw early on in the game already 2 of them go to the discard pile. So what are the actual odds?
There's 1 left in the deck. There's 3 in the deck total.
Yeah, so
I mean, we're posturing like we are going to do it, right? Anya Kapun is making the Beast Titans Rock Barrage not count towards progressive.
Touches their stage.
And we specifically touched the one thing on our opponent's board that would make it so we wouldn't be able to loop the Beast Titans Rock Barrage. So I think that we have it.
Yeah, and they'll be on force because of the +2 to our check from Beast Titan Finale or the...
Come on, you can do it.
No, I'm waiting for you to do it.
What am I doing?
You know what you're doing. Okay.
Beast Titans Rock Barrage or?
No, the Beast Titan Finale.
Oh, monkey!
There you go. All right, Beast Titan Rock Barrage number 2 coming in, which will commit every remaining foundation on the side of Marvin. And even still, this feels good because, again, if there is the Falling Titan, they're on 5s.
Yeah.
Over and over and over again. And things like Jaeger's Follower can all but guarantee what card we're going to be checking anyway. And you don't mind committing them because you're going to get rid of them anyway for the Falling Titans.
Yeah, and we have so many Jaegerists to be able to scout our checks too.
6.
Yeah. And to either draw or scout or, scout then draw because our character also does the drawing.
And we have begun looking. Keeping it there.
It's a little looky-loo. I don't like that he readies the one he used before to commit the one that came afterwards.
That's fair.
It's just making me feel a little silly.
Inspiring Song for
+1 to their check.
Yes, +1.
May as well use it now, right?
Yeah, in case you have to. I mean, we won't be committing anything, especially because we looked at the top and then we drew off the top with the Beast Titan Finale effect, and now we're going to also take this one to the face, going down to 22. Where it is, Falling Titans. There it is on a 4-5. Sorry, it's on a 7, but we checked a 6, but +1 to our check because of the Inspiring Song.
Yeah.
And now it has begun. Will Marvin just give it to him, or will we watch all of these get played out? Looks at the top. We're going to get rid of it anyway. 6 damage to the face. On to the next one. On a 7. Checks a 7.
Yeah,
and there it is.
We're wrapping it up.
Don't got to finish it up. There is game 1 going to Caden G. Mr. Turn 2 himself, taking it down on like turn 4. Double mileage.
Double mileage. Yeah, come on.
And no harness on death that game. Very much just the bread and butter of what these backup decks are kind of doing with the Falling Titans.
He might have done it later on.
Yeah.
Right? You know, you play as many of the
Falling Titans.
And
then they're all in your discard pile. And,
yeah.
Yep.
It's so interesting that that card was printed. Because
Harness?
No, Falling Titans.
Oh.
It's really interesting to me because we had loops from like 2019 to 2022 that were just like the bane of the format.
Sure.
And and then coordinated effort also looping things, right, with all the anytime there's some form of looping, people hate it. And when it says this, like that was turn 4, and it was pretty eventual. Like there was an eventuality to that sort of line, especially with how protected it is. Now I'm not saying
but it's funny you say that.
interesting. It's just interesting to me because the company was willing to go back and do something that was so shaped like Shield Big Bang.
Yeah. But in the same thing that you said, and how many people were very vocal about that one back then.
Yeah.
There aren't as many people as vocal about this one.
Yeah, that's
in
interesting.
general. You know what I'm saying? Like this one is more okay to the public.
But it's technically less failable in this specific character than it was in than Shield Big Bang was in Cassandra.
Yes.
And it just seems to be what, the company leans on to boost the viability of their underplayed archetype, right?
Yep.
Whether it be backups or assets or whatever it might be, it's just make them better than foundations, right? Or have an alternate skew. So it's not that me saying it's overpowering or there's no way to do it. I beat a Shield Big Bang deck to win my PTC,
Yeah.
So it wasn't that it was undefeatable. It's just that people generally, right?
Yeah.
At that time, really hated the idea of a loop.
Correct.
And so there being a loop in this format, and people are like totally fine with it. It's
and the reality is too is like there's multiple.
Yeah.
That's not the only one. There's other cards and other characters that can do similar loop playstyle stuff. And like I said, it's just kind of like generally accepted. I think a lot of people still see and value a lot of the like interaction points that it does see, not just for this one, but other cards, And like there is still that puzzle to solve, not just as the player playing the deck, but for the opponent that doesn't play that deck, but exists and acknowledges it existing in the format.
Right, yeah. I mean, and there's certainly things pointed at like card pool clearing that people aren't playing.
Yeah.
And a huge
Even
part
with
of
Mikasa running around.
Yeah. Well, the problem that I've had is that it's been on symbols that are not as popular.
Yeah, true.
Right. It ends up being on water, it ends up being on good, right? Things like that, where post-rotation, I think it'll be interesting to look at defensive pieces in general and hey, how efficient is the format, right? Will we start leaning into these things? Will the looping sort of playstyles fall out of favor? Card pool clearing, right, in general, right? Because that's functionally what this is doing, right?
Yes.
It's just coming out of the card pool, coming back into it. And so, I'm not condemning the playstyle.
No,
I do think it's interesting, though, to look at sort of at a macro level.
No, I think your points are true. And, like I said at the beginning of it, too, is like, yet it is like pretty fundamentally like accepted now for how long like Apocalypse has existed.
Well, I mean, so the backup decks were hit twice, right? We hit.
Yes, relatively. The decks that like Webb played and Caden played have lost multiple pieces.
Yeah.
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah, so it's not that they weren't powerful, right? It's just those the Falling Titans wasn't the part of it that people had a problem with.
Yeah, that's true. Which is interesting based off of everything you just said about a previous predecessor example.
Where Shield Big Bang was the deck, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So, okay, we're reading Onion Capone.
But we played it last game.
Yeah, but I just want to read it this time.
Okay. I think we're also maybe evaluating a new way to approach this matchup for Marvin is do we start swinging at them?
Right.
There is our first heat tackle of this match for Marvin. I'm a really big fan of this one. I think this is one of my favorite tension attacks from the set.
Yeah.
Because it's so powerful. But, of course, we talk about this. Card pull effects in general in our game are very, very potent.
Yeah.
And this one doesn't flip itself to do it. It seals itself, which means even while you're playing the attack,
you can still use it.
Correct, because you've already gotten your tension.
Yeah. Yeah, I do think that at this point of the game, there's no reason not to attack the backups because this is a deck that uses momentum particularly well, right?
Yes.
Zeke without resets does not do well into speed, right?
Yes.
Like it tops at being able to block around like a 9-speed mood. So your true 100% having EX3 on them, Rejuvenating Smash having EX3 on them, Rewind Throttle being a 5-speed move, like all these things are relevant, right? So getting momentum now, killing the backups, right? I think is the play. It's
a great punish because this is the only turn you can do it while also generating momentum because Caden committed Zeke.
Right.
Normally, if you start swinging at them, they go, okay, I'll abort the attack.
Yeah, and I'll draw.
Yes, exactly. But now getting 2 momentum, even using cards like Rising Uppercut, which are not great to swing with on your own turn.
Right.
Getting mileage and just to kill off these backups, I think this is a great spot for Marvin and adapting to this matchup.
Yeah, I think if for all of the ways that this matchup could have gone well, one of the things went right, right?
Correct.
Now we need to follow up with an aggressive hand on turn 3.
What does Kaiden do to adapt, though? Do we just keep building more backups and then pray the turn that Marvin runs out of attacks to kill them all?
Well, at this point now we'll have Zeke ready.
Yes.
So we'll be able to. We will be denying momentum at least.
Yes, that is true.
But yeah, if we have enough attacks to pressure the backups and go to a cycle, I think. Because post cycle the Harness and Deaths are like piddly.
Yeah.
Right? I've always felt like Harness and Death is worth playing even in decks that don't play backups, just because it's a 4 difficulty echo move.
Yeah.
If you're playing backups, and then if you also have the off chance of playing into somebody who does play backups,
It hits very hard.
+2 damage on a 4 difficulty echo move is crazy. And these decks are even bigger, right?
Yes.
But it doesn't hold on to momentum very well, right?
No.
So fueling the echo is not really, a very important thing.
Yeah, because a lot of the cards it's playing, essentially, if you don't connect with your Beast Titan Rock Barrages, the Falling Titans are shifting down.
Yeah.
The Harness and Deaths are flipped because you echoed them, typically.
Yeah.
And every other move that you play in the deck is, probably getting blocked because you usually just lose to the inevitability of the Falling Titans.
Yeah.
So I agree with you. So I'm glad Marvin took advantage of it in that scenario, because now you have to start going for face. Because here's the thing. When you're down a game, yes, you denied resources for Kaiden, but as you kill off these backups, regardless of getting the momentum or not, you're helping Kaiden eventually transform.
Yeah.
Which means instead of killing off the backups, you just turn them sideways. So as you attack them, yes, you'll still get the momentum, but we're still getting all this hand advantage for Kaiden.
Yep. So another opener. We're going to be able to block this, so we started hitting face, right?
Yes.
But so we're just going to take this one. Sorry, we're not at 16 life for Marvin.
Down to 21 for Kaiden, at full for Marvin. Does connect. We do have a Roman cancel token. I even like he's using the promo full art one.
Yeah.
Those are beautiful.
I love the full arts from that set.
Pitch did a great job with
the
those.
first time that we haven't had like the text on the cards.
Yeah.
Is a little annoying.
There's some controversy.
Yeah, but they're cool, right?
Yeah,
they're cool. They're cool. I mean, I think it's just important that my locals bring the actual text of the card for me.
Yes.
Because I don't have a ton of time to play anymore, and I need explanations for things.
Yes, absolutely.
But yeah, they're really, really, really pretty.
And I hope we can even do more of those like mosaic style things where they all fit together into a giant picture.
My only thing I will say is I wish they were brighter.
Oh, that's fair.
That
might just be like the foiling choice.
Foiling
right?
does that, right? But there are foiling patterns and also inks that can be brighter. So, but yeah, they're beautiful. Really, probably some of the best looking full arts that we've had in the game.
Hitch did a phenomenal job with those. With a little bit of the extra like creative
It's just
freedom.
like the only backup that's not in this game, man.
Yeah, we don't have fire. But in the guess the cards that we were showing earlier, I hope you all got that one right at home, because Hitch did make an appearance. Back to Kaiden, a very healthy stage here for Marvin with multiple pieces of momentum.
I think we're just building. So tell the people at home who Hitch is, right? If they don't know Hitch.
Yeah, Chris Radley, I believe his last name.
Okay.
Hitch at UniVersus is basically the guy for all things creative involved with UniVersus. So basically the way that cards look and their treatments and like stylistic choices, Hitch is the guy. If you see him ever at these events, he is always more than happy to show off future art pieces. Things like Rebel Frontier were his idea, and his creative decision and pivot. Meanwhile, they function as a nice thing that organized play is looking to implement, right? But yeah, Hitch is the guy when it comes to creative decisions and making final choices for almost all things art related for this event, including.
Is that Megalomania?
Whoa, actually, did we side that one? Oh,
holy schmoly!
Yeah, this one's very good. Yeah, so
that's not a punch.
So you were talking about how these backup decks don't hold on to momentum very well,
Yeah.
which means even if you do get some, Megalomania really punishing it and having a clear answer to seal Zeke, and then go back to attacking backups.
The backups, yeah. Yeah, I wonder if we're going to continue hitting the backups, or if we're going to take the opportunity to say, hey, I've gotten rid of the one piece of speed hate on your board. Let's go for face now, right?
Yeah.
It does. This is not a punch though, right? So the 100% repeated are going to be a little less efficient, but I could see a world where Caden dies on this turn.
I think so too. I mean, sealing your opponent's character is a very powerful effect across the game in the history of the game. Hence why this is a secret rare. A very, very strong choice, I think. A lot of people, they thought when this card was coming out, they're like, oh, King Ghidorah is unplayable because this card exists. Turns off the character. You can't use your counters to keep you alive.
Right.
And the reality is that just people aren't playing this card.
Well, Fire and Void are not popular symbols, like main symbols, right? This is not. No, they're not, man.
Porco's Fire typically, and then
Porco's not seen play since
Atlanta. That's correct. But like this was a card they were even including in those decks, and then Rodans as well have an option to seal characters off to take advantage in some of the matchups.
Sure, but I think that it is a very powerful card, right? In sort of the same way that Somnambulism was very powerful for Midnight, right? And that one checked it too. So people, if given the option, they will do these things, but it's just that those symbols are not the premier,
Yeah, but they're not premier, but represented.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to be drawing because this attack was full blocked.
Yep, draw 3, and then we'll selectively add 1 card in our hand to the top of our deck.
Yeah, and so this is going to guarantee a new move, probably. I assume it's going to be a Rejuvenating Smash, right?
It's stacking a 6 from hand and then playing a Rejuvenating Smash on a 6.
I saw Disarming its stack, so it's going to be a 5 difficulty. And that's fine. We got Capture the Target.
Yep.
×2, so the deeper we're going to this turn, the more happy we're going to be about it.
It's very, very quickly becoming exactly what you said. I think Caden could very realistically die here.
Yeah. Especially with 3 momentum, man.
Yeah. 100% repeated. Has EX and powerful 3.
Yeah. Yeah, if you can hear a muffled cheering in the background, they're doing top 16 announcements right now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which,
we'll do.
Yes. In live after this event, or after this match, of course.
Yeah. We are a little behind so that you guys at home don't have as many breaks.
That's true.
Yeah, so we've got a 4 mid-10 right now.
Yes.
Because Sacrifice for the Cause discarded a
+2 block modifier plus the +4, or sorry, the +2 that we gave with the Ryu as well. So 10 damage.
Yeah.
Also gives us momentum because we used a discard out.
Yeah. Okay. And then Zeke flipping over. What is this? Is that...
Sorry?
What do we flip over there?
With our... Oh, Inspiring Song?
Oh, it was Inspire. It was the promo. Okay.
Yeah, we had 3 of them on our stage.
Yeah,
so.
I can't keep up with these promos, man.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, we have...
Let's do our check.
-3 to the rivals next check. We're really just trying to deter as we then block and build this Onya Capone back down, face down. So Caden trying his very best to stay alive here, even with these partial blocks. And now a repeated on a 5, 6, 7, checks a 0.
Yeah.
So we're going to have to commit 7 resources. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 5, and we need 2 more. There it is.
Yeah, we're going to get 2 of those foundations back.
Correct.
Sacrifice for the Cause and 4 momentum. Could be lethal.
And the double capture the target. Now we have 3 attacks in our card pool. We'll actually get...
Well, this one could be lethal alone.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Again, the 4 momentum.
Yeah. So we're going to ready 2. We're going to ready 2 more with the capture the targets. So we could feasibly play yet another move.
Yes.
But this one alone could be lethal.
Yeah, and the question is the blockability, right? So we have 5 ready foundations on the side for Caden, plus our character.
Yeah.
So depending on how fast we have to get this, plus the damage, which we have to kind of use our resources, kind of symmetrically.
We know they've been ready.
Yeah, yes, yeah.
So funny. But yeah, so this one, it's going to be a question of whether or not Marvin decides to make it lethal. We're going to be
Sacrifice helps.
Yeah, discarding. Is that a
Scales of Juno again?
That is a 3+ block, I think.
I'm pretty sure. Yep. Yeah. So we're up to 5, which says you can also use the other enhance unrepeated, which says text can't be modified for the turn.
Yeah, and so that means we can use 2 of the momentum for powerful and 2 of the momentum. Oh no, sorry. So 2 damage from Ryu, 3 damage from Sacrifice for a Cause.
11.
6 more damage from powerful. EX 3
17.
twice for 6 speed. Puts it at 10 speed.
For 17.
Yeah,
and there is the scoop.
Game 3. Yeah.
Perfect, you did it. Yeah, right in the time. That is game 2 going to Marvin with 33 minutes left. We've got a final game 3 for both of these players that the winner will potentially lock in their spot for top 16.
Yeah. Man, those boys are loud.
They are doing a whole thing. It's actually kind of nice. Is Levi over there? Is it Levi?
He must be. I think it's Levi talking to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
All
cool.
right.
Okay.
All right. So we got one more game as the in the now. So the question becomes, now that Caden is going first, that sort of dichotomy of what Marvin was able to do going first, denying the backups, that was all because Caden's character was committed. That is all but assuredly not
gonna
happening
happen this time,
game, which is a huge uphill battle, similarly to game 1 for Marvin.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, when you're not getting momentum for your hits, right, which is kind of the annoying thing about this version of Zeke, it feels really bad to be denying backups, especially when they're those Jaegerists, right? Like, sending my 5 difficulty move to kill a 1 difficulty backup that doesn't do very much can feel really...
Is that the sideboard right there?
Sideboard's over here.
For Marvin, I wanted to know if he was
For
playing
Marvin,
card.
it's Armor-Clad Faith.
Okay.
My fists solve my problems, Disarming Glance, and Tattered Costumes times 2.
Okay, I was wondering because you say that, right? And one of the big pieces I know is accessible to fire symbol decks for backup hate, especially Jaeger's hate, is activating the coordinate. It is basically a global
nuke everything for 2, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so those Jaeger's follows just melt.
Yeah,
but
the
we're not
Jaegers,
playing
yeah.
it, so I'm not going to go into it, of course.
It's just something that I it's so pointed at this specific matchup.
Yes.
Yeah, in a format where it's not a very popular deck, right?
Yeah.
You know, this is, I think, the only Zeke Jaeger specifically. This Zeke.
Yes, there's an Aiden L. We know is still kind of doing very well
Yeah.
with the other Zeke Jaeger.
Yes.
That's correct.
So yeah,
and Barlow Guess is also up there playing Zeke Jaeger,
Right.
War Chief.
Well, so that was the thing I thought about, actually, because I overheard some of you guys over there, Jeremy, Tim, you, talking about Ghidorah and Retro being able to stack other Ghidorah on top of it. And I was like, at that point, because you're stacking, is it the counters that matter or the stacks that matter? Ghidorah moves counters. He doesn't remove character cards.
Correct.
Okay.
But people like to represent them with them.
With
I
the
understand what you're
characters.
saying.
Okay, I got excited because maybe this is the first time anybody ever could play that 7th Crust card that makes you go down to 2 characters.
Oh, yeah.
Something Chime, Withering Chime.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
No, yeah, but the big one, too, is, of course, you have to play this the new one because it doesn't have a difficulty.
Yes,
You have
and
to
then
play and stack the other one because it has this difficulty.
Yeah.
But as far as the verbiage of, I don't have a copy of him, but if the verbiage on the new one says, like, head counter or whatever, they are the same counter. But if they're not the same counter, then you stacking the new Ghidorah just gives you that weird commit ability.
Right.
And it won't really help you. But yes, I think the point is, as long as they say the same verbiage, which I think they do, your 35 health character will gain 30 more life. Right? Isn't that what it says?
I think it puts you to 10.
Yeah, so 35 plus 30 more.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, I think you're right. If you can do the stack,
Correct.
right? You can execute the stack. Anyway, I got
Speaking of
exciting
stack,
Pacifying Chime.
Man, yeah, that card does not see play. Yeah, but I know what you're talking about. The action card, right?
Yes.
All right, Caden. Back to him on turn 2. 3 backups, 3 foundations, and we're building more.
Finding 2 copies of Scales of Juno means that you'll have to have a pretty nuts sequence, right? Much like game 1, to be able to commit down both of these Scales of Juno. Scales can only cancel, I think, 1 use of the Falling Titans.
Correct.
And so that's one of the things that's a little, it can feel bad about playing into the Falling Titans specifically is that. Oh no, it isn't a form. I thought it was a form. I got excited.
Response after resolve.
Yeah, it's response after resolve. So if you cancel it once, that's it for the turn. Correct. It's nice. So if you can stick that there, you feel pretty good about it. Anyway.
Yeah.
Moving into this turn, we're building a 3rd Scales of Juno into a Rejuvenating
pretty good.
Smash. So yeah, I think that means that unless we're getting stunned completely out, there's pretty much no way that we're going to be winning specifically with Falling Titans this game. It will end up having to be something like a double Harness on Death or something.
Yeah, that's true. Which I'm hoping we do see that because that is kind of the newest addition for Caden's deck here. Still choosing to play Chaos on Zeke or War Chiefs, whereas Wub and even Barlow in this tournament playing it on Life. Of course, you still get Harness on Death on both of them, but the decks have a few extra different cards, right?
Right.
And so I'm excited to see the adaptation of Caden now, including that technology. versus when you're staring across multiple answers of the other way that you usually win the game and how we won game one, is that what we have to use for adaptation.
Right. Yeah. I mean, there's still the chance that we'll, build in the backups and then just have a huge amount of Beast Titan Rock Barrage.
That's exactly how we won game one, right? So there is even a world where we do that, selectively commit 2 of them, and then with the bonus extra commit 4, we're probably getting the third one, depending on the sides of the stage at that point. That it could be another inevitable line, like we were talking about.
If Marvin builds wide enough, though, you could feasibly be where that's not feasible.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think that's even why Caden is playing one of the only real relevant board wipes still to this day.
Right. Colossal Detonation.
Is something we could see in this game that would even extend it a little bit further, but give Caden a big edge because we get to keep all these backups.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so funny to see each iteration of the quote-unquote board wipes where they're just like, okay, destroy all foundations, end the turn. And then it's like, destroy all foundations and assets, and end the turn. And then it's like, we'll bring us back to 4. You can do those. Not end the turn, though. I went first now. And then that one gets banned because it was busted. And then the new one's like, okay, kill it all.
Backups,
assets, foundations. Yeah, I'm waiting for the one that's just like, if it's on the board and is not your starting character, get it out of here.
I love that. That's pretty funny.
I think
because you're right. You know what this new one doesn't do? Doesn't kill off tokens.
True.
You get to keep all your power.
Yeah, that's messed up.
And it gives you power tokens when you play the card.
You hear me, Jeremy Ray? UK, gotta make destroy all tokens.
I like it.
Tokens are the real monsters.
Or the monsters we made along the way.
I want to make friends, not monsters. Okay, well, here's the Beast Titans Rock Barrage.
Here's the first one.
Yeah, we'll see if we have... so math on it says that 2 would do it.
Yes, because the stage isn't wide enough. But we didn't even pick the Scales of Juno. I think we're going to see the Harness on Death thing you were talking about.
Whoa.
I think it's already kind of fulfilling itself.
Yeah. Could you do 32 with them with no momentum, though? If you had 2 or 3 of them, I guess. I mean, you're taking 5 damage along the way from these Beast Titans Rock Barrages.
Yeah, or you're blocking these and then blocking the harnesses are inevitable.
A follow-up Beast Titans Rock Barrage would just commit us out, though, so it wouldn't matter.
How many backups is Caden playing in his deck total? I think it's like 20-something.
Let's see the number. 10, 14, 18, 21, 24, 26.
So, with the 6 we have in our stage, the maximum they could do is 20.
7 in the stage.
7. 19.
Yeah, I mean, with the
so 2 is for sure it.
Yeah.
If in maximum capacity.
Yeah, I don't think we're there yet, but...
Yeah, but even if it's, let's say it's 10.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to attempt to block this one, at the very least.
Yeah, it looks like it, with the minus speed coming from the Fateful Decision.
Yeah. Well, we used the Barrier Shield.
Oh, even better.
Yeah, I used the Barrier Shield.
That's one of yours.
Yeah, that's one of my... and we saw the third of my cards used by Midoriya earlier.
I forgot it.
The Dolphin one.
Oh, nice, yeah.
Yeah. So that one added in a Goblin Bolt.
Love it.
Really cool play. Okay, so let's see the block.
Sorry, yeah.
I got excited, but I saw all 3 of my cards. I was pretty happy about that.
What are we blocking?
I don't know what we're waffling over. Maybe just.
I think we're at does Caden want to transform right now? Which again is fine because we want more of our backups in our discard pile.
Is it 10 in the discard pile?
Or
stage and okay,
yeah,
sorry, we're almost assuredly there.
Yeah, as soon as he presses the button, we have the ability to transform. It says May.
I saw 4 at least there.
Yeah. Nope,
yeah, so we're gonna sacrifice the
massive abnormal Titan.
Massive abnormal Titan, and we're gonna flip over. I think this means you're going for the Falling Titan. I know
we're
it's
looking
hand.
for cards, right? Because we blew up one, transformed, and now we're looking to commit one to draw one.
Yeah.
And then here comes the
block. He tackle.
Takes the half. Breaker 2.
Oh man. So even if Caden follows up with a second Beast Titans Rock Barrage,
we have an answer to the
there's
Falling Titan.
still an answer to the Falling Titans. You can't kill him with that one this turn.
But again, I feel like we would have postured using, unless there's just a second Beast Titan Rock.
I think that was the play. I think he was trying to go for the exact same sequence that worked in game 1.
Beast Titan Rock Barrage. No, Detonation.
That's Detonation, yeah.
12,
So it's on a third. No, it's on a 12.
We had our
It's on
once
a
per
12,
turn, plus 8 to our check to play it.
Sure.
Sorry, plus 6 to our check to play it, but plus 8 because of the extra 2. So we are going to get rid of these foundations, and Heat Tackle says we can't do anything about it.
Yeah.
Cost to do so, of course, is committing your character, and then it will blow everything up on resolution.
Yeah, but then you still have all this. And the thing is, right, we oh, man.
We still have all our backups. We still have a Sean Gilmore, and we just use an inspiring song to give us +1 to our check afterwards. We're trying to nuke the board and still play something afterwards, but another barrier shield will help against that.
Unfortunately, we are not going to have multiple layers of Scales of Juno after this resolves. So we're going to have a. I mean, this one's for 12 damage, right? It's for 10? 8 mid for 10. Okay, 12 difficulty move, right? So an off block still means we're going to be at 24 life, right?
Yeah.
Which is, that's 4 Falling Titans. So
yes. And again, it would be on theoretical 5s.
Yeah.
With 0 foundations, our character committed, but we can peak. We have 1 +2 to our check. And then we also have, the Rising Uppercut, but it's a half block, so it won't be able to be played as a reversal. Or, sorry, an attack on my
Yeah, we're still taking 5.
Yes. Blow them all up.
Yeah, do you think he goes for it?
I think we'll go for something. We gave +1 to our check with that inspiring, right? Use it or lose it, but like...
We do, Breaker 2 is still happening.
Yeah, so -1 total, but we also have the +2 from Zeke as long as it fits the keyword, so it will just be +1 again.
Oh, man, going for the Rock Barrage. Okay.
5/6. Checks A6.
Yeah.
And then we're going to be able to get another backup. This tells me we just didn't have the Falling Titans because we would have done what we talked about.
Well, Falling Titans, we would have to have checked as 6.
Well, I mean, we would have just done Beast Time Rock Barrage, Beast Time Rock Barrage into the Falling Titans.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Like
No, because Heat Tackle was in the card pool.
Oh, true. Sorry, you're right.
Yeah, that line was no longer available. So I think we're just trying to get damage in this turn, right? And then
take
saying
advantage of our stage being accelerated
yes.
backup-wise.
Yes. That or, I don't know, we're just putting our pants on our head and dancing.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at the top again, and if it's a good check, Caden's allowed to keep it there and play another move.
Another Heat Tackle. Not Heat Tackle. Oh, my goodness.
Rising Uppercut.
Uppercut.
But again, it's on a partial, so we're not able to press
not getting a reversal with it is kind of sad.
But great cards. Those would have been great against the Falling Titans. But here on a 4, yep, and that's what we were looking for on a 4 as well. It checks, builds the 1 foundation, another backup, and once we have our character back, we'll be able to draw a lot more cards. And Marvin is in trouble.
Yeah.
No cards in stage at all. If you just draw attacks, it's going to be rough.
No, we're going to find the 4th copy of Scales of Juno.
Disarming Glance. Disarming Glance.
Those aren't it.
Scales of
Juno! Let's go.
Painful.
Okay. Okay,
pass.
so we can certainly still die to a Harness on Death Chain, but those aren't ranged.
Correct. We don't get pluses to our check.
So
to play
no
them.
+2 to play those. Those would be like real 4 difficulties.
Yes. But we'll have to use our Jaegerus to help us
find the checks.
Find our checks. So, I mean, the first one would pass. What do we have? Do we even draw attacks? What does Caden have going on? 21 to get through.
He's certainly not windmill slamming it, so.
Falling Titans on a 6. Checks a 6.
Yeah.
This could just be it.
Well, no,
we
because
have
we have the Scales. The Scales of Juno, yeah. So this one's definitely not doing it.
It sure doesn't look like a Scales of Juno.
Yeah, it looks like something.
On my screen, it looks different.
Well, I get confused too when I'm looking at the inspiring song promo.
Yes, that's fair.
Now when I'm like, what sorcery is this one?
They never make our job easy, Bromley.
No,
they give us brand new promos,
I know.
and they're always ones that players want to use on the
immediately.
So I don't know what they look like.
Yeah,
I feel you.
I blame Levi Lalonde. I just wanted to say his name because he's over there.
It does roll off the tongue. A very slick name, you might say. He's mic'd
what a
up.
handsome little boy over here.
Hey, what's up?
Hey,
I'm
Levi.
Levi Lalonde.
That's him.
Times 2.
Do you miss being back here, Levi?
I really do. Especially when I get back here and I smell you, Barrett.
I'm sure I don't smell good.
Barrett, I miss your scent.
Oh, my gosh. All right. Well, no, Levi's too busy giving and running a slick tournament that has concluded. And with only one more day to go after this round 6, that could be heating up towards a finale here.
Well, we didn't cancel the Falling Titans response with Scales of Juno.
We're on a second one?
Yeah, this is the second one while Levi was chatting us up. Yeah,
sorry.
We're
He was busy smelling me.
Don't be sorry. It's okay. That was important stuff. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what happened there that we missed the response.
I mean, you can always do it on the next one, but we sure did eat probably 6 for...
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason to not do it, right?
Going for a block. That's a very high block mod, though. But we did check a 6, right? I put a 6 check on that one, right? Yeah.
I put a 6 check on that one, says Parrot Brian.
That's the Ryu Foundation.
Yeah, that goes to the top.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
You're funny.
All right, that was just instinctive.
Yeah.
All right, there it is. There's the Scales of Juno.
Yeah, why didn't we do it on the first one?
Yeah, it's interesting, too, because I think Caden wanted to get the Scales of Juno out because this is just going to shift down.
Right.
Which is still a foundation for Caden later on. It's just very quickly, but also slowly, spelling inevitability for Caden because I don't know what Marvin is going to be able to do with only 4 foundations next turn, and none of them help him close the game out.
Yeah. There's no sacrifice for a cause, right?
Yes.
There's no battle holds the answers, right? Our 6 check to be able to stack.
Yeah.
It's going to take a really, truly insane hand.
It's going to be an insane line.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not. It's getting very difficult, and you still have 29 to get through, and I'm going to say 29 plus because Zeke Yeager can gain currently, based off of what's here on the board, 8 more life across this game, and also you're staring across 2 copies of Titans Under Orders.
Yeah,
it's just really tough.
I think it's not happening.
I think we're getting close to cycling, so Caden going through the discard pile. Checking to see what we have to maybe go through, but here comes a sacrifice for the cause. And now, in my head...
The question is if Caden has a 3rd Falling Titans.
I don't... Oh, the classic. We played Rejuvenating Smash to draw more cards, but we checked a 4, so let's commit to...
Not a 3.
Not a 3, which is typically what we see.
Gain 2 life, go to 17.
But Caden has a Falling Titans. He needs to play an attack card, or he can just do it now.
Oh, you can just pick it up.
Pick it up.
I'm so silly.
Also,
Forgot it does that.
10 stamina off of one of your backups.
Sure. Yep. Well, you silly goose. You could have used the Titan Under Orders and then healed it.
Yeah, it's true. He's not a goose.
Did I tell you I time-walked Jeremy and Tim this weekend?
With the rumbling?
No.
Oh.
No, I literally time-walked them. I took an extra turn.
Yeah,
I did rumbling Jeremy though.
Oh, sorry. With the Ymir?
Yeah.
You have a deck with that in it?
Yeah, I use Armin.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. I used the Armin boy.
I love that. I'm glad.
It was very funny.
You just had enough ways to protect it?
So I play the armored Titan guy. His 2 difficulty that says that attack's attacking me now.
Yep.
And usually how I do it is I get 2 momentum and then I block with a Genkai's 4 diff. We're on absorbed energy strike. Yeah. And then I get the 3rd momentum during their turn, and so they have to change. They're like, oh god, you have 3 momentum now. Yeah. And so
I like that. That's awesome.
It's very fun. Yeah.
I've seen a lot of people using Jester Lavore from the
right, because you get so much momentum.
Yeah, and there's enough cards I think on life that can help protect it.
Yes.
Usually, and has a good symbol spread. Chaos
Yeah,
is really good.
yeah.
And then fires, whatever.
Yeah.
But here is Beast Titan Rock Barrage for Caden, looking for a backup to build. And then, of course, we got so much committal here. Double rifle arm and a Botan's coaching left for Marvin on defense. And we know there is a Falling Titan in Caden's hand.
Yeah, 2 barrier shields used. I've seen 3 rejuvenating smashes gone. I just don't know what we have left to be able to interact with this. Even if we draw the nuts too, we're still being able to. We gotta. Oh, there's the Falling Titans. We drew last turn from our board. Of course.
There's the handshake.
Yeah,
Caden shows the Falling Titan, shows how many times he can play it.
Yeah.
Game 3 and the match to Caden G, making and appearing here with his day 2 invite. 4-2, potentially locking in his top 16 for tomorrow.
Yeah, it's not guaranteed.
Yes, which we'll find out very shortly.
Yeah.
So hang on to the edge of your seats, everybody, because we do have that coming up basically now. But at the end of that match, of course, recapping it a little bit. Game 1, decidedly, at the end of it, Rock Barrage, Falling Titans a million times. Not a lot of urgency on the side for Marvin.
Yeah.
Game 2, Grindier. Marvin gets a good stage, denies the backups early on. Incredible adaptation when going first in the matchup. And then Game 3, the Colossal Detonation, I think, really sealed the deal for that game.
Yeah. It was because of the 3 scales of Juno.
Yeah.
And the Heat Tackle block. It was the only thing that could get him back into the game, right? And so it's just we had multiple lines and chose the correct one in that specific situation. So good play from Caden. Marvin, played his heart too. He had the right tools. It's just sometimes they don't come together at the right time.
That's right.
And
you were kind of saying it earlier, and I would admit it as well. Void just not necessarily having a lot of options for the backup matchup.
Right.
I think that is very true.
Yeah.
And with the supporting cards that you could put in with Ryu specifically on Fire and all. Not a lot of options also, unless you're specifically teching for like activating the coordinate. And no one would ever blame anyone for not playing that card right now, because backup decks are
they're
not at the top echelon, but still having some success here for Caden this weekend.
Yep.
That's it for our tournament.
I think for today at least.
For today.
So let's look at
give
top
it to
16.
them.
Yeah,
let's give it to them.
just fill in
Obviously,
top
if you've
16.
been looking online, you probably already know. But Bromley and I are going to go through 4x4. So in your first place, of course, we kind of knew this from looking at the standings. George R., after his second place finish in Atlanta with Godzilla, taking first place, will be the highest seed for top 16 tomorrow. Carson Panos moving on with a second place finish. Also Godzilla. Travis Tangeman in third. Mark Tyner as his representation. And Ezra Miller, you know it, you love it, plays that crystal lens, getting fourth place.
Yeah. TC Devertinian piloting our lone Deku in top 8. Chris Miner representing Final Round Game Shop, playing Nagora Yuki. Our what's better than 3 damage character? 4 damage is the number. Ryan Field piloting Mikasa Ackerman, of course. Aiden
W now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because he kept winning. So we call him Aiden W instead of Aiden L. But piloting this deck coming out of day 1 as well.
Yeah, other Zeke.
Yes. Chris Miner, Ryan Field, Aiden L, and George R. all climbed out of day 1. I'm unsure on Carson. I don't have it in front of me. But the rest of these players I know are guaranteed that I think they came in
Yeah,
on
they
day
came
2.
in on day 2.
But we have the back half. Calvin Harrigal, Wub.
Let's go,
Sneaking in
Wub.
with Pumat Sol as 9th place. Gavin Kale on that Water Bridget deck. Caden G, we just saw win, locking it in with 11th
Jacob
place.
Johnson
Playing his own character card.
That's amazing.
And then on the bottom half,
Justin Birch piloting Mark Tyner. Ryan Kogod, making it in there with Godzilla as well. Andrew Porret squeaking it in with the Zuka Midoriya.
And Birthday Boy.
Birthday Boy. He pulled a Chrome earlier.
did.
He pulled the first Chrome anybody's seen from the Godzilla set, which is pretty cool. That's a good birthday present. You know what's an even better birthday present?
winning the whole thing.
Winning
tomorrow.
Worlds, yeah.
I think he might have used a lot of his luck today, making his top 16 appearance. Congratulations to all of our players that will be there tomorrow.
Nice job, guys.
And we are going to be right there with them. That's right. It's single elimination time, Bromley. We're going to be doing a top 16 bracket first thing tomorrow morning, where we are going to see these players battle it out for the best prize in gaming.
Whoa.
Character card.
Look at this.
That's Sam's card. You opened the Secret Guardian.
Sam card.
If that's not a good end of the
And
day,
a power.
I don't know what is. Thanks, everybody, for watching today. Don't go anywhere, as we should be back at 10:30. 9:30 Central Standard Time. Levi Lalonde running a great tournament. We'll see y'all tomorrow. Thanks so much.
Tastes like power.